Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog. Shout out to the Lure, PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. Welcome to the wildest wake-up show. It's been a long time I can actually say that. Good day to y'all. And you know how we like to start the day. We do not mourn each other. We don't mourn each other because every day is a great day to move forward. No matter what you're going in, move forward. So when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I could feel that great productive energy. Thank you so much. Finally, Sharon has come back to the morning. What's up, Letitia? Corinne, how you doing, beautiful? Salute to my man Kills. Shout out to you. Yeah, Miss Jane, I'm up early. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Well, I was up like 4 in the morning anyway. I might be back. I think it's possible. We're not sure. Some things happen, and we got to pivot, and then maybe I'll be back at least for a little while. I hope so. We'll see. We'll see how things move. You know, I'll be moving with the movements. You know what I'm saying? We gotta roll with the punches. Every door closed is a door open. Everything is an opportunity at all times. What's up, Bruce? Everything is a beautiful opportunity at all times. Yeah. Oh, I have a thank you. I forgot about that part. Can you put the fire and turn the background? She said, I have a bug behind me. I was like, what the hell? Yes, last night we had a good show. It was nice and fun. We enjoyed ourselves. We seen Miss Pearl versus Jazz. That was interesting to see. I do not know, Freedom. Good day to you. Good day. Finally, Sharon has come back. Yes. Make sure you tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button. Hit that share button because it's still Foolery Friday. Shout out to Kills for showing me love early in the AM. Thank you, my brother. Yeah, you know I am. We're gonna have a good time today. And shout out to Kills on the early cash out. What he said? He said, for yesterday's show, salute. Thank you so much, brother. And he spent more than $1 today. Shout out to my guy. Shit. I appreciate it.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey,
hey. I really do. I appreciate it. And today, you know how we like to get into the show. We're going to talk about these young YNs. They are not YNs anymore. Nope. They are young gentlemen. They are young men now. I guess all our hooting and hollering, finally, the young men has woken up themselves. And I'm so proud of the ones that are attempting to move forward. They are not dressing like they just came off the goddamn basketball court anymore. Man, I love it. Have y'all seen the new young men lately? Have y'all seen how they be dressing and how they moving? It's a whole new movement. I love it. And since it's Friday, we're going to try to keep that energy up as we get y'all through y'all work day today. And hopefully y'all showing me the love back by hitting the goddamn like button and hitting the damn share button. And when you hit the share button and you post it, you can repost it back on your own YouTube page. It don't matter if you only have one subscriber. Say, we back, Mortimer. But have y'all seen them lately? It's been a bunch of beautiful young men out there walking around in the streets. And apparently there's a new movement in the Black community. You know what I forgot to put? It is a beautiful new movement too. Hold on, I forgot to write something. Just no more of that nonsense. Yes, it is. It's a beautiful one too. They ain't YNs anymore. Yeah, they are not. It's no more YNs anymore. It's a new movement going out there. They are YMs now. What that stands for? Young men. They starting to move like it, act like it, talk like it, dress like it. It's no more YNs. It's the end of the YN era. That's right. They are YMs. Young men. Young brothers are calling the young brothers out there, they are calling it the quarter zip. And it's basically saying no more tech suits, no more sagging jeans, no more looking like you just left basketball practice. Now it's business casual. Quarter zips, chinos, matcha lattes. And guess what? I'm loving it. They're going to have the parents proud when they walk outside that room. They're going to have aunties crying tears of joy. And they're going to have all the baristas confused. They're going to have all of the baristas confused. They're like, when did y'all switch from Henny to tea? When did it go from green tea and now y'all ain't drinking Hennessy? Yeah. No, I am not, sir. No, I am not. I'm trying to get back in the productive part of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking proudly about how we are not calling them YNs anymore. They are young men now. What up, Black Brown? That's what we talk. We talking about those young men. Now it's moving in this new movement. It's called the quarter zip movement, not the Hennessy. They giving up the Hennessy. No more Hennessy for young black men. We are drinking matcha lattes now, God damn it, and proud of it. You ain't gonna shame us for it. No. You're not gonna shame the YMs for growing up and getting mature. And it feels good to see it, man. I appreciate them. They looking good out there. They looking great out there. We're gonna look at some TikTok videos. Actually, somebody from Hype TV, he got a compilation of videos, and we're gonna watch these young men from boys to men. Oh, it's so beautiful to see. And see, the quarter zip is powerful. It's like the superhero costume of the black man who's tired of being judged by his hoodie. Just think about it. Our recent black superhero, what was his name? Luke Cage. He had to wear a goddamn hoodie with bullet holes in it. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? The recent black superhero had to wear a hoodie with bullet holes in it. It is over. We wearing quarter zips now, black and proud. That's what we doing. We putting the Hennessy away and we drinking green tea with foam and to-go custom stuff. And I'm loving it. It's gonna make some people mad that, like, because we was having a conversation yesterday, and they tried to make it seem like all these black men are criminals. What's up, young? They try to make it seem like 60% of young black men are criminals. Just because they got arrested, no, we are not criminals. Just because we got arrested does not mean that we're criminal. It does not mean that we are violent. No. We're not having it, not even in the slightest. No. So all you goddamn conservatives, all you goddamn red pillars that's always want to talk down on a goddamn young black youth, it ain't no more YNs. They're YMs, young men. All that is going to stop today. We moving forward. Tired of it. Make sure y'all tell people, goddammit. Hit that like and that share button. We talking productive today. We ain't going to only support negative energy. We're going to support positive and productive energy today. That's right. We're going to support productive energy today. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Because I can see your chakras growing on all dimensions. Let me keep on building before we go into the video, right? So you put that quarter zip on, young man, and suddenly you look like you got a 401k. Right. You look like you know what our IRA is. You look like you're about to explain compound interest at a brunch. That's what you look like. It's no more saying that, oh, when I see a no, that's it, it's over. Now, when you see one of those YMs walking down the street, you can ask them, hey, young man, do you know what a Roth IRA is? Here's the crazy part. It's the same dude who was lastly wearing the tech suit, yelling, run me my money. Yep, it's that same young kid. Now he's sipping his matcha like, excuse me, do you have any oat milk? Because I'm lactose intolerant. And it's such a sad thing what they do to the cows. Do you know they impregnate those cows to get the milk? And those milk is for little cow babies. So I want some oat milk. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're going to be. That's what our young men are going to be looking at. No more YNs. It's over, black conservative. You're going to have to find a new group of people to complain and argue about. That's right, Boricua. Oat milk. I love it. Woo. And to me, I think this out of this whole YN to young men situation, right? I think matcha is the funniest part. Like young brothers went from drinking Hennessy straight to sipping green powdered tea. That's not just a glow. That's evolution, goddammit. That is Pokemon level transformation. You walk into a cafe now and you see a group of young black men in quarter zips sipping matcha, talking about real estate. And you like, is this Wakanda or is it Wall Street? And that's what I love. We ain't talking about Wall Street Willie neither. Absolutely not, black and proud. Absolutely not. I gotta see it. It's a beautiful thing to see, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and the black community, I think they're gonna be loving it. I think moms is gonna finally be like, son looks like he's going to work instead of probation. Dads are going to be proud. I'm like, that's my boy. It looked like he about to close a deal. Even the church ladies, they're going to be happy. They see quarter zips and think, that's a husband outfit right there. The quarter zips are basically engagement rings for the torso. And maybe the woman, right, according to Pearl yesterday, they don't have to wait until they're ugly and old to start looking for a man that's thinking about investments. Absolutely not, because the clothes make you move a little different, and that's why I'm so keen on pushing out dressing a certain way when you go outside. This is why I do not just go outside dressed all willy-nilly, because your clothes represent you, and you are going to start representing your clothes. So the more that you get dressed up, and the more that you are intentional about your outfit, the more your mentality is going to change with your clothes as well. Because the clothes that you put on do hold on to a certain character as well. The clothes hold on to a certain character as well. That's why when you see a young man and he's dressed, you're like, oh, where you going? You walk up a little straighter. You walk up a little bit with a little more confidence. That's what happens. And I think it can change a lot of people's attitude, especially if people start actually treating you a little differently with the way how you dress. So maybe it'll make you a little less aggressive. Hey, regardless of the fact, like they still, no matter what, we ain't gonna get rid of scamming. Scamming ain't gonna never stop in this world. Most of the scammers living goddamn in a whole nother country that they doing it over the phone and on the internet with goddamn dirty feet and sandals on. What up, American tradesman? Good day, sir. You know what I'm saying? But and the real part about it, if we just be real about it, it's funny because we all know the contrast. One day you're in a tech suit, looking like you're about to hoop or something else. Next day you're in a quarter zip, looking like you're about to sell insurance. That's a big jump. It's like going from trap music to NPR overnight. And most people are not going to, they look at it like you can't just switch up like that without people noticing, right? The boys are like, what happened? You got a job? Now you like, you got a job? Well, we'll see when the tail slips out, goddammit. For the meantime, they tails are tucked in. All right, Black? and here's the deeper part, right? It's about identity as well. Because for years, Black men have been judged by what they wear. A hoodie makes you suspicious. A suit makes you respectable. Now, the quarter zip is like the middle ground. It says I'm chill, but I'm professional. I'm approachable, but I'm still very serious. It's like clothing. It's like a clothing version of code switching. You're not overdressed and you're not underdressed. You're quarter zipped. That's what you are. And I think the older folks are going to love it too. When they start seeing a whole bunch of young men in quarter zips and think, finally, y'all look like us in the 80s. Back then, it was sweaters and slacks. Now it's quarter zips and matcha. It's the same vibe, but a little different of a flavor. It's like soul food evolved into vegan soul food. Still good, just less cholesterol.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Miss J. Borico Salsa says with the $10. Too early. Play the damn video. Well, I hear you over here all excited. Absolutely, Dawn. The behavior will match the look. Yes. What the hell are you live for? I'm live because it needs to be. Because it's too much. You be letting too much slide, wrong class. That's why. As I drink my orange carrot and ginger, freshly squeezed. It's delicious. Now, you know, we're going to open up the panel soon because it's Foolery Friday at the same time. And I want to have a conversation about, do y'all believe that the YNs is over and now it's the YMs, the young men? Let's have a conversation. Is clothing this new code switch, and is it going to actually change the way how the youth are moving? Is it? I want to know. Wrong, class. You're wrong. What the hell you talking about? I'll drop the link though. I don't know what the hell you talking about, but I'll drop the link though. Make sure we hit that like button. Let's keep it moving as we bring the energy back to where it needs to be. Let's bring that productive, positive energy back where it's supposed to be. I'm not messy. I'm matcha. So what's next? If quarter zips are the new wave, what would be the next evolution is the question, right? Brothers are going to start wearing Patagonia vests, drinking kombucha, doing some yoga in the park. They was teasing me about doing some yoga. Imagine a whole crew of young black men in Lululemon sipping green juice talking about mindfulness. That's the sequel. That's the quarter zip 2. It's the enlightenment. So yeah, the quarter zip movement is real. Young black men dressing business casual, sipping matcha. And the community is going to be proud. And honestly, it's beautiful because it shows growth. And I can see the growth on all sides of the dimension. I can receive that. I can respect their growth. It shows maturity. It shows that sometimes changing your outfit changes your outlook. And if a quarter zip can make the world see young black men differently, then maybe it's more than fashion. Maybe it's a revolution. One sip of matcha at a time. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Brandon like that. Yeah. So I did come across a video that showed that did a nice compilation of what we're talking about today. So shout out to Hype Plus TV. They are a big channel. They doing their damn thing. They getting plenty of numbers. 1 point and some change. Shout out to them. Hopefully they don't be mad that I'm using a video. I did tag them so you can find where the original video's at. Shout out to Brandon. He said, man, I've been wearing sock pants since I've been in elementary, screwed through high school. I always dress in casual. Yeah, all right. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, black men. Let's be proud of our young black men taking it upon themselves to start dressing business casual. It is a transition. They are moving different. Talk to him, Brandon. Brandon, talk to him. Why we came from an era where when you dress different, it was difficult. They would look at you like you crazy. Talk to them, Brandon. So now that these young boys is doing it, hey, salute to them, because I know when I was doing it and when Brandon was doing it, it was difficult. People were trying to look at you like you the crazy one. So yeah, shout out to the young boys that they've turned it from young ends to YMs. Let's go. All right, so let's check out the video. Let's see.
Club in Atlanta for Hype Plus News. I'm Janaba. There's clearly a thin line between influencing others and having your creation stolen, as this appears to be the current conversation around a now social shift called the quarter zip movement. For those that don't know, black youths across the country are deciding to switch up their style known for hoodies and street clothes to a business casual appearance with the use of quarter zip pullovers and sweatshirts.
Stop playing. Nah, this is a YM channel, young men channel. You heard? This ain't no YN. Look at my young men. That's what they are. They ain't YNs no more. They look great. They look great. Stop hating on the young youth. They are moving in the right direction. They decided to do it on their own. Shout out to them. Shout out to them. This is how it's supposed to be. This is what young men are supposed to look like. Shout out to them. When you wearing your night tech, you should be coming from a goddamn gym or a workout. I'd rather them look like this and move forward and attempt to move in the right direction. Absolutely. I'm supporting every young man that is attempting to move correctly. Whether it starts off as a joke or not. I don't care. I don't care. It's a beautiful thing. He ain't got no damn bonnet. He got a do-rag on. He don't got no damn bonnet. Stop. Y'all gonna leave these young black men alone. I thought we supposed to be uplifted up, build it up. Thought we supposed to be building them up. I want to down my young men. Nope.
Shirts. Yes, the shirt your father used to and still wears when in office has found its way to black youth. Now, what has made this movement special?
Woo! Look at my young, beautiful young men. Look at my. This is where it starts. Yeah, ignorant. Even. Oh, yeah, it looks good. Even ignorant TV agrees with the quarter zips, and he's ignorant. He ain't never wore a quarter zip in his life. All he do is wear fitteds and hoodies and black Air Force Ones. That's all ignorant ever wears. And even he understands that these young men, they went from YNs as we go, from YNs to YMs, and we can't let go. It's the natural. We evolutionary in all dimensions. Oh, yeah. My singing sounds beautiful, by the way.
Is the discourse it also provides, which encourages quarter zip recruits to leave their juvenile ways behind to become young men.
And one more thing, we're quarter zip dudes now. We don't do those Nike Techs, no Amiri, no purple jeans, none of that. Knife and aloe, quarter zips. We don't drink Arizonas, we drink Starbucks.
We don't do Nike Tech. We don't do coffee. There's straight quarter zips and matchas around here. What y'all doing, yo?
We quarter zip guys. We don't do none of that artificially flavored stuff. We do quarter zips and matcha. We drink matchas.
That's just like $10 a piece. Yo, parents.
It's only $6.70.
We don't do Nike Tech. We don't do coffee. There's straight quarter zips and matchas.
He got a full suit on.
He was talking about putting on a Nike Tech to come outside. I told him, what are you doing?
Yeah.
According to research, it appears that a post at the top of November by content creator who
handshakes. I agree 100%. Melanin, let's go. Melanated, I could see your melanin growing, melanated vessel. I could see you growing on all sides of the dimension, girl. I receive you. I respect your growth, girl. I love it as well. And I absolutely believe that your clothes do change the way how you walk and move and how you feel and how other people look and move and feel about you. I absolutely believe that as well. I do believe that too, Ignorant TV. Yes, that's New York, baby. That's New York, baby. I'm talking about this. Just because you have your quarter zip and matcha doesn't mean you're a soft guy. It means you are a respectable guy. It means that you are a young man. Now, when we see you walking down the street, we believe we could talk to you about finances. And we're not going to worry about you stealing our finances. That's what's going to be the difference. There ain't no more cuts in your purse no more. When you see a young man, you say, hey, young man, can you please direct me to the proper 401k plan? Are you selling insurance, young man? They're going to want to give you the money. Stop it, Ignorant. Stop it. The panel's open, by the way. Let me make sure. Did I pin it to the top? I don't want to hear no nonsense neither. I don't want to hear no nonsense. Let's see. So I don't know why we acting as if, hey, good day, Kaya. I don't know why we acting as if we don't understand that the clothes do change the way how you move and look all the time. Or they get your ass on camera, Ignorant. I see you on camera all the time. Make this a great show, God damn it. I know you can do it, sir. I know you could do it, sir. Good day, Ignorant TV. That's you. He's getting my yeah. Get your camera and get your ass on camera. Have a conversation with me, God damn it.
Hold on.
Ah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, my brother. Yeah.
Hello.
What it do, man?
What it do?
What's
See,
your
I'm
thoughts
outside with my kufi on.
Yeah, looking good. Yeah.
You know, we can switch it up. You know, we could do quarter zips. We could do whatever. It's whatever. You see that big New York behind me?
Yeah.
Listen, the ladies have an issue with this because they want us to remain looking like thugs and bandits. You understand? They want us to remain to look like we ready to rob somebody. You understand? We don't do that no more, ladies. We wearing matchas and we wearing quarter zips. You understand? I'm shocked. I don't wear Nike. I don't wear black on blacks. I got on J's right now, but I don't wear black on blacks. So you slandered my name with that. I don't like that. I gotta let you know you dead ass wrong, respectfully. But anyway, you're gonna see the issue with this. It's the ladies. They have an issue with the quarter zips. They don't want us to look presentable and professional. You understand? And formal. Look like we got something going on. They want us to wear them dirty ass Nike checks with them, what they call them? What you said they were? Black on blacks, all blacks?
Yeah, the all black Nikes, yeah.
We don't even wear those in New York. If you see a nigga with them on in New York, he's homeless. So I don't know the correlation. But anyway, ladies, we doing quarter zips now. I understand this is gonna make y'all feel like less of a human. Because I've dealt with a woman and I started wearing professional attire.
And what happened?
And
she loved
this
you.
woman, I put this on Jesus Christ in heaven.
All right.
On G-O-D.
All right,
this woman came to me and said, you think you better than me. I put this on Jesus Christ.
Hold on, nah. Ignorant, say it again. Hold on. What did she say?
I'm a street nigga.
What's she say?
I started wearing a formal attire. Okay? Nothing too expensive. $20 casual shirt from Walmart. You know, not too expensive. You know, the button down, all button down. You know, double backed it. You know, looked like I was going into the office.
Right. And what
she
happened?
said, "You think you better than me?" I said, "Funk."
Yeah.
I said, "Funky bitch, we live in the same projects."
You better stop.
Excuse my language. I apologize. I'm trying to refrain because when you put on quarter zips, you gotta change your vernacular.
Let me shout to the boy, Miss J. Boricua Preciosa. Women are not looking at you, Otis.
Who is Otis? That's what's up. I'm happy for Otis. And this is another thing they do, right? When they don't like the messenger, they will say, "Because I won't sleep with you, I cannot take your information as validation." You understand? See, quarter zips have taught the black man to speak a caucus vernacular.
What kind of vernacular?
It is called a caucus vernacular. This is when you pronounce your words with every.
It's enunciate, by the way. It's enunciate.
Is it enunciate or pronunciate? It's
First
enunciate.
Yes.
See, a brother can check a brother. I respect that. You just taught me. That's why I'm ignorant, because I'm always willing to learn.
I received that. I received that, King. I received that. I see your growth. I see your growth through your melanin on all levels of the dimension. I see it, King.
I'm just understanding that people really believe in visuals. They really do, Sharon. A guy can come up here with Gucci, everything on, and these simple-minded individuals will assume that he is someone who is financially amped. He has money. He has a lot of currency. Imagery is everything with these simple-minded beings.
Oh Lord! And these simple-minded beings you're talking about, we want to dive deep into who's the actual simple-minded being. But before that, Miss J. Borica Poriciosa with the two boss says, "Women are not looking at you, ignorant."
Women are not looking at, and if I don't think she understood what I said when I said that, because I'm not attracted to you, because you don't think I'm attractive, ma'am. You can't speak for every woman. You understand? Because I'm married. You understand?
Okay.
And
how long
I
you
also
been married? Ignorant. How long you been married?
15 years.
15?
15 years. Yes.
Get that? I would have never, in 15 years, thought that your ass was married the way how you speak about women.
Oh, you could go on my page. I have her posted. She's a beautiful, fine, petite, black woman. You understand? I speak about women because I'm just a man.
So hold on. If you have this beautiful black queen at home, why are you always talking negative? At least what it seems like, that you are always communicating negatively against your own beautiful black women that are out there, that is attempting to grow through their melanin and all the negativity that's going on through their life.
What was the question, Sharon?
The question is, why do you talk negative about the beautiful queens out there that's trying to receive that beautiful melanin growth on a day-to-day basis through every and inner dimension?
Okay, you asked the question, but it's like you kind of kept going with the question.
The question is, why, if you are happily...
Let's try to simplify it. Because remember, I'm not
you are happy. I got you. You are happily married to a beautiful woman.
Black.
Why do you talk negative about black women on the internet?
Oh, okay. That's simple. Allah has granted me a heart and a soul. He has granted me a brain. He has granted me eyes. He has granted me discernment, awareness, and understanding. So with that and the free will that Allah has given me, I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want. That's why.
So now what makes you think Allah is not a female? It sounds like a female name to me.
brother. Semantics. We can't do that. Okay, God is above having a
right. So God is not a male or female. Hold on. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, when style changed to classic, it reflects deeper shift. Shout out, yeah. To the next level, man. That is a real. That's a thought process I had as well. Like when they start changing their clothes, it's also a mental shift that's going to change with it. I absolutely believe that as well. It's going to be a slow change, but it's going to slowly move into a different direction, in my opinion, as well. Because
you're absolutely right.
As you see how they change their clothes, they also change the way how they was communicating as well too, and that could be a new trend of using bigger and better vocabulary, which is going to also in turn make them more their IQ is going to increase because they are attempting to use more difficult words and put it in proper sentencing with the nouns, verbs, and all these other things. So I think it's an absolute positive and productive thing that these young men decide to do on their own to go quarter zip movement.
I'm going to be honest, Sharon. The reason I say that, and I've seen this, and I also have a TikTok. I'm on TikTok under patchwork.com because that's my entity and that's what I'm under. And I made a video about this, right?
And so you already knew about this movement?
Yeah, I made a video about this weeks ago. And it seems that the women, I love women, but they have the issue with it. And the truth of the matter is the issue is because they want us to be or to have the imagery of being under them, right? So they go to college, get all these degrees, but you got young boys out here working at McDonald's and, wherever Amazon, and they dressing like they're in a professional setting. And it seems to bother the ego of our sisters. This is what I've noticed, and it is simply my observation and my opinion, and I'm sorry if it offends anyone.
Okay, so now, all right, let's go with the premise that this is true. That women have a problem with men dressing in a more casual sense. What should a young man, how should he react to a young woman questioning his manhood about wearing a quarter zip?
The question was, what should
a young man... Okay. How should a young man approach the question when he is questioned about his manhood for wearing a quarter zip?
How should he respond?
Yeah.
He should simply keep it professional. Remember, the clothes make the man. So he would have to reach into his intellectual pocket and then come out with a logical explanation. Sweetheart, I am who I am. Okay? I'm still a black man, okay? Just because you see me with this quarter zip, and I know you think Becky, Kimberly, and Marisol, or whatever they name their kids, probably wants me. That's what I really think it is. They think that this is going to make all the white women attack us. They think it's going to be a parade of white women just behind everybody with a quarter zip.
So now, what makes you think that black women are afraid of white women stealing their men? Black women ain't never been afraid of black men being stolen from by white women.
See, you not in these streets, so
neither are you. Neither are you.
Listen, you not in these streets. we gonna put it on you. Okay, we ain't gonna talk about me. I'm married, right? But listen, I'm outside. Okay? What I'm saying is, I ain't gonna say that because I don't want to curse or nothing. Rephrase the question.
Yeah, you better rephrase because your ass ain't in the street. You've been married for 15 years, your ass is inside. Just like me.
But see, even you speak about things that are going on outside. So is that not a contradiction?
So now as we move the conversation forward with these young men wearing a quarter zip, and most likely that their attitudes is going to change as well. I see it as a awesome and productive thing, and I don't think women are going to be all of a sudden upset and trying to get men to be more thuggish and saying that we like you more as a thug. No, that is not going to happen in real life. No.
Okay, let's look at reality though, right?
Mm-hmm.
In reality, do we think that most of the guys who are pookies and bums and all of that, do they have the option to the women? That's the narrative that I hear a lot. It seems that the guys who are bums, they're the ones who are somehow getting all of this access to all of these women. Is that not what you hear?
No, so the thing is that it is a group of women that do like those type of men as well, and they still gonna like those type of men, and they gonna get those type of men. It is what it is. But the young men that are moving like this and start communicating differently, they gonna attract women that communicate differently as well, because a lot of young ladies, as we know today, they have higher education. They do have a higher vocabulary. They are moving forward and progressing in life and dressing better, talking, communicating. They conversing at a much higher level than a lot of these people that are on these panels today.
But Sharon, that's the problem right there. What you just said. It is about imagery, right? In their mind, they believe that they are at a higher status because of their education or maybe because of their job or their career, right?
The women.
Pardon me?
Talking about the women, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So it is, believe it or not, Sharon, it is a threat to see a black man looking professional. It is an absolute, it's a, brother, try it. Just go into an environment, professional down. You will see the energy.
Right. So now with that energy, but that's not from our women that find us attractive. It's not going to stop young women to start looking at the young man. If he is wearing quarter zip and sipping matcha, she's going to follow suit with him. The same way how our hip hop movement went from all the young ladies wearing baggy clothes and dressing boyish, smoking weed and drinking 40s, it's the same thing that's going to happen with this. So if the young men are moving in a quarter zip style and they start communicating differently, the young ladies that they are going to move in that same style as well, because now they are making casual and respectable attire and communicating. They're gonna make that the cool thing to be. This is what a lot of black folks been saying that they want for a very long time.
But that's not the truth though, Sharon. The truth is like women have like a majority mindset. So if majority women like NBA YoungBoy and all he wears is Nike Techs, right? And black Air Forces. This is where the thinking goes, right? The younger women, I'm saying. You see older women saying, oh, now we're going to start dressing better. But it don't matter. Y'all washed up. Nobody wants them. The younger women, they're saying y'all are trying to look like nerds. They don't like it because they've been programmed by the older women to like a thug, a loud Negroid, who is aggressive, angry, physically he's strong. It look like he'll slap you at any time. That's what they want. They don't see it sexy to look professional because that's not what's popular. That's what I'm saying.
Right. And this is why I disagree. I think women long time ago evolved into dressing in a business casual style. And I think majority of the men that was still dressing in Nike Tech suits, they was looking at the women in that way, how you're talking about. They are looking at the women like they are being too good for them. They are looking at the women as if they are being too bougie. Because when the women, you know what, we hear the argument all the time. Oh, you talk like a white girl. You dress like a white girl. You do this like a white. And do this, that. So for a long time, the men been pushing back on anything that the young ladies been moving forward with, right? The way how they communicate, they reading level, they dressing level. The reason why they are not choosing men to eat, that's why they single now, because they say, hey, our IQ has changed and we ain't with the ignorant stuff anymore. No pun intended. No pun intended. And so now the young men, they are starting to catch up on it, and they are not going to choose the so-called the sexy reds of the world type of situation anymore. They're going to start choosing the girls that always been there from the day one. Those young ladies been there. Now maybe they will start getting some recognition.
Okay, my stance is this: the young women set the trend, brother. The boys do. I have a son. The boys do what the women like. It's like we're adaptive. Men and boys are adaptive. If you tell us or show us this is what you like, we're going to at least present that. We may not be whatever it is, but we're going to, in our clothing, we're going to present what's liked by the women. It's just the facts. Like, that's why this is such a big thing, because women like Nike Techs, but the young boys is saying, man, we about to do quarter zips and matchas. And so, like, hold up, what is they doing? So they hating. It's a lot of hate right now, but I think it's a beautiful thing. I love it. I love to see it, because to this world, people perceive things and they don't know. Like, you can see something and it's not true. Like, you from New York. We know women who have high CEO jobs and they messing with a dude who he ain't got no money. He stand on the corner all day. He ain't got no money. So I'm just going off of the majority. Majority of these hoes,
wow,
are not hoes. I'm not calling hoes. You not a hoe, baby. I love y'all.
Right. So that's the issue right there. Majority of the time, men was focusing on the majority of hoes instead of the majority of women that are just out there that's dressing business casual. Instead of focusing on the majority of women that are communicating properly, that has a higher education. The ones that they try to make it like, oh, you think you bougie, right? That's the thing that Right. And so now that the men are starting to catch up and understand, I know we need to move differently, and they decide to do it on their own, then now maybe these young boys are going to be more suitable for the young ladies that are already out there moving in that direction for a long time. So the young men are going to catch up to all of the ladies that are doing the right thing.
Okay, I kind of understand what you're saying. The ones who are doing the right thing, it would attract them because they're actually presenting themselves as if they are doing the right thing, right?
Correct.
But once again, this is all perception. This is
for the meantime.
Yes, we are putting on a perception so they can perceive us in a lighter light. That's what we want. And a lot of older people don't understand that perception really is everything in this world. Like, you can go into a building and be dressed predominantly, casual, and you might get the job over somebody who actually has the experience. You understand? And I believe that women have a sheep-like thinking. You understand? They have a sheep-like thinking. I believe it's going to attract the right women. And that's what the other women don't want. Because no matter your degrees or how much money you make, a person would only call you bougie when it comes to money. We don't call you bougie off of your character and how you act. That's why all of these degrees don't mean nothing, because she's still acting like a girl from the projects, from the pink houses. You make $300,000 a year, but you act like somebody that live in the pink houses. So that's why it doesn't really correlate.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Conversation with MJ with the 10 ball. Not you turning up in the morning, LOL. Good day, Sharon. Good day, beautiful. How you doing? Dun dun. I need a dun dun. Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess PhD. How you doing today?
What's up? What you doing up this early?
Yeah, I'm out here cooking up. I'm receiving all the growth in these young men's dimensions. I can see it on all sides of the dimensions, PhD, bro.
You know what? We told you no more Umar. No more Umar. So I've been seeing the whole quarter zip conversation just over the last couple days, but my
Okay.
understanding of it was that it was immigrant young men from like little young African, and Caribbean men who were, making the videos talking about quarter zips or whatever. And they were doing it to distinguish themselves from Black American males who wear the Nike Tech, whatever.
Hey.
Like I said, Sharon, the women are the one who got the issue with this. Them Africans don't wear quarter zips.
They
wear dashikis and hokas.
They kind of dress like you, to be honest.
No, they don't. They dress straight thrift shop, first aisle. That's what they dress like. So don't do that.
Me pointing out that what I've seen, and that's why I prefaced it by the conversation that I have seen, right?
Yeah.
And so I, in no way, shape, or form, have a problem with it. I personally do not care what Black males wear, because I understand that it's not going to change their situation regardless. Now, it may change their mindset, which could change their situation, but in and of itself, wearing a quarter zip versus a Nike Tech outfit ain't gonna change shit.
Oh, it's gonna change a lot,
it's
Diva.
not, huh?
It's gonna change a lot, Diva.
Okay, well, so the women aren't having a problem with it because I haven't seen any women even talking about it. I saw, males talking about it, and the conversations that I have seen, it was immigrant young Black men and Black American young Black men. So I can only go by what I've seen.
That's an interesting take, and hopefully that is not the case. It is a possibility that could be the case, but hopefully, young Black men are going to have a movement, and it's going to stay with them for a little bit. They're going to drink their matcha, wear their quarter zips, start speaking in proper English, and not trying to assimilate to streetness, right? Because for a long time, the perception that Black men was trying to uphold was being street, and a lot of them, the vast majority of these young men that were YNs, and now they are young men now. They went from YNs to YMs, Diva, and now that they can have a perception of who they actually are, because majority of them were not these goddamn perceived gangsters and rappers and all that. That ain't them. They are some sweethearts, and now they can being sweethearts.
Yeah, but the majority of them also aren't matcha drinkers, right? And so, again, I don't understand why like external, really insignificant shit is so important to Black males. Regardless of what you got on, it's about what's in your head and what's in your, heart. What type of person you are. And so I don't know. To me, it seems like a ridiculous thing to blow up into a massive, conversation. If you want to wear a quarter zip, wear a quarter zip. Still take your ass to school or do something productive. If you want to wear a Nike Tech, wear a Nike Tech. Still take your ass to school or do something productive. It shouldn't really be a difference.
No, but it is a difference. The way how you dress makes you move a different way. When you dress up, you feel a little bit better. You walk with a little bit more confidence. So it definitely changes the character of how you are. A lot of people dress to a character. Most people are not just putting on clothes and say, this is just what I have to wear. No, they're going outside to buy something to fit a character that they put in their own mind. And so, so the character of being a well-groomed man would maybe start making them want to read. They putting the Hennessy down and they picking up green tea. I'd rather that. I don't give a damn what it is, as long as there ain't no goddamn alcohol. They are pushing and promoting a healthier lifestyle, physically and also metaphorically. I think it's going to also move them into actually believing into that movement as well, and they're going to start moving differently as well.
I don't know. Maybe it's different for women because I'm the same person, whether I'm dressed up, to go to work in a suit or a conference or something, or if I'm going out and I'm showing a henna ass, right? A henna cheek. I'm still the same woman who got a PhD and done read more books than the vast majority of motherfuckers. And so it don't really, I don't really understand how it's just gonna shift who these people are at their core. Because, you know, a lot of these things end up being trends, right? And so once that moment passes, then what? Who are you? Are you shifting to the next thing and now you got to create a whole nother persona for yourself?
Right, and so that's the thing. Also happened with hip hop. They thought it was just a trend. It is a fad. It's gonna come and go. What y'all gonna do next? But it stayed for a mighty long time. And that
We
trend
talking
of
about
being hip
clothes
hop,
though. We talking
right? The
about
trend of hip
clothes.
hop started with how you look,
Right,
and
but in hip
that's how
hop,
other people was able to jump inside of hip hop. We know we
right,
got a
but
lot of Caribbean people that we found out today that they were not FBAs, and they, you know, they the fathers of hip hop for some strange reason, right? So it started with an image, and they and hip hop was based on like they are dressing opposite of what society is, and that's what hip hop was somewhat of a revolution. That's why they dress different, they communicate different, and the same thing could possibly happen with these young men, and they start a new revolution of dressing different, thinking different, and communicating different. And shout out to the Cash App. It says ninjas need to focus on education.
wait, but so the thing is, even within hip hop, we've seen the image change over time, right? So they, you know, first was out, there was a period where they was wearing Malcolm X hats and African medallions and dashikis. Then there was a period where they had their pants sagging off their ass. Then they became skater boys or rockers with the skinny jeans. And so regardless, it didn't change what they had. Well, part of it changed, right? So once they stopped doing the medallions and the Malcolm X hats, it kind of, the music shifted. But it, you know, from there, regardless of what type of image they portrayed in terms of clothing, it didn't change what was going on with them as rappers or with them as people involved in hip hop.
I disagree, and there's a reason why. Because the skateboard rappers, they was more like the so-called intellectual rappers, like Kick Push, the dude from Chicago. I can't think of his name right now. I don't know why I'm drawing a
Lil
blank.
Wayne was talking about he was a skater at one point, right? And he was still making degenerate shit. Like,
Yeah,
so
but that's
come
only
on.
one. So, but
No,
majority.
it was
But when we
plenty
when
of
we
them.
go with
Cut
the
it out.
majority, no, that's he just one. So, majority of the skateboard rappers, they was talking about productivity. They was talking about having a good time, being outside. They wasn't talking about shooting nobody. Was it Lupe Fiasco? Thank you so much.
Yeah,
They was
I
more on
remember
a
that.
lyrical miracle kind of thing when you go into
Okay,
that
now
genre of
name 10 of
skateboard.
them.
Yeah,
Can I
that
say one
skateboard rap.
thing?
Name
And then,
10 other
yes,
ones.
I've got you right now, Ignorant. And then we also have Mos Def. He was on that conscious rap. They also dressed and looked a
No,
certain way,
name 10 others.
like Common and
Skaters.
Kweli, right? So like they start to have factions of hip hop, and so regardless of the fact that the way how they dress, they put it within a character and it went with their music as well. And so if these young men
And
are
all
going to
of them
change
was
their
degenerate.
character and their face, how they look, they most likely going to change the way how they listen to music, the way how they communicate, the same way how it affected the different styles in hip hop as well.
They all ended up
I'm
being
cooking up.
degenerates, though. No, because they all ended up being degenerates, though, right? It was Common, the one who's talking about black people need to extend a hand in love, right? Who else? It was Most Def. Most Def did something. Hold on, let me circle back to him. Talib Kweli was the one who was trying to elevate Asian women and pit them against black women, right? And I liked Talib Kweli. And so all of these people ended up being degenerate in some shape, form, or fashion, regardless. So I don't get.
Sharon,
And then also name 10 other skateboard rappers
All right,
Sharon, can
I
I
get
ask a
you.
question?
Yes, let me just read
without
this
Googling.
and then you can ask a question, and we're going to bring Jay into it. So it also says, Ninja, clothes don't make the man stop. Go ahead, Ignorant, then we got Jay.
I just wanted to say, like, really, I'm here for like the men's mental health and the reality of a man's life and what they got to go through, right? Me personally, I'm from Brooklyn, right? I've seen young children be shot because they had on clothes that represented being a YN, right? So, truthfully, I look at this as a good thing because I believe it's less threatening to the police if they see young black men with quarter zips and casual dress. It's less threatening to the gangbangers because we are black. They just look at anybody that's black and they assault them. So if they're dressed in a casual attire This is better for the community. This might save some young black men's lives, and it's better for our mental health. I feel like we're gonna meet better women, all type of things. So I'm gonna leave it there.
Wait, so so you said it's gonna be safer. I'm sorry, Jay. For with regard, it'll be less threatening to the police. But are you aware of the Zoot Suit riots? Have you ever heard of that?
I have.
Right.
We're going back to 1950s now. Is that what
No,
you
it
want to
was
do?
before the 1950s, and so you really don't know
So,
about the Zoot Suit riots. But the
okay,
point that
when
I'm
what was
making
the year?
is,
When did it happen?
it was like in the
1960s?
1930s. It was in the 30s.
Oh, 1930s. Okay.
Right. And so the point of it is that even though black men were in three-piece suits, right, they still criminalized them, which culminated in a riot that they ended up having against the police because they got tired of it. We can go and look at the lynching archives and see that there were black men who were hung from trees in a suit. And
This is
so when you see
2025.
and we see that a lot of the same sentiments are still here. And so 2025 means nothing when we dealing with the same people, right? It was just a couple years ago that there were a police department in Florida got put on blast because they were using pictures of black men for target practice. And then it came out that it was a couple other ones, right? It was 2008 when the FBI said that the police departments around the country had been infiltrated by white supremacists or white
So
extremists.
this is a
And so
bad
what are
thing,
you
right?
talking about?
So is this a bad? Anything I said? Did anybody acknowledge that that was true?
That what was true?
Sharon, did you acknowledge what I said was true? That a black man, his chances of being assaulted by another black man if he's dressed in formal wear is less, and the police are less to delete him because he's dressed in formal wear. Do
That's
you
not
believe
true.
that to be true, Sharon?
And a quarter
Yes.
zip ain't formal wear.
Yeah. I would think yes, it will lessen the
Okay, see,
chance.
y'all crazy.
It will
Okay,
lessen
thank
the
you.
chance. It ain't gonna stop it, but it will lessen the chance for
I
sure.
don't think it's gonna lessen the chance when these people are white extremists who looking for a reason. It don't matter what you wearing. But it's weird to me that black men, I don't know, y'all mindset is just very different. Oh, here you go. It's in an inexplainable way. It be shit that don't even have no like evidence to support it that y'all will wholeheartedly believe.
So it is evidence.
Should we
It is
keep the
evidence.
Nike text? Is that what you want? Is that
So,
what?
but it is evidence to support it because one of the reasons why the civil rights movement moved so rapidly is also because of imagery.
Wait a minute, the civil rights movement didn't move so rapidly. You know how long them people was at it? It didn't move so rapidly. The civil rights movement was decades since Reconstruction. Once the troops pulled out, the northern troops pulled out, it was the civil rights movement. Because they was
Right.
already having to take to the streets and protest, right? And so you know
Mm-hmm.
about the Children's March in the early 1900s?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Go
And
ahead.
so if we're talking about 100 years, because slavery ended in 1865 and the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964, the Voting Rights Act in 1965. So 100 years ain't moving quickly.
But it is. So the problem is that
It's
it
not.
is.
It's not.
Absolutely, it is.
No.
And it cannot happen in a day.
I'm not
It's
saying it
not
happened
gonna.
in a day, but you saying that, oh, that's why it moved so quickly. No, when it was 100 years of black people's blood, sweat, and tears toiling, towards that end. And it really didn't even stop then, but, that's a convenient place to kind of place a line of demarcation. But
Right.
yeah,
And
100
so,
years
and
ain't
what I'm
moving so
saying,
quickly.
and what I'm saying with it, right? So it moved quickly because the mentality changed, the way how they dress changed, the way how they communicated changed. They wouldn't say, "Hey, it's a boss, we sick." They stopped doing that shit. They started speaking a certain way. They started dressing a certain way. They started being more educated, and all of that changed the way how we was perceived. And when they started hosing us down, when we fast forward to Martin Luther King and they hosing people down that was dressed and looking like
Sharon.
innocent people, it
That's not
changed the
true.
way how the perception
That's
was,
not
and
true.
it moved a certain way.
Well,
It
then how
does.
is your
Sharon.
The way
perception
how you
still the
look,
same?
the way
How
how
is your
you look
perception
changes
still the same
the
today?
way the way how you look changes the perception. It absolutely
doesn't.
It does.
Y'all
I've
been a
been a
nigga
man all my
regardless of
life.
how you dressed and how you talk. You still been a nigga. Sorry.
Right,
but that's not. But still, that's not the conversation. If they still believe that or not, it doesn't matter.
No, but they still treated you like one, and just
but it
because
doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. That's what they
right.
do.
So your perception, what? But you're talking about the perception of you changed, and so if the perception of you changed, then they would treat you differently, and they would regard you differently.
Right. And so the thing is that these young men doing it, they're not doing it for white men. So it doesn't matter if the white people agree with it or not, or however they're going to feel about it, right? So if the young men they start changing their clothes and they change their attitude, the way how they communicate, that's going to also change the way how the police interacts with them.
It's going to change.
It's going to change. It has to change the way how the police interact with
them.
It does naturally happen because
it does
now.
Not. It does. So
but you have no proof of that.
So when did it happen? Because even during the civil rights movement, when people were dressed up in suits, the part of the civil rights movement that we all most familiar with, when they were dressed in suits, it was still cops out there bashing them over the head with billy clubs and sticking dogs on them.
This is 2025.
Nigga, so what? And they still got their foot on your neck in 2025. Are you fucking retarded?
Hold on. So, but still in all, with all that, it has changed. Regardless. So it changed from they making us slaves to now they freed us. It changed. So regardless of how insignificant you feel like or how long, it doesn't matter how long you feel it took. It changed, and now we are still moving.
And they didn't free you. You freed yourself. Were it not for you, you would still be in chains. So don't give them that credit. Absolutely not. Anything we had to do.
I'm not. You saying you are saying. The problem that I'm having. Go ahead. Who wants to jump in?
Me, MJ.
Okay,
go ahead, MJ. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if they're doing it for them because they just want a new look, a new trend, we know that in history we recycle back, right? So I think this was like supposed to be like a modern day dandyism per se, really. If they want to do that, that's fine. But if they're doing it under the impression that they're going to be treated better in society, that's bullshit. Because remember back in, I think 2019, those two professional brothers who was having a business meeting in Starbucks with a white I guess someone who wanted to do business with them, a white networker, and they were called, police was called on them, and they were arrested for loitering in Starbucks, knowing that Starbucks is a place where a lot of business meetings or online meetings occur, where people sit down and have a cup of coffee and stuff. But they was called on it as being loitering, and they weren't dressed as your typical hood person. They were dressed in the quarter, the quarter zip sweater and all that stuff like that, and that didn't help them. That didn't help the situation, So I don't think that you should hone on it as people are going to treat you different. And it's kind of odd that you would want individuals who would violate you, whether if you are extreme or not, to want to treat you differently, as opposed of you not being seen as a threat. I mean, isn't that one of the reasons why these particular races and stuff, they act out the way that they act out now, because they no longer could fear you as a threat. And they also feel that they have law enforcement and laws to back them too. Like they don't feel like there's a threat there anyway. That's why we continue to see the things that we see happening today. So if anything, I think that if Black men would be seen more as a threat, but not as a threat as I think hypocritically, right? Like you're more a threat to your community than versus being a threat to someone who's attacking your community. I think that that's the image that y'all need to be working on. That y'all are not a threat to your community and everyone else. You're a threat to anybody who wants to come in and violate your community. And I'll drop the mic.
So when those young men, and I agree on the in half of it, and I disagree on the front half of the young men that was at Starbucks. The problem with it is that they had a image of Black men already, so it didn't matter what you wore. And now, if young men could start moving in a different light, and they could start changing the image of what young men look like, and they not considered YNs anymore, They went from YNs to young men to YMs. It's going to change the way how they communicate, the way how they move outside, the way how they are interacting with the world, and the world's going to react differently to them. It's a natural thing that happens.
I understand what you're saying, but clothing is not going to cut it. It's going to have to be personality and character. There is a plethora of people I know that live in the hood who don't act like what is the stereotype that everybody know hood people acts like. You know what I'm saying? They don't present themselves in any kind of way. They speak very clear, intelligent. They have a clear thought when you speak with them. They don't act that way. You know what
Can
I'm
I
saying?
ask
So
you a question?
it has to be something that's internal. You know what I'm saying? It has to be more than just what clothes you put on. It has to be your mannerism. It has to be your thought process. It has to be how you articulate yourself, how you communicate yourself. All of that has to apply. That character, you know, those type of attributes. It's like putting a fucking clown suit on a motherfucking dog and expecting the dog not to bark. We
Yeah.
can't be doing that shit.
So the problem is that nobody's going to respect any man that's going into a business meeting with a clown suit, no matter how good he sounds. Correct? If he got full face makeup and it's Donald Trump and he walked in there with full face makeup and this is how we met him. We don't know who he is. He's a great, whoever is a great businessman that we can think of. If he walked into that business meeting as a clown, nobody's going to give him respect no matter how much he knows. And we all know that. So yes, the way how your clothes are is also going to attribute the way how you walk and talk and communicate. And that's what these young men are exuding. They are communicating different. They are not talking like the typical YNs. They are speaking with more diction with their words. They are standing up straight. You see it in these little short videos that is played today that we was just watching a few minutes ago. Go ahead, Andy, ask your question.
I just wanted one question. Ladies, have you ever seen somebody and you perceive them to be, or they presented themselves in a way that made them attractive to you? It's just a yes or no. I'm assuming yes, right? So
No, don't
what I'm
assume that. Most people are gonna be attracted based on how the person look, right? So do they have a nice
that's what
face,
I
a nice
said.
body?
That's what I just said.
But
Can y'all hear me? I don't know if y'all can hear me. I just said that.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, we can.
I
their
We got.
said
face and their body isn't how they
Finish.
present themselves, though. That's just what their genetic makeup.
okay, that's fine. What I'm saying is we can't pretend like perception isn't real because some people can be fooled by a false perception, right? And black men wearing these clothes is basically a wolf in sheep's clothing. We're playing the game smarter, whether you want to or like it or not. It's more intelligent to make you think that we're weaker. You understand what I'm saying? It's chess, not checkers. So what we're
Okay.
doing is we're playing on the mental minds. And I know plenty of women who say a guy presented himself nice, but he wasn't that way. So y'all can't lie and say perception don't matter. That don't mean nothing. You still ain't this and all that. But his perception what got him in the door.
I don't think
So
we're saying that
like
it doesn't.
I think we being disingenuous, honestly, for some reason. I don't know why. And I'll
I'm not
digress.
saying that it doesn't matter, and I'm not saying that it doesn't occur, right? I'm just saying that that shouldn't be a focal point. And I don't think that you should be doing it for outcomes and results of what you would get with women or what you would get with dealing with the other half of society. I don't think that's the move, because if you're
Everybody
not
do that. Women and men. We both do that.
okay, but see, but this is what happens. A lot of the times y'all get through the motherfucking door and you fuck it up because you don't know what to fucking do when you get inside the fucking door. That's my problem with it.
That's
Y'all want to
nonetheless.
put on you want to put on a fucking costume, a facade. You want to run in there and act like fucking Batman, but you can't do Batman shit.
Yeah, the goal is
That
to
would
get
make
in the
shit even
door.
worse.
The goal is to get in the door.
Lord Jesus.
The
Yeah, I mean,
accomplishment.
black men, y'all are. And so when I was talking about Conquer, this is like a prime illustration of it, right?
Mm, mm,
So
mm.
he's telling us that
Is
y'all
the
want to
music
dress a
playing,
certain way
Kel?
to look weaker, to people who already know you weak because they've been having their foot on your neck for hundreds of years. And so, go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry.
You on mute, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Oh no, y'all are good. I understand where you two are coming from, specifically Sharon and Ignat, about like how you perceive yourself when you're in different clothing. But I would say I agree with the women more so that there are bigger problems in how you dress. And I feel like that's the easiest minute change you could make to be able to get people to perceive you as a different man. The real problems need to be addressed. Until then, to me, it's just like you're playing with your fashion. It's just a costume. Like we see people who change their personality in any outfit that they wear. And it's not a permanent change. It's just how they feel in those clothes. When they take those clothes off, they're still the same person. So it's your personality that is the
So what's
issue. It's
wrong with
who
the
you are
clothes?
at your core. I didn't say there were anything wrong with the clothes. I didn't say anything was wrong with the clothes. That's not what I said. I said I understand where you two are coming from because it's a self-esteem thing when you wear different clothes. You perceive yourself as different. But when you take off those clothes or somebody puts you in a situation, that real you comes out because that's who you are. Who you are at your core needs to
See,
change.
y'all not getting it. Y'all
Okay.
really not getting it. Okay, y'all
I
can put.
am.
No, listen. You can put on nice clothes. Does that make you feel good when you go out? Yes. That's it. All it is. Oh, you're who you are. What is wrong with somebody putting on nice
I didn't
clothes?
say. I just said. Maybe I'll
You
say it a
go
third
into
time.
listen. You
Maybe I'll
go
say it a
into
third
who you
time
are. What
because
the
it's a
fuck that got
layered
to
All right,
do
hold on.
with
All right,
conversation.
hold on. Pause.
It's
Everybody pause. All
it's.
right, so this what he's saying is that so it seems like what it seems like is that we're attacking the fact that even if they was to change their clothes, change their
Mhm.
speech, and go
Mhm.
from Hennessy to green tea, that it ain't
Mhm.
going to change nothing in young black men. They're not going to go. They're going to still be YNs. They are not going to turn to young men, even though they are walking different. They wearing
Mhm.
different clothes. They are
Mhm.
communicating their words different. They are not talking
Mhm.
in a negative way. So those are steps towards the right direction, and they keep moving in that direction for years on to come. It goes from so-called a fad or a trend, and it moves on to a particular sector of young black men. That is a good and productive movement for them to go. We've been saying for years that they need to stop wearing saggy pants. And now that we do have a group of young men that is willing to go ahead and turn it into something cool to actually be articulate, dress well, and drinking something that is not going to make you drunk, that
Mhm.
should be looked at as a productive thing and in a step in the right direction.
Yes, it's a step in the right direction. Maybe I'll say it a third time. I don't have a problem with them doing it. I don't have a problem. I'll say it a fourth time. I don't have a problem with them doing it. That's not why I'm saying what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, historically, we have seen these types of positive things happen, end up being a trend, and they go right back to doing negative shit
Right.
because they haven't addressed the true issue. I agree, it's a step in the right direction, but you need to commit and go fully that way. And not a lot of men are prepared to make that step.
I disagree.
They still want to hold on to their degeneracy. They still want to hold on to their fucked up friends. Yes,
No,
it's true. It's
no,
true. There are
no.
men who still talk about in their 40s about how they used to do degenerate shit and laugh about it in their old age.
Perfect. And that's the problem that we are having. Y'all attributing these old rim bros, these red pill incel
Not,
men for these no good
my
suckers,
God.
compare them to these young men are attempting to make movements. They
Okay.
are moving in the right direction, regardless of what
This is
these
because
old
this isn't the
40-year-olds are
first
doing.
time y'all have done this type of
Right,
movement. That's what
right.
I'm saying. The older men, because the older men did this too.
Right. The Million Man March, and then everybody was trying to dress up afterwards.
Like, I'm not talking shit. I'm saying historically we have seen it go
Right.
revert right back to
Right.
No,
bullshit.
no, it's not the same at this
Okay.
moment. And
How do we know?
the reason why it's not the same at this moment is because even when they was doing all that thing, they were still wearing 3-piece suits and trying to say that they are thugs. They are saying they are corporate thugging. Right, so the verbiage has changed. So they were still holding on to the ideology of I gotta be hyper masculine, even though I'm in a suit. I'm corporate thugging. They still drinking Hennessy. We popping bottles. That's not what these young men are doing. They saying we are going out drinking green tea and wearing quarter zips. It's a completely different ideology, and it's a completely change in the way how they communicate. So the difference is that what y'all are talking about is that they clothing changed, but they speech did not change.
That's
And
fine.
that's what we are talking about now, is that they clothes change and their communication is changing.
No.
You got this one, Diva?
I don't think so, Sharon.
You can see it?
Yeah, I see it. Hold on.
All right.
All right. Hold on. Let me enlarge it. Brandon Dusan, $2. My friend, you left me here at Lafayette. It sounds like y'all may have a self-esteem. No, thank you. I'm gonna have okay. For the fire, okay. It sounds like y'all are saying males, young black males have a self-esteem issue, right? If
No.
y'all think these clothes gonna make such a difference in how they see themselves, whatever. And I'm not even pushing back on that part. What I'm pushing back on is the idea that the police are going to view you as less threatening. I don't see that happening at all.
I
Have
just
you
feel
ever been a black man in formal clothes and been had to enter with the police? Has that ever happened to you?
Yes.
No, it hasn't, right?
Yes.
No, I'm saying as a
Yes.
black man. Were you a man when that happened?
Yes.
No, you
You ain't
wasn't.
shit.
That's what I'm saying. Listen,
Uh,
listen. Y'all talking from a place of like I feel like y'all talking from a place of hurt or like what
hurt.
somebody did to
Hurt with
y'all.
what?
Because
Wait, hurt with
let me finish.
what?
Let me finish. Because this isn't a threat to y'all. It's not an issue to y'all. If
Yeah.
anything, it's a plus for y'all.
how's
I
it a
don't.
How
plus?
is it a
Hold
plus?
on. How is a plus? Because y'all want black men to present themselves as white men, act like
No.
white men. No,
No.
no,
Huh?
no. Let's just be
No.
honest. Let's be
Excuse
No.
me?
honest. Let's be
Right.
honest. Y'all
But
want
see,
black men to present themselves as white men.
no.
Why
So
y'all
that's
Crazy.
what
got an
y'all
issue?
doing? That's what you
But you're
telling me this movement
basically
is?
No,
showing
no, no,
that
no.
y'all have
This
a
move.
self-esteem
No,
issue.
listen.
If you
This
Why
think we
y'all
want
keep
movement
y'all to
is
calling
be
it a
like
about.
white
movement,
men, you
man?
have a
This
self-esteem
movement is
issue.
about children. It was a joke about children making a joke. That's what this is about. It's about children making a joke that they wear these clothes that they feel more proper and Caucasian
I think
because
y'all
that's what
conflating,
y'all
man.
put as a fucking pedestal. So they just is making a
No.
joke out of how
Y'all put it as
idiotic.
a pedestal.
It's a joke
No.
out of how
Because
idiotic
that's why
y'all
they said
think.
it.
All right, so
No, it's
Landon,
how y'all think, because that came out of
Wait.
black males' minds, not ours. We never said
So
shit about
They
doing
are
anything to make ourselves
children.
feel
hold
more
on, hold on.
Caucasian.
Those were
They're children, but they
children.
have
Hold on, Ignorant.
minds. They have minds.
All right, go ahead. Let me also welcome into the show, Mr. Alignment. Good day, Mr. Alignment. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, y'all can hear me, man.
Yeah, we gave you
Show us
good
your
today.
arms.
Nah, but we gonna definitely get to that. I think like everybody's saying it's a movement. It's always a movement. It's always a trend with something. Just like when dudes was wearing the hoochie daddy shorts, they got put into a category there. Just like right now in Houston, down south or whatever, it's the cowboy movement with the cowboy hats and the cutoff shirts. It's a movement there. It seems like it's always going to be divisive, no matter what's worn, whether it's a male, whether it's a female. I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I mean, when we really think about it, it's still the YN still gonna wear the Nike Techs. That's not even a demographic we speaking on. We speaking on, I guess, the college boys that they've been wearing that. I deliver to colleges right now. Y'all know I'm a CDL driver. They always wearing that. When I go to the cafeterias, they all got the quarter zips on. I guess once you put it onto social media, it becomes a big uproar. But this is what I see in my daily life. Like I just delivered to Chrysler Jeep because I deliver auto parts. The black dudes in there, they got the quarter zips on with the button ups underneath. So I don't think it's big as a deal as we making it. I mean, it's good for content, but that's really my only thing. Like I'm really seeing it right now as we speak. So is we speaking on the youngins, or are we speaking in totality for black men? Because that's what we talking about. We're not even talking about black women.
Well, we know the grown men ain't going to wear no damn quarter zips to start dressing properly.
They literally wearing it right now. What you want me to go back into there? I'm right here in Eastern Maryland right now at the Chrysler Jeep dealer.
No, I said grown men. You talking about young men?
Oh, we talking about young men.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
and the young men are changing their outfits from this YN look to a young man look.
The youngest that's wearing the quarter zips right now, they already been in school.
Right, and so now, and so now, if that trend could become cool, and now and all the young men that are already wearing it, now they are like how we said. Your microphone is acting up again, and so now if the young men that are already doing all the right things, they could become cool and they could be acceptable in the media, the mass media. Things will change.
That's not going to happen that way. What is going to happen is the ones that's already doing the right thing are going to be overlooked because the YNs who have no intention on changing, but they have all the attention to be under the umbrella of the good ones, is going to continue to do their fucking grimy shit under the presence of them being a good guy. That's what's going to happen. And what is going to happen is now they're going to relabel, oh, if you see a black man looking like this, he is just as much as a degenerate as the ones that we thought who had fucking their pants under their fucking ass. That's what's going to happen because we've seen it numerous of times where y'all bad actors hide under the good ones and they get coverage and they do their fucking foul shit and then now they fucking destroy the whole image of what that person looked like or what the good person looked like. Y'all have done it numerous of times throughout history, and the same shit is going to happen because they're not really talking about going to the deeper issue and about their fucking behaviors and their fucking mentality and their thought process is really the true reason that fucking shows what type of character they are and not what the fuck they're wearing.
I definitely see where MJ coming from, but y'all know they got quarter zip Under Armour workout gear and stuff, right, too. So it doesn't matter if I wear the quarter zip Nike stuff when I'm going to the gym because I still got that right now in my closet. So is it just a formal or is it just an overall quarter zip look? Is where we talking
It is
about.
a business. They are dressing business casual.
Business casual. I'm not saying how that's uproar. They always doing that.
Hold on. They dressing in quarter zips with a collar shirt and a tie with shoes to match, slacks, and drinking green tea. So it's a completely flip. It ain't just a quarter zip and they still looking like a thug or they trying to be moving in like they drilling. No, it's a whole completely different way how they communicate, the way how they using words. They're not using the same words. So
I have to disagree.
All this is a step in the right direction for young men to be moving toward, and we need to be pushing and promoting that more because once they start changing their words, they start changing their clothes, they start changing their attitude as well. That follow along with it, and possibly they could get into the education thing because being all those things is going to be cool. And once we make something like that cool, guess what? It'd be millions of them doing it. The same way how we only had a few rappers at one point, and then not everybody can rap. So now it could also translate the same way. In this way, we can make it cool enough.
I think we blowing this out of proportion, man. This ain't even that deep, bro.
But you don't want to talk about it? You want to talk about something else?
Talking about vernacular and change of vocabulary. I'm one of the most ignorant that be coming on this damn on these panels, and you know my word selection is crazy. I be playing.
No,
smart,
I do not know. So hold on, pause there. I do not know that you have an extensive vocabulary. I don't know that.
Come on, Bracy. It's Mr. Alignment.
And the reason why I don't know it because you choose not to use it because for whatever reason,
when it's permitted, that's when I use it. When it's not, like right now, what am I using it for?
Hold on. And for whatever reason, you do not believe that speaking, you do not believe that communicating in a proper tone and with a more I guess nerdy vernacular, I guess for a lack of words right now.
So it's
That
tone.
you don't look at it as manly, so you try to push out and promote this aggressive, I got big arms, I'm going to beat you up, instead of promoting and pushing that you have a great mentality and you have a great vocabulary. That is the problem. So once we get young men to start moving in that direction, then other young men behind them see this is a good thing. It's going to change and it's going to shift. It's going to be a paradigm shift.
When we say young men, what's the age? Like, give me exact time, because young men can go down to my kids'
These are young men that's still in high school.
Huh?
These are young men that are doing it. We ain't talking about old men wearing quarter zips.
No, I'm saying, like, what's the age group? 18 to 21, 21 and down? Because once you start getting 21 to 25, that ain't no young men.
Down. High school and down.
High school and down?
Yes.
Well, the video that I saw that you showed, the one, they all still had that image still. They got dreads. Like, they're going to still get judged. No matter how we going to look at it, just them being black with dreads. Even if they do dress up nice and they work in a cubicle and they at the dealership, it's black men. We always going to be judged. This is what I mean. This whole topic is divisive. It's like, damn, my brother, I'm glad I'm a nudist. I got a nice body underneath my clothes. I advocate for not wearing clothes. How about that?
Wow, I think it's interesting that we are fighting it.
I'm being extreme
About to be
for
a
a
situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All right, let me see. At Mind Chaos Brew, $10. Is this the same little white man?
No, that's Raw G.
Oh, okay.
Teeth came out.
Hip hop culture is dying, and the old guard is mad as fuck. Shout out to all the YNs that are focused on professionalism instead of street life. Wonderful.
100.
I hope they can go out and build businesses so they don't have to wait for the white man to open the door for them.
I think this is absolutely true. That it's just dying. That old version of what we supposed to look like and act like is dying. It's dead. The people starting to realize that it's not worthy of our character. Majority of us do not move like how hip hop portrayed us, and we held on to this negative imagery for way too long. We supposed to have grown out of it, and now these young men, they going from YNs to YMs. And I'm in all support of the movement. And hopefully that it does translate into their mentality as well. Because it definitely happened with hip hop. Hip hop was all hip hop, hip. Right? It was all fun and games about dancing. And then guess what? Rakim came along, then it went all about drug dealing. And then NWA came along, then now it went all about gangster rap. So it kept moving and it changing. And it influenced a lot of people to move in that direction. So hopefully these young men, it can start with a trend with how they look, dress, and communicate. Then hopefully it translates into more of urban culture like music. And then now it's going to be cool to look that certain way. Because guess what? Kanye West was able to get people to start wearing polos and being conscious rap was okay. Guess what? Jay-Z got people to start putting on button-up shirts. But the problem with that, with the difference with that, is that they didn't change their language. They kept talking like thugs. They kept communicating like thugs. They kept saying corporate thugging. These young men are not saying that. They saying they changing the whole situation. The whole thing. The way how they talk, what they drinking, and what they wearing. And that's a big difference. It's not just about the clothes. It's all about everything that encompasses the whole situation if it picks up.
Right. So what happened that made the music shift over time to, all that negativity? Because like you said, it started out as like something about partying and, having a good time, whatever. So what happened to change it?
It became cool to be Rakim.
No, but so Rakim was one person, right? There were other rappers who were rapping about other stuff. And so what happened that Rakim became the predominant person or whatever, and other people because it was also cool to be LL Cool J, right? And
not before Rakim. See, so let's move it there, right? So LL was the extension of Rakim. That's why he wore the rope chain. That's why he wore the bucket hat, and that's why he looked like a street person. right? So LL Cool J was looking like what Rakim was representing. Rakim was the first street hustler rapper. He made that look, that what you wear outside, gold chains, driving those square body Jeeps. He made that part
Tango
cool.
hats.
And then so now it translated into even younger men like LL Cool J, and he portrayed that as well, but he was able to do it in a more flashy, younger way. He had more energy, dancing and talking about women. So, and it kept on progressing from there on. So Rakim was the first one that turned it. He's really the original of gangster rap, to be honest.
Okay, but so how did he get the large platform as opposed to somebody else who didn't rap about drug dealing or whatever?
Right, because Rakim, he made drug dealing look cool. He wasn't performative hip hop. He was real hip hop, right? He was real street rap type of. He went from the dancing part, like he didn't dance, even though he didn't curse and none of that thing, right? But he didn't dance. He just walked. He rapped in a calm voice. Everything was calm, and that's what hip hop. So he made that part of hip hop cool. And so hopefully these young men can make this part of a new culture cool.
No, so what I'm saying is, okay, so Rakim, again, was one rapper. There were other rappers who were not rapping about the same thing. But in order for that image to be projected across the country, because black males across the country adopted that drug dealing is cool mentality, right? Rakim had to have his videos or his music on the TV so they could see that image, right? They was playing videos, and it had to be played on the radio, and it had to be, his albums had to be distributed in music stores, right? And so Rakim didn't become Rakim by himself, is what I'm pointing out. And so the same way all these gangster rappers or rap has transitioned over time because certain artists have been pushed, even now, right? We talk about how, people will say, oh, it ain't no conscious rappers no more. And then other people who know more about rap will say, yeah, there are plenty of conscious rappers now. They just aren't pushed into the mainstream like the degenerate rappers, the mumble rappers, I guess now, right? So there's a system behind that, creating that, correct? Right. And so in the same way, there's a system behind clothing, right? That black people do not control. Oh, okay. All right. And so I'm going to let y'all, I'm going to ... and let y'all.
No, girl, I want to see what was it, but we're not talking about controlling a clothing industry.
We don't have to, but my point is though your lack of control over the industries, you can come up with an idea and do something, but they're able to manipulate it and transform it through their control.
That's fine, but that's a different argument, and I understand
it's not
that
an argument, right?
It's
and so
a different
again,
argument.
they control the media, and so they can take this quarter zip look and turn it into something totally different. That's what the point I'm making.
That's fine. So the issue is though, if the young men take it and they actually change the way how they communicate and move and think, and they start reading becomes cool, and this, that, and third, all these things that we are fighting against, it would change the way how they are going to get outcomes, because they are going to get into a more outcome oriented situation from being just, I'm out here just doing whatever I can to get $1 to I have a plan because I look like I'm supposed to have a plan. And now it translates as years go down that they actually will have one, because the conversation has been changing. Y'all all said it, that it's plenty of people that look like super thugs, but they speak and they communicate properly. So now we could change the image that we don't have to look like that now, and we could also communicate like that. And now we combine those two things, it would change the culture that's behind us, because we ain't changing it. We ain't changing the old ones.
Listen, let's keep it 100, Sharon. Let's keep it 100. The only reason why this new trend is going on is because y'all done let so many other people exploit hip hop, use it as their own. Pretty much now they will hire anybody who is not actually of that culture to actually perform that culture before you. Literally, there is not one single hip hop album on the Billboard, and that hasn't happened in a very long time. So now you're like, okay, we're played out. We're not even making money off her anymore. So you're now starting a new trend. Listen, I don't have no problem with it. My biggest thing is I hope y'all have learned from history that you need to gatekeep shit that is yours, right? Because that's exactly what's going to happen with this. You start the whole zip quarter trend movement, drinking green tea, doing hot yoga and all that shit like that, and it's going to become real marketable, right? And then it's going to get exploited again, and then you're going to be outcast from it. Because I just see that happening. Because that's never a conversation. And then on top of that, like I said before, you're going to have bad actors who's going to come in and they're going to put on the uniform and they're going to portray your identity. And then you're going to be lumped in once again with these people who have hidden agendas and not good intentions.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All right. Kasim, $10. Too many men focus on external achievements while neglecting the internal traits that make them compelling as individuals. The goal should be developing both, not choosing one over the other. And also, like, black men don't take the stuff, like the points we're raising, as us having a problem with it. The intelligent thing to do is to make note of them and be on the lookout for that type of stuff so you can prevent it from happening again.
Yes, thank you.
I hear that. I hear you. I like the movement. Hopefully, it turns into a real situation. Hopefully, it's not just a 2-month trend and it just fly by night. I hope that these young men do hold on to it and move forward with it. Maybe turn into a new clothing line. Some young man, he see the situation and they start a whole new clothing trend, and it moves the server. They start a whole new way to communicate, because that's what we've been saying for a long time. Young men need to learn how to communicate better, start treating people like human beings, and all these things is in a direction towards communicating better, in my opinion. Welcome to the show. Good day. Welcome to the show. Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
We hear you good.
Yeah, man. First and foremost, Cuzzo, let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to the beautiful queen, the supreme goddess, PH Diva. Peace and love to you.
Love.
Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel. We miss you too. Conversations with MJ. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love.
And peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, Jay. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Miss Jalen, Genesis, Keisha G, Renee, the voice of Venus, the verbal assassin, Happy, Barry White, Zero Tolerance, the victorious one. All the queens, man. All the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm going to make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the woman on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. I'm hearing the conversation, but I'm a little confused. So I got 2 questions I want to ask. I want the ladies to answer first, and then you, Cuzzo. My first question is, when y'all are reminiscing and looking back to what personified, and I'm talking about the image that personified Black excellence or Black discipline, where do you go? Where does your mind take you? Whatever.
I would say definitely 1940s, 1950s, dandyism. I like that type of clothing, really.
Go ahead, Queen, Supreme Goddess, PhD Diva. Where does your mind take you when you look at the imagery of Black excellence or Black discipline? What era do you think best personified that for us?
Probably like Harlem Renaissance era.
Go ahead, Jay. Can you answer that question? What era do you think personified Black excellence or Black discipline?
I would have to agree with MJ. Dandyism.
What about you, Cuzzo? What era does your mind take you to?
Well, you know, I'm definitely a modern day dandy, so I definitely appreciate that. That was awesome. The modern Renaissance, the Harlem Renaissance, that's a very good era as well. But I would say roughly around. I encompass all that. Anything that's well dressed and groomed, I encompass all that. So I would say the Malcolm and the Martin look.
Right. And I appreciate all those answers. And what they all have in common is
talk to them.
The way they were dressing was very professional, very disciplined, very astute. They personified integrity. They personified being clean, being well groomed, looking really nice. I'm looking at the shoes matching the tie and the suit matching from head to toe. They had it going on, and they had a certain style, a certain swag that a lot of people, and I'm talking about of other cultures, they were jealous of, because they realized that they didn't have that aura that we had. They didn't have that dignified look that we had. They didn't have that disciplined look that we had, right? So I get kind of confused with the conversation when we can't recognize that it's better for our culture to get more buttoned up and to look more professional, to look more disciplined, to look more decent and in order, to look like we got our stuff together, not just for the outside communities, but for our own community in the future of the next generation, right? And I guess my second question, and this is just for the queens, I want to ask y'all, because I was hearing the conversation, and like I said, I was a little confused. So I would like y'all to answer this. So let's say y'all were on a business trip, right? And it was just you by yourself. Your company sent you to a random city that you were unfamiliar of, right? And you're stepping out to get some lunch. And on one side of the street, you got these brothers who were wearing these quarter zips and drinking the green teas or whatever they call it. I don't know what these brothers are drinking, but they're dressing that business professional, attire, right? And then on the other side of the street, you got these brothers who are wearing pajamas and sagging their pajamas, showing, their behind. They're wearing do-rags. Some of them are wearing hoodies, and things of that nature. And let's say it's a group on each side that you have to walk through, right? You got to walk through one side. Now, as a lady, as a queen, as a woman, which side would you feel more comfortable walking on that side to go get your lunch, right? Where you would feel less harassed, where you would feel more protected, where you would feel like you'll be left alone. And you had to pick one side, which side of the street would you walk through those group of men?
Can I go first?
Go ahead, Queen.
Absolutely.
All right. So I want to answer your first question. You said that you was a little confused. My point is, I don't have a problem with them trying to change their appearance. There's nothing wrong with that. My whole point of is, are you doing it for the right reasons? Are you doing it because you really want to do it? Or are you doing it because someone mentioned that they possibly doing it so they will have better interactions with the police, better interaction with society, or even better interactions with women? To me, that's cosplaying, because if you're not inherently a better person with a different ideology or mindset, you're now going to display your degeneracy in a nice button-down suit. And I feel that that is going to be a problem for the good guys who always been good and they just so happen to dress that way. Is going to start to link them in again with bad actors, because we've seen it in history in our community how you will have guys doing what they're supposed to do. They might even be a little rugged. They might have a little twang and a swang in their voice, but the bad actors will fall under their umbrella and say, yeah, I'm just like them. And then they will go out and they will create havoc to the community, their space, wherever they're at. And now you're getting lumped in as, the whole, right? All y'all do that. Just look at this identifier, look at this indicator. And now they all doing that. So that's my problem with it, that you can change how you want to dress, but you also have to change the mentality and the ideology out of it, or you're going to still get the same results. Now to your second question, Brownsville, I'm from East New York. I don't give a fuck, right? Because what in my mind, me being a woman, I know that the man in the 3-piece suit and the man with the fucking hoodie on and the fucking jeans behind his waist with the Nikes or the Jordans can hurt me regardless, because I have experienced both. So because of my personal experience, I experienced people who look like they dress very well and they got something to lose and they got something going for themselves, and people who look like they don't got shit have both been could have both been a problem with me in my life. So it really wouldn't have mattered. That's just my thing.
So for
Hold on, I'm about to
clarification,
go. I have to go for I'm at my appointment.
well,
So
go ahead,
the
go ahead,
first
Queen.
question, I don't have an issue with it. What I was pushing back against is the idea that black men changing their attire is going to change how the police perceive and interact with them. That is what I was pushing back against. With regard to walking down the street, I'm gonna turn around and go down a different street. Cause for the same reasons that MJ mentioned. Suit, no suit, quarter zip, hoodie, sagging jeans, they've all been dangerous in my experience. And so how they look ain't gonna make me feel no safer. But
So
yeah, I'm
so
out.
just for clarification, right? Because what I said, you didn't have the option to walk on the other side or turn around and go back and skip lunch, right?
I'm calling the cops.
You had to pick a side, right?
I'm calling
And the question was, Queen, the question was simple, right? In your mind, how would you feel more comfortable? Would you feel more
Neither.
comfortable? Well,
Neither.
but see, here's where it gets kind of conflicted and convoluted, right? Because with the first question I asked y'all is, what era did y'all believe personified black excellence and personified, black discipline and things of that nature? You brought up Harlem Renaissance and all of those things, right? And obviously during that time, Harlem Renaissance days, we were buttoned up from head to toe, right? And I would like to believe that those brothers that's wearing those quarter zips more closely resemble that era than those brothers dressed in pajamas and they're sagging and do-rags and the hoodies on and all of that.
I
Yeah,
Am I
understand.
right or am I
I
wrong about
cited
that?
the Harlem Renaissance not because of how they were dressed, but because of all of the literature and arts and that type of thing that was coming out of them. And so, if we're talking about excellence, yeah, the products of the Harlem Renaissance were excellent, and it takes a lot of discipline to be able to learn any type of thing to the degree that those people were, right? So if we know about Zora Neale Hurston, and the way she was among the first to like really start doing in-depth studies of black folk culture, it takes a lot of discipline. It's excellent, right? And so it had nothing to do with how they was dressed.
But that's true what you're saying. What you're saying is absolutely true. But Queen, that wasn't the conversation we was having. The conversation we was having was based upon an imagery. And then I specifically mentioned that when I asked the question. I said in terms of the imagery, in terms of how they were dressed, in terms of what they were wearing, their attire, what
Okay, well,
era.
I missed that part. I was responding
Right,
to what they produced. So
But here's my
right.
thing, brother Brownsville. Here's my thing, right? Even though I said dandyism will to me signifies black excellence and all that stuff, I am not naive to say that people who were considered black excellence were doing crime shit back then too. We tend to forget that we had this uh era where it was people in suits doing crimes. They were following the mobsters, the Italian mobsters, are wearing suits and doing crimes and taking people's lives. That was happening with us too. So I'm not going to be naive to that. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to tell the history, I'm going to tell the whole history. So even though I prefer that type of dressing, that doesn't is not going to ever paint to me that that is going to prove what the person is actually about. I have personally experienced someone who can dress well and someone who probably don't dress well can still be a harm to me. You know, so that's why. So like my experience could be anecdotal. Some people have had better or different experiences, but the way how you dress doesn't matter to me. Like I've seen it happen.
Well, Queen, and here's the thing. I'm not arguing against that point because you're 100% right in what you're saying. You have to be wary of wolves in sheep's clothing, right? But we also have to understand the distinction that all the people dressed like sheep aren't going to be wolves, right? But all the people who dress and look like wolves more than likely are going to be wolves, right? So which side of the street would you rather walk on? Would you rather walk on the side where the sheep are, and you understand that some in amongst those sheep there's going to be some wolves, or on the other side is nothing but wolves, right? And you might find some good wolves in the midst of some of the wolves, but you know that all of those guys are wolves, right? What I'm saying is imagery is very important, right? The way we are presenting and representing ourselves to the world is very, very, very important, right? Because that gives off that first impression that we always teach our children about, which exists to this day, right? It's very, very important that you make a good first impression because that's usually what people are going to remember about you, right? And even in
Damn, he probably got a phone call.
hear me, cuzzo?
Yeah, you good now?
You're back.
Am I coming through?
Yep, you good. We can hear you.
Yeah. So even in the law enforcement community, right? They say when you go through the use of force continuum, right? Your very first weapon is your professional presence, right? How the offender, how the suspect views you in uniform, right? It's gonna be your very first weapon because 9 times out of 10, when they see you looking a certain way and you got everything together, right? That's going to give off certain things in their mind. Like, hey, I might not want to mess with this person, or, I might want to make a different decision. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, obviously, is your communication skills, your verbal commands, and then you go into your weaponry, things of that nature, right? But your appearance, your professional presence is number one in terms of how to resolve conflict, right? So I believe that it's important for us, especially on a public platform, that we should be unified and consistent when we're talking about how we should be teaching the young people to present themselves in the form of Black excellence, right? Because that first impression is going to be key for the way people view them. Obviously, there's going to be racists everywhere. Obviously, if you encounter a racist, it doesn't matter if they see you in a suit or they see you in sagging pajamas or a hoodie. They're going to treat you the same way, right? But I believe the good people that we encounter, the image that you show them forthright, right? Number one, they're going to treat you a certain way based upon how they perceive you represented yourself. And that's all I got to say about that. But I don't believe Jay was able to answer the question. If she want to, she can answer. Peace and love.
I can't answer the question because I would be lying either way. I can't answer that question. I think
What?
operating as a woman, it doesn't matter which side I walk on of the street, I'm gonna be nervous because it's a group of men. So it don't matter how they're dressed for me because I understand I'm still the weaker person in that group of men, so anything could happen to me. And it's not like a negative towards men. It's just a form of protecting myself, thinking that way. I don't. That's it. And like I have the perspective I do because again, I work corporate side of things, right? Yeah, we have a dress code, but when it comes to black people being in the office, it doesn't matter how you dress. They will automatically assume that you don't know something and over explain or try to make it in a simplistic. It doesn't matter how you dress. People's mindset about black people is people's mindset. Your mindset about yourself as a black man needs to change. Because when you get out here, you realize these motherfuckers don't give a shit how you dress. They're going to treat you how they treat you. It's going to, as a young man, it's going to upset you.
It seems
Because
like though.
that's the truth of things.
It seems
Yes,
like
it's a great step in the right direction that you are deciding to switch, your aesthetic externally. But there are other truths about the world and yourself as a black man that you need to accept to be able to evolve fully. That's been my only point. I'm not saying it's a bad movement if it is one. I'm just hoping that it's a layered conversation and it's not just about clothes and the feeling of those clothes as to why they are doing it. I hope it evolves into something bigger than that. That's it. Yeah, that's my stance on it. I'm just literally waiting for the wolves in the cut to jump on this movement, and now they're gonna start doing drugs and doing everything that they was doing this whole time in the community. Now they're just doing it in nicer clothes. Now they're just doing it in fucking khakis and loafers, and that's what's just gonna happen because we see it played out time and time again in this community. A lot of the bad actors literally fall right under the good guys, and then now y'all all have the same image. So you like there was one point y'all wanted to be separated, and then now it's like you want to create an umbrella for everybody to be under this image. But then when someone make the distinction, hey, y'all all acting like this. No, we're not all acting like this. Well, how can I fucking tell anymore? How can I tell anymore when y'all go to the same spot, y'all talk the same shit, you have the same verbiage, and now you're wearing the same clothes? You have a big thing about women talking about vetting, but it's like every chance you get, you're trying to pull more options away from women to vet people. Like 1 minute we could say, okay, we don't like how this person is dressed. That's not our cup of tea. All right, so I'm definitely gonna stay away from that type of person. But now you're gonna create a whole new formula where we're gonna have to go go by other identifiers or other indicators. And that's what I'm saying. Like bad actors is going to use that. They're going to use that. We had one person up here already talking about how it was going to give them the ability to have better access to different women and better women. But that doesn't show that their mentality is good for a good woman. So now you're putting more good women or possible good women in situations to be with fucking demons and fucking derelicts who's going to do the same shit and create more single mothers or single parent households in the community that they like to shame and blame women about. I don't know. But like I said, my mindset is based on, me being a woman. So I can technically I'll agree maybe it might be some bias there. But those are the things that I have to watch out for. Those are the things I got to tell my niece to worry about and stuff now. That you might run up to a derelict who's dressed very nice and proper, that he looks like he goes to a boarding school, he has a 2-family household, he goes to church and everything like that. Him too might do you dirty. You can't go by just looking at the dude with a do-rag on and look like he be at the club every fucking weekend dropping $100 on fucking bottles at the milk shop on fucking Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn.
But
come on, man.
I feel like I think this conversation is kind of being pigeonholed to like whether we're just talking about the imagery in relationships or whether we're just talking about, Black culture versus white culture and things of that nature. And I want to advance the conversation further and deeper, because when you say things like, well, the imagery doesn't matter, I don't think that that's true. Yes, character matters, number one, overall, right? But the imagery is also higher up on the echelon when we're talking about righteousness, right? Here's the thing, and here's a question I want to ask, because let's say, because I'm sure some of y'all have been in a position, especially Cuzzo, I know he have been in a position of having to interview someone, right? Having to hire someone, right? And let's say it's a Black company, right? And let's say we got 2 different Black men walk in there. One walks in there with pajamas, a hoodie, and he's sagging his pajamas. And then the other brother walks in there with a quarter zip on and some slacks and some nice shoes, right? Just based upon the way they represented themselves when they walked into the building, who are you leaning on hiring?
Brownsville.
Can you answer that first before we get to the Queens? Cuzzo, can you answer that? Because I know for a fact you, just like myself, have interviewed people and have had to hire people. So who would you, out of those 2 images,
off the jump, of just the look, I walk out, I see those 2 people, I'm not hiring the person. I've already made a decision to not hire the person with pajamas, for sure.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Because it seems like it's a person that doesn't have themselves together. They're not responsible. They don't care about their appearance, so they're definitely not going to care about the job and what I need them to do. It shows that they are lacking self-awareness. All the things that I am looking for is displayed in that very first interaction. And that's before I say hello.
And what we teach our children, right? When we have these conversations is not just how you present yourself in the interview, right? But also after the interview, you could see that person who's interviewed you the next day, and if he sees you in a Target parking lot publicly dressed in pajamas and a hoodie on, even if he was thinking about hiring you based upon how you presented yourself at the interview, but if he sees you looking like that, then that's going to give off a certain perception. And it has nothing to do with white culture. I'm talking about as far as Black people and how we also view the world, right? Discipline looks a certain way. Responsibility looks a certain way. Integrity looks a certain way. And we cannot dismiss that.
I'm not dismissing it. I acknowledged it, and I said that they were right in the beginning of this conversation. I'm saying that outside of you cannot control the bias that people have about Black men, period. Whether you're wearing the clothes that they wear or not, they've made it clear how they see you. Like, I don't see how else I can say it. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't just keep sagging your pants. No, I'm not saying you should have that aesthetic. You should keep it. No, I think you should get rid of it.
and become a better man. But if it's just going to stop at the clothes, that's not going to improve anything. And that is where people usually stop. They stop at the easiest things that they could change about themselves instead of changing the core of who they are, because that's the harder thing to do. We're ignoring human nature.
Let me read the super chat. Kim West. If black men think it's such a good idea to present yourself in a Caucasian fashion, whoa, why are they so mad at blonde wigs or wigs, period?
I don't think
exactly. There
that
was a
I don't
time where
think
they thought natural hair was unprofessional, and
but
people
we're
assimilated to
convoluting
that.
we're convoluting the conversation though,
That's not
right? That's
convolution.
why I asked, because what you're saying is the
hmm
Harlem Renaissance era was just us trying to assimilate to European culture.
No,
I don't
but
believe that's what it was. I think we were the originators of having your shoes match your tie, having your shirt match, you know what I'm saying, your hat, things of that nature, right? We were the originators of being dignified, looking dignified, smelling good, being groomed and presentable, right? We were the originators of that. That wasn't us assimilating to no European culture, right? So I think the conversation is just being convoluted and pigeonholed in a direction that it doesn't need to go. Jay,
it,
I totally agree with your premise that it doesn't need to stop at changing the image, that we actually have to also recalibrate our value system. I speak about that all the time. Recalibrate your value system. Remove lust and degeneracy from the top of your value system and replace it with God. Add some honor, integrity, self-respect, self-reflection, discipline, all of those things in there, right? And that's what's going to make you a solid man or solid individual going forward. So I totally agree with what you're saying, but the conversation we're having today is based upon the imagery, right? And I don't think we should be pushing back on Black culture being personified by a more buttoned up image, a more professional image, an image that exudes discipline and excellence. We shouldn't be pushing back against that. That's my whole
I'm
point.
I'm not pushing back against it. The in the way this conversation came up, and Sharon, don't look like that. The way this conversation came up is from a TikTok trend, which I knew was popping off before this became a wide mainstream conversation. And it's not because they're trying to change the culture. It's because they're cosplaying with the quarter zips on as a joke. That's where that is what that's the truth.
Okay, let me jump in right there. Do you think when they was cosplaying as the soft guy era in Drizzle, was that a joke or is that actually happening for real?
Yeah, it's a joke because the
But
minority of men are doing the drizzle.
but they are. They
Minority, minority of
literally
men.
drizzle. They saying they want to be taken out. They want to be treated like this. They want to be treated like women. We hear them talk. It wasn't
Yeah,
a joke.
a minority of men. It didn't catch
It's
on,
not
did it?
okay. It
I'm just,
wasn't a
I'm just
minority.
saying in real life, when I touch grass, most men I talk to ain't talking about I need a woman to pay for me. So I don't think it caught on if it's the majority of men out here. I don't know. I'm
No, I think
internet wise, we could talk about internet. Sure, yes, it became a trend, and the trend died.
it didn't die. We hear
It
them.
died down.
It didn't. If it died down, then we would be in a different state of relationships. But the relationships are getting worse. And the reason why they're getting worse is because men have that ideology of that soft guy, rim brother, incel, mansfield, no good sucker. They still push out that same rhetoric every single day. We hear comedians still saying the same jokes from 1920 about being misogynistic. It's still going on today in present time.
Um, in our politics, in our economy, in the way people are talking now, it's leaning more towards like extreme conservatism. It's not leaning towards men gonna be at home washing dishes with an apron on and we gonna be at work. These men want us back home barefoot and pregnant, and it shows in our politics. So I can't necessarily agree that this rim drizzle thing is catching on a wide scale nationally. I can't agree with that because I don't see it. I see a minority of men doing that.
Yeah, but
But that's
you're talking about old guard, right? You're talking about all these old 60 and 70-year-old men.
no, I'm talking about young men catching on to extreme conservatism. That's that's why people are so worried about the manosphere and red pill ideology because these young men are catching on to that. And they're not saying drizzle, take care of me. They're saying, no, I don't want this woman to have a job. I want her barefoot and pregnant. I don't want her to have rights.
Okay,
That's
so
what they're saying.
All right, so perfect. So therefore, it started off as a imagery, right? I'm a red pill guy, right? It started off somewhere where they had an ideology, they had a certain look, they looked and act and communicated a certain way, and it moved on 10, 20 years later into what this is now. And that is the only thing I see with this, that it could be a positive and productive move in the right direction to get young men to button up, because these young men didn't just change their clothes, they also changed their communication. They was talking about drinking green tea instead of Hennessy. That is much better. And if it could actually stick and it moves down the line 10 years later, the young men, they won't be considered YNs anymore. And that is how I see it. I see it as a beginning of a productive trend, and hopefully that trend will keep on moving, because if you communicate different, you dress different, you are going to think differently. And once that happens, that becomes stuck in, and it gets entrenched in young men's idea that it is cool to be intelligent, dress well, and look sharp, communicate sharp. It's going to change a whole generation to moving better.
And we're both saying if and hopefully, because I agree with everything you said. However, you also have to acknowledge the reality of how things like this, the cycle of them, the life cycle. Like, I'm not trying to give pushback, I'm just adding context. I'm saying I agree also. I'm adding context because we've seen this happen time and time again. I'm saying I hope it catches on and it's permanent.
All right, let's welcome into the show Kulu, and Venus had to drop off, and we also will bring MJ back into it, and Ambassador, he get to say his piece as well. Go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, what's up, Sharon, Jay, Brownsville, Ambassador, MJ. Great conversation. I would say I agree with Sharon and Brownsville on this one. I definitely understand where the women are coming from. Actions and how you think and your behavior and education is important, and that's the main goal, right? But is all we're saying is it's at least it's a start. You know what I mean? It's better than them continuing to sag their pants, wear the shiesty mask. It starts somewhere, and they're starting with quarter zips, just like they're starting with fashion. And as I played college football, and we have a saying, and I'm pretty sure it's the same in basketball and other sports, that if you dress good, you feel good, and then you play good, right? So when you dress good, it makes you feel better, like it makes you start thinking differently, and then it starts affecting your behavior later down. So with the quarter zip movement, I think it may be a TikTok trend, and the women could be right, and are most likely right, that it may die off in the next 2 months, because there'll be another trend, right? So they're definitely right about that. And if we can get it to stick, that would be the like the best thing. But it starts somewhere, and it has to start from the clothing, because that's what a lot of people in this generation in this country care about, is how you look, first impressions, like how you're presented. And to answer like Brownsville question, I would definitely hire the guy that's dressed right. Just based on looks and how you present. Like any business, any store, how the store looks, it's the most important thing. Like how you walk into it, where everything's at, how everything looks. Like you walk into a dirty restaurant or a dirty store, you know what I mean? You're most likely, no matter if the food's good, no matter if the service is good or the product's good, you're most likely going to find and shop somewhere else just based off how it looks. And I would say this too, is walking on the side of the street. as a guy, if I'm a walk next to like a bunch of dudes wearing do rags, sagging their pants, smelling like weed, versus a guy wearing quarter zips, glasses, and matcha tea, I'm gonna feel more comfortable not being robbed by the guys with the matcha tea, quarter zips, and glasses. But I'm not denying that those guys can still rob. Those guys can still, you know what I mean? So yes, they're right about that. There are gonna be bad wolves and bad sheep and intruders and people with their alternative motive. But like we got to be positive about this one. Like if we're like constantly like bashing is the YNs, then they're gonna go back to sagging their pants, like go back to wearing the shiesties, and they're gonna feel like nothing that they do is correct. Even though we know that there's still a lot more steps us as black men have to do to be better for ourselves, our families, and our communities. You know what I mean? So that's all I really got to say. And I wanted to say, is we can't, and we have to try to think about this without putting our personal experiences onto it, right? So for example, like if I was to judge the majority of women based off the 3 or 4 women that I've dated that hurt me, I'll be called foolish, and I'll be stupid to judge the whole sum of women based off 2 or 3 or 4 experiences. So I think us judging guys based off us having 4 or 5 bad experiences is, to me, is like the same thing. So like, for example, when like Brownsville asked y'all that question and y'all brought up y'all's personal experience that y'all wouldn't walk next to Bo.
Whoa, I did not bring up a personal experience. I said men are stronger than me.
No.
You said off my personal experience that it didn't matter if they was dressed nice.
No, I said as a woman. As a woman, I didn't say I've ever been as a woman.
What?
He asked women. He asked women. So as a woman, yeah, my answer would be different from a man.
But that's the
no.
personal experience.
Yeah. So
what?
But if I was to say all women or most women are like this based off 3 women that I've dated, like y'all would say I'm wrong, and not all women are like the women that I dated, right?
I said men are stronger than me. I am weaker than men. Physically. How is that a personal experience when that's what?
Because the question was about what side of the street would be, if you had to choose, the one where they dress proper or the one where they dress like thugs. Which side of the street would you walk on?
I would be nervous to walk on either side.
Okay, that's fine, but which side would you walk on? Which side would you choose?
Y'all don't see how y'all pigeonholing this?
No, we understand.
I mean, the obvious answer, the obvious and logical answer is going to be suits.
Okay.
To pigeonhole the conversation.
It's not to pigeonhole, but regardless, one side you will feel less nervous. So I'm nervous over here. I'm nervous over here, but I'm my conductive detectiveness. I have a better chance on this side of the street, and it is okay to say that. It's just the truth.
Yeah, so what about the other truths that the women said?
We did not deny not one of them. We didn't deny not one of them.
Well, it's being called bashing. It's saying we're bashing these. Well, Kulu said it. I will. Let me put a name on it. Kulu said we're bashing these men. Where?
No.
Specifically me and MJ. Where did we bash these men?
No, I didn't say y'all are bashing. As I said, that is like we got to give them credit for at least trying, like making a change. Like if we just start saying that what they're doing means nothing, which y'all didn't say that, but let's just how some people like in the chat are saying, like men will hear that and be like, what is, let me just go back to doing what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So we got to at least give them credit for at least making a start, is what I was saying.
I started this conversation giving them credit, and then I gave constructive criticism based off of reality. Now, if we're just gonna stick on how they would feel about them hearing that, fine, I probably wouldn't say it, but that's based off of emotions and feelings. I thought we could give constructive criticism and it be taken in and maybe applied, because it's the truth. I've even had to acknowledge that reality myself as a Black woman. It doesn't matter how I dress. The perception of who we are as Black people will be in them. It's bias. I'm not saying I still won't present myself a certain way, because it's a self thing. It's not for them. But if you're doing it to be perceived by other people differently, you won't have to accept that raw truth.
No, you gotta fight. No. You're not supposed to accept
Oh my
that.
God.
We
Okay.
supposed
All
we
right.
are supposed to, especially I speak for men. I
Mhm.
fight for their image and the way how they look and talk every day when I walk outside. Absolutely. When a young man see me, he's gonna be like, "Damn, why you dressed like that?" They don't look at me as a YN or somebody that is a degenerate. They look at me like you seem like somebody that is presented that I can have a conversation with and move forward. Like you have some things together, and they want to at least have a conversation to see if that perception of me is true or not, and then they can make a judgment from there. So no, the way how you go outside and the way how you perceive yourself, it is based on yourself and how others treat you as well, because you do not want to go outside and act like you don't care about society when we live in society. I
I
do
didn't
not want
say
people to
that.
treat me.
I'm
I do
saying
not want
acknowledge
people.
society
I
and their
don't want
bias.
people to treat me as I'm some kind of YN and that I'm a idiot and I'm just gonna rob them. I don't want them to treat. I don't want other young men thinking that they have no choice but to dress like a so-called YN, and they have another option that they could dress with a quarter zip and a goddamn tie and look professional, walk professional, talk professional, and keep moving in that direction of professionalism. And not just talk and slang. I always communicate on this platform all the time. I do not code switch. The way how I communicate here is the way how I communicate in the professional setting, because I don't code switch. My clothes, I don't code switch. Because I don't have to, because every single day I'm presenting myself as a professional, whether it's going to be a good experience or a bad experience. It doesn't matter. If somebody treat me with racism, it doesn't matter.
Right, but the
I'm
whole
saying
point.
that's what I'm saying. You should be doing it for yourself and not how others perceive
Right,
you. Because if you do, the
exactly.
first person who doesn't perceive you as they should, because you're dressing as a professional, you're presenting as such, it's going to knock your self-esteem a bit.
It's not true.
How is it not? Okay,
That part is
I
true.
give up.
That part
It
is
is
I
very
give
true.
not.
up.
It's
Yeah,
not true.
that
I
part
give
is
up.
And if that part is true, and then what Kulu's saying is correct, that if these young men are attempting to do something, and then somebody like Jay and MJ is knocking them down, saying it don't matter what you wear, you still gonna be treated like a piece of ish, then they just gonna go back and their confidence is gonna get even worse than when they try to get
Obviously,
up
I
out their
wouldn't say
confidence.
that to a person. I said just make sure you're doing this for yourself as a man, not how other people will perceive you as a black man, because you're gonna be let down. Because everybody not gonna perceive you as you put out because of their bias. That's not
So
putting
so
nobody down.
Yeah,
so
it's like it's not.
hold on. So it's not about being totality. We still, again, so it's not about totalitism, right? So we understand that 100% of people is not going to treat me properly. It's still going to be racist people out in the world. Still going to be some pieces of issue people out there in the world. That's what Kulu was saying. Like, he's not going to have a perception on women, on the 3 women that did him dirty, because that doesn't mean that the next woman, the 4th one, is going to do that to him as well. We understand it's some bad human beings in the world.
Yeah, we're talking to young
And we
people though. So don't young people need the whole picture, right? When we're talking to them, like I could compliment them all day on their efforts. Yes, but that's not painting the whole picture, is it? You're talking to young people.
right.
This
So
isn't people
okay.
that
So
are experienced in the world and been through adversity. We're talking about younger people, men. You have
and
to give the whole picture.
no, that's where you're wrong. You don't give the whole picture.
Okay. Well then,
You cannot
we
eat
just
an elephant.
disagree.
You cannot eat an elephant with one bite. You just
Okay.
cannot. So you have to take it in steps. You got to slowly get there. You take it one bite at a time. You cannot give them the whole thing, because they're not going to be able to understand the rest of the goddamn meal. They're going to see it. They're going to see how big it is. They're going to say, I'll never be able to finish this.
Okay.
They're not going to take a bite at all. But you get them in little doses and allow them to accumulate confidence with the little doses that you're giving them, then yes, they could eventually eat the whole fucking elephant. That's the part that you are missing.
Okay.
And this is the part of they just cut a piece of the elephant. They don't even know that they eat an elephant yet.
All right. Yeah.
So when you try to reveal everything to them, they're like, fuck it, I can't do this shit. But when you give them in 2 pieces and say, hey, look, lay this brick here, and eventually, and you keep on doing these bricks in this lane, and 5 rows, and we keep going straight down it. Next thing you know, you have a whole goddamn highway. But if you show them the highway, this is what we build, and they're like, hey, we ain't gonna never do that.
Okay.
Sure,
I think a lot of
you seem like MJ is okay. Go ahead.
I think a lot of it is framing, man. I understand where they're coming from, and it kind of confuses it a little bit because the guys kind of feel some type of way about. It sounds like them acknowledging the general fear of of guy with bad intentions, whether they're well dressed or not. You know, a lot of that stuff is just framing to me. I think you can give it to them in the correct framing. I say just do it as mask. Try the limitations of this mask. It doesn't mean that everyone's going to treat you better. You know, a matter of fact, you know, depending on how you present, a lot of people may get defensive because they don't want somebody who maybe knows too much around them. You know, maybe they feel intimidated by that aspect.
Absolutely.
You know, so just put on the mask. Try it out. Different environments. It generates different responses. I think I was listening to a lawyer when he was talking about. I think this would be a good example for this, and I keep it short. Is that as far as the courts are concerned, you should just wear a gray suit. Now, if you're just someone who's just kind of trying it out, you think maybe I should be as clean as possible. Well, in certain environments, it's not really about being as clean as possible. They just want you to wear the uniform. Okay, just put on the uniform and move on. So, you know, I understand the aspirational aspect of it. Like, let them put it on, let them see where it goes, where the culture goes. You know, that's good. I support that. Try it on. Put on the mask. It may be something you may like. It may be permanent. But like they said, there's limitations to the expectation. So at the same time, you don't sell them, you know, somehow because you have a quarter zip is going to change these people's pathology against you. You know, so, you know, I think it's a good thing keeping it simple. Just put the mask on, man. Try it out. You may like it. Wear the matcha. Put on some jazz music or something. Go to a jazz concert. You know, live it out. See if it's something that something
And so,
your
but all
people.
right, so it's okay. You put a period on it. So that the problem is that like we are talking about young men. We are not talking about 40-year-olds. I think that part is being like somehow overlooked that we are talking about young men and how a trend can absolutely change the way how they move and think. And for some reason, we act as if young men have not been following a negative trend for a long time, and we're saying that they need to stop. They need to follow a better trend. And now that this is a possible better trend, we cannot say, well, it ain't gonna really change anything. No, we've seen plenty of times where they changed everything. Literally, it changed everything the way how people are moving today. Drill music came out, and everybody thought Pop Smoke was just going to be a trend. Nobody listened to that shit. Like, what happened?
Facts.
So this whole idea that a trend cannot turn a whole young nation into a situation while now we are calling them a YN in the first place. It was a trend. And so now that it got some young men that's saying, hey, we're gonna be YMs, we're gonna be young men. Hey, I'm gonna push that as well and say, hey, that is a movement that I could get behind.
Facts. That makes sense.
I agree. I agree.
And we all have inherited biases, right? That comes and it goes along all cultures, all colors, right? All creeds, no matter where you're from in the world. We all have inherited biases. For example, when the brother Ignorant TV hit the panel and turned his camera on, his image personified his name, right? And I'm willing to guarantee you most people in the chat room would agree, right? The way you represent yourself to the world, people are going to perceive you a certain way. That's just a fact. Obviously, you can say, well, you know what? We shouldn't care too much about it. But the reality is we should be aware of it, right? And we should be conscious to want to put a good representation, some good thoughts, some good visuals, whether, you know, we walk by and we smell good. You know what I'm saying? You want other people to perceive you a certain kind of positive way, because that's half the battle. Peace and love.
All right, so let's do it like this. We're gonna go unlikely, Venus, and then AR. Everybody good with that? All right.
No, I'm not good with it. I'm not good with it. I was yeah. I would say ladies first.
All right, go ahead. So we'll go Venus, unlikely, MJ, AR.
Like, thank you. I came up twice. I'm at work and you just like don't see me, huh? But then you be like, hit the panel. People be trying. Anyway.
I see you, Queen. I see you elevating through your melanin on all sides of the dimension. I see you. I respect it. Go ahead, girl.
Oh my God.
Okay, Umar.
Shit funny as hell. Oh my God.
So, okay, for the women, real quick, I want to say I understand you guys' perspective, and you know, I kind of tend to agree with you. But in this case, I think we have to be very careful not to come off pessimistic, because think about any change that you ever try to make, right? You're not going to have the totality of the thing all together in your first try. It would be very discouraging if I came along and I saw you trying and then being like, well, you know, you still like. So I do understand that changing your outward appearance has nothing to do with, like, you need to have substance, you need to work on your character, you need to be a good person, right? So I understand what they're saying, but I think timing matters, right? And at somebody's first attempt at a positive change, the first response shouldn't be, well, we've seen men before who you know, they dress like a sheep but they're really a wolf. True, but I don't know if as soon as somebody makes an attempt is the right time to kind of insert the negativity, when we could have said something like, okay, this is great, but let's just make sure we are also working on our internal selves also. So I think the reason you guys are being perceived as being negative, it was kind of sad listening, because what I'm really getting is like the women have been traumatized by men so much that it kind of does seem like no matter, I'm just listening, being objective, like it just sounded like no matter how you look, this is the perception. And to some extent that might be true, but I just don't know if you guys realize you're kind of coming off as those people in this moment who, no matter what they do, there's no, it's like, well, you can still ride me too. We know that, but damn, like nobody did it yet. See what I'm saying? Like, yeah, some of them could start dressing that way and be under, like, degenerates undercover, but no one did it yet. So I'm just saying, like, the same benefit of the doubt that we want, sometimes we got to give it to.
Ooh, that was good. Go ahead. I don't know how you gonna follow that up, but go ahead, unlikely. That's what you get.
Made up.
At this point, I just want my response to just be me clapping, because from the person it's coming from, and everything she just said is exactly kind of how I feel. Damn. I will say this though. At this, right? I smoke weed, right? I give you a perspective. I smoke weed, but I drive around with hand soap, right? I drive around with hand lotion, face lotion, a special cologne, right? And alcohol, like an alcohol bottle, right? So I'm able to wash my hands, wash my face, spray stuff on, because I'm trying to make sure that my image is not this me smoking ass, ghetto looking ass dude. You see what I'm saying? And it works. And I also want to say, Sharon made a great point. Every time I go out into the world, you know, opposed to how y'all see me on here, I'm actually really nice. And I do that on purpose, because I understand that Black women and Black men, we got a bad outlook out here. So I'm trying to make us look good. Just that simple. Just that simple, right? And I'm dead set on that. Like, it's times where, like, somebody will cut me off in line. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm out here with the with the compadres and shit. They don't really, you know, they got a different type of way of living. You know, they stand really close to you in line. They do shit that we would deem as weird. and I don't trip. I don't lose my cool because I remember, damn, the moment I do this, now I'm on the news and they got another black man that they trying to portray. Oh, this is what they look like type bullshit. So I think it's so important that we rally behind the good intent, right? The good actions. Because like Sharon said, another gem, and gotta really clap it up for Bracy right here, because he said that they followed the drill music, right? In the beginning, it was like, fuck it. Now it's all drill. They followed it, like it started small, then it grew. And everybody followed it, right? So when it's something good, and I don't even know about this, I seen like one video of a guy in like a cardigan talking real posh and shit. He was like, "Yeah, I'm cute," something, and I was like, "Yo, I like this. I don't know why, but I like this," because he was dressed nice. He was like, "Yo, I'm not, bro." And he smacked the dude hand. He tried to dap him. He said, "I don't smack. I don't dap. I shake hands like a gentleman." Yo, I was loving it. I'm not gonna lie. If this becomes a trend and 20 years later, I feel like all of us will benefit from this. I feel like the respect to come back more from our women, which we really like need to try to get that back. You feel me? Try to fight for that with all we got, because that's they all we got type shit. And that's it really. I appreciate Venus saying what she just said.
Sharon, I gotta drop real quick. Can I say one more thing? Because I'm a little disappointed at the women in the chat getting mad at me. But this is my point, guys. Do you realize that you're doing the same thing that y'all don't like the men doing? Y'all are now doing it. Because those men in that video didn't do shit to you. And those men in that video have not proven to be wolves in sheep clothing. So when I say benefit of the doubt, I'm justified in saying you have no current reason to look at them that way. That is trauma. It is. That is coming from outside experiences, which I understand, which I also have, right? So I'm not knocking you, but I want you guys to understand, like, you're doing the exact thing that you don't like that the men do. Like when they say, when women used to come tell their stories, oh, you should have chose better. That's what they told the women, right? Then the women got standards. Then it was, what? You fat, you a baby mama, you this, you that, you ain't qualified. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. And y'all are doing the same shit. And I'll be back, Bracy.
That was also another good one. That was another good one. That was a good mic drop right there. We're gonna try to hold the line first, Ambassador. I'm gonna bring you right back in. MJ, if you want to go ahead, and then we got AR, and then Ambassador, you can address whatever you want to address after.
Yeah, I'm driving, but I'll say this. If I was coming off pessimistic, then I apologize. My thing is, I look at everything in totality. So if you're just saying that this is just like a first step to something else, okay, I don't want to be negative and say don't do it. That's not what I'm trying to do. I don't want to make it a situation where it's a sword on both sides. You're damn if you do, damn if you don't. Go ahead and do it. But my stance is you have to apply other things behind that. It just can't be superficial, and that's the end of the work. We tend to have a lot of people be very performative, and they'll do only what they need to do to the point of getting the most minuscule change, and then everything else doesn't follow through with it. So my understanding is, yes, go ahead and work on your image. That's not a problem. We have always stated that in the Black community, that Black men have to work on their image just as much as how they pushed Black women to work on their image, right? But then there's other things that have to follow through with that is actually going to be beneficial for our community. So if I came off pessimistic, if I came off saying, no, I don't want us to do it, it's not going to work anyway, then I apologize. I just look at things from a broad aspect, not just narrow-minded. And I'm not saying that nobody's narrow-minded. It's just that I like to look at the bigger picture when discussing certain topics. And I get that this was only directed on just appearance and, and presentation, outward presentation. So that's what I'll say about that.
I like it. Exactly.
I do feel like y'all did bring up a point that's kind of sad, and it's like, do women really fear men like that, like out there in the earth? Because I heard Jalen and I heard MJ both have like the same mindset where it's like, oh, it's a man, period, so I'm scared.
You're asking,
I would be nervous because y'all are stronger, not because I'm. That's pretty much it. Like I've
But there's
never
stronger
I don't
women.
have
There's
trauma
women.
behind that. That's
Sorry, I
just
mean,
like it. I don't have trauma behind that, and why I say it. It's just men are stronger. So I understand that as a woman, I need to be very weary walking around a group of men. That's it.
wow, damn. So do you
I
think
don't
that that
like
right?
I'm walking alone as a woman, alone. I'm not accompanied by anybody. That I feel like that's a lot of women's sentiment when they're walking alone and then they see a group of men. If it's not, I apologize. Maybe I'm projecting, but I thought that was the sentiment.
Hey, listen, all I gotta say, you could win as long as you keep your head to the sky. Be optimistic. Love that song.
I
That's a
mean,
great song.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's like, don't you think that that right there, like that type of rhetoric, like hurts relationships between men and women? Because there's women stronger than you, there's men stronger than me. I go to the gym, dudes definitely stronger than me, right? Should I just like fear them? Like be like, oh, men are dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like, is that really your only point? Is that just because they stronger than you? Because so are you saying that if you walk past a 6'6" woman that's a basketball player, clearly she's stronger than you, are you gonna be
Yeah,
afraid of her too?
yeah.
Okay.
Most men I see look stronger than me and look like they could overpower me. If a woman looks the same, I'm gonna be fearful of her too. I'm gonna be fearful of a group of jacked ass women. Like, yeah, like that's just the biological difference that I'm acknowledging. That's it. I'm not saying that
You,
black men are these animals or men in general are animalistic. I'm just saying like y'all could
I will say
punch me
that
the
you never
fuck
said black
out.
men. You just said
So,
men.
but
Yeah,
here's the
Yeah.
thing: like, you don't have to. So we do understand though. You don't have to say a thing to mean a thing. Like your intent,
Mm,
doesn't mean you wasn't saying a thing. That's how racist people they act and move, right? They won't say
mm.
that they ate a black person, but everything that they are saying, it clearly point to the fact that hey, you might not like me because I'm black. And so we got to understand. So when we're using the language, we got to be careful when somebody just started. We see when we're dealing with training to run a marathon or something like that. Nobody's gonna say, "Damn, you only walking a half a mile." No, that's just the beginning. Nobody's gonna look at somebody that's just started
That's a
training for, started training. Say, "Well, I hope you keep it up because it's very difficult. Because if you only just walking a half a mile, you ain't gonna never do a half marathon." Nobody's gonna approach that person like that. They're gonna say, "Keep it up, keep moving forward. We love the things that we love that you are growing through your melanin, and I can see you on all sides of the dimension." That's what they're gonna say.
So let me just clear up what I said. When I said both, I said I'm walking through both because I'm gonna have the strap on me regardless. I'm not playing with no man anywhere. I don't care how he look. A man is my apex predator, and I have to watch out for him regardless. I know that might offend certain men, but it is what it is, and especially a lot on these panels in these space, they wish that women feared them more because they felt that will bring more respect, right? If a woman was more fearful that she would get her head knocked in versus another man walking away, they wouldn't be being disrespected as much out here in these streets, right? This is what a lot of men have said. So I'm going to take that into consideration, that it doesn't matter whether if you're dressed nice or whether if you dress like you just robbed a corner store. I need to watch out for you regardless. It is what it is.
Do you think that that's hurting relationships between men and women, that women think that way? Because men don't think like, or maybe probably starting to think that they should stay away from y'all because y'all think this way, right? Because that would deter me if I believe that somebody automatically sees me as their apex predator, quote unquote. That would deter me from wanting to have communication with that person. So I ask you, do you think that your mindset of what you just said is hurting the relationships between men and women?
I think that my mindset is just realistic. I'm not here to coddle people's feelings or their egos just as much as they don't want to coddle my feelings and my egos about certain things about myself, right? So at the end of the day, you want women to look at you as protectors with strength. Y'all can fight off the bad doers and all the stuff like that. But in the same breath, you don't want them to think that they could turn around and use that same anger and all that stuff on you. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it just will be logical for a
Stop
woman
it.
if she has an aggressive man that
Once upon
one day he can be aggressive against you. It's just that simple.
And I'm glad that you're saying so. That's a great point, and that's why we should be promoting these young men, because if they are showing unaggressive behavior, unaggressive clothes, unaggressive alcohol, no alcohol, they are promoting. Hey, we drinking green tea, not Hennessy. We are not wearing these Nike Techs and being a YN. We are being young men, and they also changing their speech patterns as well. We should also treat them as such, and hopefully they will keep moving forward in that direction and finish the full marathon. And we should not look at them as they are just some young men that are going to be couch potatoes and playing video games all day, when we see them outside running in the street and we see them jogging and working towards a marathon. We cannot say, hey, you just say, just because you running and jogging doesn't mean you're going to be a lazy, you still might be a lazy piece of ish. That is not
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Sharon, but here's the thing, right? A lot of, especially in a lot of Asian countries, they're all wearing hip hop culture clothing, to the baggy clothes, jersey, hoodies, hats, you name it, right? But they do not still be considered as being hood. They just be considered that they're just displaying, wearing, or cosplaying the hip hop culture, right? The whole point of the fact is that anything that y'all wear is, with the how society view it, is because you're black. It's because you're black that now you look like a thug wearing a hoodie and jeans, even though the hoodie and the jeans have became like daily regular clothing that majority of everybody in the Western world wear. Most people are not out here wearing suits unless they work some business office or they're having some business meeting and stuff. A lot of people wear the average everyday working clothing, but because you're in it, it's being deemed something else. When other people are in it, it's not deemed that way. So we have to we have to admit that a little bit too, that does happen. I'm not going to say in every situation, but that does happen, that you can put on whatever and they'll still say, oh, because of you being darker skin, or because you have dreads in your hair, even though your dreads are nice and neat, because there's a lot of businessmen that I see who have very nice locks, and they take care of it very well. They even put it up out of their face in a ponytail and stuff like that, but then they'll still say that this person looks scary or this person makes me uncomfortable. So I just don't want us to necessarily always feed into these, the framework where how society wants you to look at, because you're never going to please everyone, right? So you always have to please yourself. If they want to do it because they want a new look, I'm 100% for it. But if you doing it to get bitches, and if you doing it to get fucking outward validation, you're going to be seeking outward validation for the rest of your fucking life. And you're going to feel empty inside, because you're going to realize that you ain't going to never fill up to everybody, what they expect from you, because you're not meant to.
Right, but the issue is that we added those contexts on those young men. Those young men said, hey, we not wearing Nike Techs no more. We ain't messing with no Hennessy. We're wearing quarter zips, business casual, and drinking matcha. And they were speaking in a certain tone of voice. And that's what we should be highlighting and keeping them moving forward and giving them encouragement. Say, yes, that is the way that y'all young men need to be. You are not YNs anymore. You're young men. And then we can keep encouraging those things. That is a productive thing. Also, with the guys that are in the corporate situation that has lots and everything, and they are called XYZ, the majority of people do not look at them as threatening. That's just a fact. Is it going to be somebody? Yes. So we cannot look at it as a totality. It's not going to ever be a totality, and I agree 100% on that. So if they are moving in a proper direction, we got to give them love for that direction that they are moving in, so the trend could keep moving forward in a positive and productive way. Because hip hop started off that same way. Oh, that's just a fad. That music ain't going nowhere. Look what happened. Billions of dollars later. When NWA came out, oh, that's just a trend. Ain't nobody gonna really buy no gangster music. What happened? Now we got Snoop Dogg and all that. Then it went all the way up to Pop Smoke. What's up, Gail? So no, everybody think that this stuff is just a trend, but we got to start looking at the youth as, hey, they are the ones that is pushing things forward. Nobody thought that young kid from Chicago was going to turn this into a whole culture of young men killing each other. They thought Finito was just a song. It didn't turn to the whole culture of, it's like a whole representation of Chicago of black men killing each other. That is our image. And also those other cultures that assimilate to our culture, people look at them as us. They do. They like, no, this is a disgrace. They look at them in a negative sense. When those Chinese people wear locks and all that, they get shunned away. So yes, if we are going to start, if we are the trendy people, and if we could trend younger people into moving in a proper direction, I think we should always be for that and represent it that we are for it, and not try to beat them down before they even start running. They only walking. These are young men. These are high schoolers. We're not even talking about college. We're talking about 16-year-olds. They're doing this. Can you imagine going outside in New York City and we see a bunch of 16-year-olds in quarter zips drinking goddamn matchas, using vocabulary words?
See that, and I've seen that, and I've been seeing that. Like especially in Manhattan. Like, come on now, Sharon. They've been doing that. You know, they've been putting back, they put back uniforms in our public school, like for the past 15 years. You got to wear a freaking uniform in public school. And I'm glad so they always have, they've been having the button down and the sweater and stuff like that.
No, but they did not.
You know what they do?
They did not look like these young men. They still was sagging their pants. They still was wearing joints on their feet. They still was wearing the
I agree. I agree.
They changed their clothes, but they didn't change their speech. They didn't change the way how they was communicating. They still was talking about Hennessy. They still was talking about getting weed. These young men at this moment now are not talking about their things. They are changing the whole culture about what they are representing, at least what it looks on the outside. And I think most people don't realize that this is what America done to make it seem like they had a white middle class in the first place. They had a whole bunch of programming showing white people sitting down at a dinner table and talking nicely. And this is where they had the whole image. This is why a lot of people went crazy. Those boomers went crazy. But they were trying to follow an image that they could not follow because they seen it. We didn't see ourselves on TV sitting down with family and our son and our daughter, and the wife is cooking in a nice dress. We didn't see that image. It was a white person. What we see the image of ourselves of getting beat up, bitten by dogs, fighting, screaming,
race
yelling,
movie at the race
down.
movie.
That is our image that we got to keep on fighting, and the time is over. And these young men saying, hey, that's it. We ain't worrying about all that. We putting on quarter zips and we drinking matcha. We don't care about none of that. How you doing, sir? Shaking hands. They wasn't giving they wasn't doing that. They was like, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? MJ, shake my hand. That's what they did.
I like it, man.
They said, let me sip my tea with my pinky up.
Yeah, with the pinky out. Cross your legs when you sit down. All that shit. I be doing that shit. Be crossing my legs when I sit down like a gentleman.
So when we see that, we gotta respect that melanin and how it's changing on all sides of the dimension.
Nah.
Unlikely, I receive those young men and they grow.
You receive?
I receive it.
Receive it. Yeah, man. I receive it too, man. It's positive, and at the end of the day, it's like, yo, if this really were to like happen in 20 years, like we would kind of revert back to like the era where dudes just had suits on. And like everything was just, and then like word, and then dudes use full sentences, and it didn't, every sentence didn't end with the N word every time, like how it is now. Like, just like Sharon said, like, yeah, we had the suits and stuff when you went to school, but it wasn't the bop outside on the street. On the street, the bop was, selling drugs, getting money, messing with women, get as many women as you can type stuff. That was the energy. get your drink on, get your smoke on, like he said. So if the bop in the street become, yo, we dressing like you go to like, bro, I can only imagine going to Elizabeth and everybody got quarter zips on and blazers
in their hands.
right? It's
No,
smoothies, and they got moccasins on, and all of their pants are tailor made. I'd be like, yo, I'm coming back.
You know what I'm saying? And
I'm coming back. What you mean?
Hey, unlike with no nips and nothing, not hanging
No
out,
dip.
none of that.
None of that. The smoking happens, but it happens in like special areas. Like we then create little juke joints where you can get your little smoke on, but it don't happen outside. So the little kids never see any of the bullshit, So because that's what matters, man. What the kids see is just like when we were kids, when we saw, we emulated. Period. It is what it is.
It is.
Like, and then Sharon making great points, like us seeing the white people. Damn, that was a great point, bro. Like, you need that little bomb drop, bro. But us seeing the white people had them and them seeing them like that, thought they had to achieve that, and they never could achieve. Most of them wasn't even achieving it. So that's probably why we saw a lot of suicides happening back then, because they sitting there going crazy trying to get to that image, and we was like the negative effect of us seeing us getting arrested, beat up by the cops, made us afraid of police. So image definitely has an effect, man. That was a great ass point, bro. But yeah, man, that's all I got to say. Yo, I'm about to bounce, bro. I got to work out. Me and wifey about to work out and shit, man. Much respect to all y'all.
Hey, hold on before you leave. Look how that sounds.
Yeah.
Look how that sounds. Like me and my wife about to go work out. And so now we have 2 million young men saying that same thing as they get older too. What's that going to do to the generation behind them?
Make them stronger, make them better, make black women respect them more. Make black men respect each other more, more handshaking instead of dapping, because I'm telling you, when you approach you know how it is. I don't want to keep, I know everybody else want to talk, but you know how it is. Like when you approach somebody, a black man with respect, his hood stuff immediately goes away. Have you seen that before? I'm sure you've seen it. Like they immediately stop saying the N-word. They immediately shake your hand like a regular dude, and they talk with diction. Like
unlikely, it happens on this channel every day. The reason why they come here, they try to get me out of my character for 2-3 years to make me turn me into something that I'm not. They think that I'm lying. Right? They try to say I'm gay because I eat cucumbers. I'm eating healthy. It's okay. And that green tea that young man talking about is healthy. Yeah, do that. Why you not
better eat some damn cucumbers?
You wear Henleys all day, every day. Yeah, I'm changing that. That's a different image. So when they see me, they don't even see me as a black man. They try to find every excuse in the world why I move like I am. I'm not saying the N-word a whole bunch of times, but sometimes I get mad and me unlikely go at it. But regardless of that,
yeah, right, it come out. Yeah,
ain't doing that. They look at me like I'm crazy. Who are you talking all articulate and all that? You don't deserve to be. They fight it. But guess what? We starting to see that what a lot of people when they greet each other now, what they say, good day.
Yeah, man.
Right? It moves
pushing positivity.
Right. It also got women saying like, hey, maybe it is some hope for some of these men, because at one point was nobody out here. Now it has me on the low level. It got people like public defender on the higher level. Right. So now we got two in that's willing to fight the good fight. And then maybe
I think we all trying to fight it. I just think that, within it, again, we end up getting activated by each other, and we still humans. We still don't want to get disrespected. We got pride and ego. So I think, at those points, we give each other grace. We come back to the table. We say, we apologize. We understand, and then, we move on from there. And that's what I'm trying to do. You feel me? I'm not trying to get activated just like you. Like I see you on panels and you be trying your hardest not to get activated because the image that it can start to show. You get it, man. But y'all have a great show, man. I'm be listening to this shit in the background, bro.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Lee. I know Venus got limited time. We're gonna let her skip the line real quick, and then we're gonna go to Mr. 7. Hey, y'all, maybe he could finally talk. I'm not sure. And Ambassador, you get your chance to talk in as well. Go ahead, Venus.
Oh, real quick. So listening to all of this, Black people really have a messed up relationship with each other. Is what I understood it before, but it's like blatantly clear. And on both ends, right? And I'm not excluding myself when I say this, so women don't come at me. But just for whatever reason today, just being able to listen to it from the outside, it's just like we almost assume the worst when it comes to each other. And that's a problem. Because as women, if you don't appreciate it, then, you know, treat others as you want to be treated. So we're going to always assume the worst no matter what a man does. And then they're going to always assume the worst no matter what we do. Then, you know, that's really all I was thinking.
And also don't forget, Venus, I absolutely cooked up PhD Diva today.
You absolutely did not, nigga.
You cooked PhD Diva? I didn't see it. I know you cooked her. I know you did it.
Corinne Mackey, $2 for Foolery Friday. Here's my dollar. Thank y'all all. Oh, wait. Thanks always.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Hey, cuz you gotta read the other super chat too that you got. The one before that.
Hold on, let me find it. Oh yeah.
All right. Let me see. Who is this? Oh, at Kim West, $5. When I first saw quarter zips, I thought they was talking about weed. I didn't even notice the sweaters.
But see what I'm talking about? That's a perception issue because she also says, all I'm saying is I don't aspire to white aesthetics to display black excellence. And I want to say something about that. Let's be honest. We live in a white country and they dominate most of the fashion. So no matter what a black person is put on, you guys could use that argument. No matter what we put on, you could say, this is the white man's fat. So it's still coming off like damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know what I'm saying? Like what? I don't know.
I agree.
Well, so I think it's more than just the clothes, right? Because then there's also the matcha drinking, although I don't even know why that's associated with anything other than people with bad taste or, you know, health conscious people. But yeah, so it's a whole aesthetic surrounding it. It's not just the quarter zip. And so is this an extension of so previously we used to talk about, you know, the low boy or the, you know, low cut versus black men who did other stuff with their hair that was more stereotypically black, cornrows, locks, whatever. So is this kind of like an extension of that?
I think me personally, I think it's that evolved version of it because they also changing they language is what I noticed the most about it. And they changed they body language as well.
Give me an example of changing the language, because like I said, I only seen a couple, you know, YouTube videos that was talking about it, and they were talking about
this is how the young ends talk. Yo, y'all know y'all do. Yeah, I stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? I'll cook you up. Don't play with me. Yo, stop playing with me because you know I'll be doing my damn thing when I be out there doing what I'm doing, like I'm doing it for TV. The fuck he said? I have no idea, but that's how they talk. And these young men, it's like, yeah, we not doing Nike Techs no more. We shaking hands, we drinking matcha, we doing quarter zips, we out here looking business casual. That is a completely flip of language, aesthetics, and he ain't talking about drinking no goddamn Hennessy. He's talking about green tea. So it's healthier, it's tea. The aesthetic is healthier. And the way how they communicate, they're using full sentences and they attempting to use vocabulary. So it's a complete.
Was it Jay? I'm sorry. I was trying to remember who said it. Was it Jay or was it MJ who was saying like that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? So we can walk around holding a matcha and sipping on it and saying, "Oh, it looked healthier," but are we actually being healthier, right? So when somebody come at you with the, you know, the burger or whatever, are you turning that down, or you know, are we changing this into an entire lifestyle, or is it just to walk around holding a matcha looking like a soccer mom?
I think eventually it will turn into, if it becomes cool to change your language, to change your clothes, to change the way how you interact in the public, it will turn into a whole thing. And for a long time, I believe Black folks have been trying to fight that and have an actually real division. That's why conscious rap and gangster rap has such a big problem, and why I believe in the hip hop culture they went towards pushing out degenerate music so hard, because they wanted to kill out that we was being dual. We was into the conscious, we was into common, and we also was into rockin'. And we could jump in and out of it. We could look like a thug, so supposedly whatever a thug's supposed to look like, but we was also communicating in a proper way. And I think now these young men, if it was to take off, they are doing the extreme. They're not just doing the look and just talking the look. They also changing their whole language. They're not saying, nah, I mean, what's good. They're not talking in a so-called, I guess, urban vernacular. And that's a big difference. And if being proper becomes cool in our neighborhoods, that's going to make a drastic difference in the way how these young men communicate and talk. They're going to eventually start reading again. When I was growing up, like, there was a big deal to say, yeah, I read the Malcolm X book. You didn't read it yet? What you waiting on? You and him say the white devils? That shit was crazy. Never heard no black man talk like that until I read that book, because I didn't get a chance to experience them live. And now we could get back to people reading. I got into reading because of a Malcolm X book, and I just kept on going down that line. And you know, my melanin been growing ever since on all dimensions. Do you receive me, PhD?
So, how did you read the Malcolm X book? Like, who introduced you to it?
A black man. I was listening to Stevie Wonder. A black man. I was like, what?
Right. But that's the thing, right? So I know, like, when I was in middle school, it was a big deal to read the Malcolm X book. And it was mainly the boys. The black boys were doing it. But it was because there were black men introducing it to them. And so maybe it's not that the black boys of today, or, you know, the past couple generations wouldn't have read it, but maybe that the men didn't expose them to it and say, hey, check this out. This got something to say to inform you about your life and the path you taking, right? Because it was another one too, Make Me Want to Holler, that they was all reading. I never read either one of them. So yeah, maybe it was the grown men who didn't introduce them to it.
And that's fine. And because these grown men, we don't look at, when you're young, you don't look at grown men as doing anything for you unless they was in your life. And it just is what it is. And I wanted to be better because I wanted to be better, right? I wanted to be better because I wanted to do better. And so what I'm saying with these young men, because I never dressed like a YN in my life. I never did it. Not one time. Not even for a costume. I always knew who the hell I was. Shit, I always respect myself.
You know what? Okay, so how are the young men of today not know who they are?
Okay, you breaking up, Diva. But what I'm saying is that this is the beginning. Okay, I think you're back. You want to check?
No, I was saying, how are the young men today not knowing who they are? What's the missing component?
What's the missing component is that for a long time, black men were supposed to uphold this negative image. You was not accepted in the community unless you was assimilating to this negative image of what black men are supposed to be. We are supposed to be goddamn thugs. We're supposed to be overly stereotypical masculine. We're supposed to just be able to do push-ups, drink Hennessy, and smoke weed and fight and get a lot of bitches.
I think what PhD was alluding to, what's missing is the mentorship aspect between the Gen X men going to, you know, this newer generation of young men, actually teaching them substance, right? Instead of them just assimilating a certain look, but also adding values in terms of educational resources and things of that nature, right? to give a real life example, just last week, I was with my daughter, Zoe. She's 15, and I had to take her to Walmart to get something for her dance recital, right? And we parked, and we were walking inside, and there was a group of young men who were dressed in pajamas and hoodies, and they were sagging and all that stuff. Also, they was a little bit ahead of us, but they stopped and they were talking to each other. I knew those young men because I coached them 5 or 6 years ago when I was volunteering at the rec center as a coach. I was coaching basketball and I was coaching soccer, right? These young men then were like 7, 8, 9, 10. Now they're teenagers, right? So they recognize me as coach. So when I walk past them, they say, "Hey, coach," and as I was greeting them, right? I asked them, I said, "Hey, what are y'all out here selling?" They was like, "Coach, what are you talking about? We ain't selling nothing." I said, "That's the wrong answer." I said, "You're selling yourself. Every time you step out of your house and you come into a public venue, you're selling yourself." And I said, if you were trying to present yourself in a way to where somebody is going to want to share resources with you, the way you're looking right now, is that going to be palatable for them to do so? And each one of them said, "No, coach, you're right." So I told them, I said, "Hey, listen, first of all, pull your pants up. And second off, when you come outside, make sure you come out in a presentable way and you sell yourself in a way that you want to be received." Right? And it's just the only reason why I was able to do that is because, one, I was mentoring them when they were younger, right? So now that they're older, they see me as somebody who can give them advice. And I think we need more men, specifically the Gen X men, to get out there and mentor like Chicago Real is doing, like BMU is doing, like you're doing, Cuzzo, to get out there and start talking to these young men when they're in the early childhood educational phase and actually building with them on solid values, taking them to bookstores, sharing different knowledge, wisdom, and understanding with them, so that it just doesn't have to be an aesthetic thing, that it can be a value specific transition. Peace and love.
I like that. Let me catch up with some of these.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Okay.
Right. One thing I wanted to point out is there actually have always been young Black men presenting themselves in this way, right? So if you're a part of the Jack and Jill set, that's how the young Black men look. If you're a part of middle class Black America, then boys who are in, Kappa League, the other fraternity offshoot programs for young men, and they all look like that, right? And so I think, again, this may be like a class issue, because like I said, if you're a part of that set, you've always seen young Black males presenting themselves in a very professional manner. Freedom 557, $2. Great show, Sharon. All right. Kim West, $5. Kanye West gave Chicago goons polo shirts and they still turned into drill rappers.
And that's why the language change is important.
Unlikely, $5. For allowing me to ramble for a minute, Bracy.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, and I absolutely appreciate the young boys for even attempting, and it's catching on. And the sad thing about it is that it's going to catch on with other races as well. Other races are going to be like, "We've been doing this." It's going to be grown ass white men saying that they've been doing this or whatever. Fine, that is all good. But I really don't care about them because they ain't going to be trendy. They still following a young Black man at the end of the day if they do that. And now if they could see themselves as leaders of having people changing their whole way how they interact with social media by imitating a young black man, that is a big change. And it's a change for the good if young black men can see that they can affect the world in a productive way as well. Because for a long time, we don't have any image in masses of young men being great. The only place you could see is like what Diva was saying in the Jack and Jill, on the Catholics, in prestigious places. But now if they could trickle down to the so-called lower class human beings and they start talking and communicating properly, it's going to change a lot. Maybe we have a lot more Frederick Douglasses. I don't know.
We don't want y'all being like us. No, I was playing.
Yeah, we coming. Yeah, we on the way, goddamn. Hey, since you a thug that's reforming, what you think about it? Because I believe you sound like now today you wear quarter zips, but I think way back in the days you was a shiesty wearer.
That's crazy. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Well, first thing I want to say is that I think it's wrong that they call you gay or whatever just because you eat cucumbers. I eat cucumbers in my Accord, and there's nothing gay about it. I promise you. So I'll be back on that.
Not in the Accord.
Yeah, no, I still dress down. Like I 100% agree with what I think majority of what you guys are saying. I don't really know. I guess I didn't really hear the other side of the argument about not dressing a certain way, like dressing more polished or acting more polished and whatever the case may be. I don't understand the other side of it that much. So I pretty much 100% agree with what you guys are saying. But I still wear sweatpants like damn near every day. I'm wearing sweatpants and a hoodie, or sweatpants and a t-shirt, and some slides. Like that's the most comfortable, and that's what I do. If I'm going out somewhere, if I'm going to maybe if I'm going to look at cars, or if I'm going to work, I'm gonna be in business casual or something. But if I'm going to Walmart, if I'm grocery store, or wherever I'm going, it's definitely dressed down. Yeah, I think that overall, I think that what Brownsville said about the representation, what you're representing when you're out, you're representing everything about you. You're representing your ethnicity, your culture, your family. If people know your family, you're representing them, especially your parents. If you're outside of the country, you're representing your country, whether you like it or not. If you go to Italy, if you go to Japan, if you go somewhere else, and you're American, you're representing America while you're out there. And it's just something we can't escape. So I 100% agree. Like when you're out in public, how you're dressed, how you talk, how you interact with people, you're representing yourself, and you should represent yourself to the best of your ability when you can, or at least to the point that they're not going to have crazy negative thinking about you. So yeah, I mean, I don't see it any different than I think PhD calls it revitalization, gentrification, whatever you want to call it. If you go through certain neighborhoods, trash on the ground, shit's not cut, all this other stuff, and it's no different than you come out and you don't have your haircut, you're not lined up, you just look like a bum. It's the same thing. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be white people. Oh, I'm going to clean this up for white people to respect me. But black people going through those neighborhoods are not going to. People living in those neighborhoods are not going to respect those neighborhoods. If you clean that up, it looks good. And even if some white people on the other side of town don't respect that neighborhood just because they cleaned up, the people within that neighborhood are going to feel better about themselves. You see it in classrooms as well. Studies have been done. If I'm not mistaken, studies have been done and it shows kind of parallel, not exactly the same thing. But teachers, when they give positive reinforcement to the students, to the kids, they do much better, no matter what type of socioeconomic status they're in. And if they don't do that, or if they talk negatively, we see how bad the outcome is. And same thing with the neighborhood, same thing with the way you dress. Russell Westbrook talks about, he wants to look good, feel good, and he'll do good. It's a mindset that I think that, people, when you're in it, you realize it, even if you were maybe against it before or whatever, but subconsciously, you probably do it too. When you go out, when you're going out to the club or whatever, you're going out with your friends or with your partner, it's like, I'm not going out as a bum. If we're going out to eat or whatever, I'm gonna dress up, I'm gonna look nice, get my makeup done, get my hair done, put on some perfume, put on some cologne, whatever else the case may be, because I want to look good for myself and I want to look good for my partner. So at the end of the day, I think I agree with pretty much everything that was said by everybody up here. So
awesome. So that is from a quarter zip human being. Now let's hear from the opposite. Welcome to the show, Rush.
Yo, what up, salute.
So let's change the language for a little bit. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Get this man a quarter zip.
What's up, Russ? What's your thoughts, my brother?
My thoughts on the quarter zip. I think it's a positive thing. Just like the guy that just got done speaking, like how you dress really determines what your aura is going to be. So if you're dressed in a prestigious manner, your aura will most likely be like high class and prestige type. Like, know what I mean. So, it's a positive ripple effect for these kids to be, rocking the quarter zips. And like you said before, like definitely, we the trendsetters when it comes to fashion. It might get some backlash from from a different demographic outside of our demographic because, the whole but hey, I don't want to get into all that, but yeah, like it's a good thing, man. Because them tracksuits, man. You see a young man with a tracksuit, immediately a Nike tracksuit, immediately you're gonna think, he Hawaiian or whatever. But that's not the case, us as human beings, we prejudge on how somebody, what clothes they wear and how they carry themselves. So I think it's a positive ripple effect for kids to be rocking the quarter zips, man. I think it's dope.
I'm gonna head into work, Sharon, but like I said before, I have no
MJ,
problem.
before you go, now you see
Yes,
why we need the quarter zip.
Lord Jesus, take the wheel. No, I get it, but like I'm just saying, like my whole point is that if this is like a new trend and I'm down with it, go ahead and do it. I'm in full support, but just taking note. Look at Love and Hip Hop. You can't tell nobody on Love and Hip Hop are not wearing $300 this, $400 this, $500 this, and $52,000 car, whatever not. And look, they're known as one of the trashiest fucking shows to possibly watch. So like I'm saying, it's all at the end of the day, it's always going to be about the character of the man and the woman. It doesn't matter what clothes you put on, you will still give the same you'll still get the same outcome. So just like that's why I said, I hope other things also imply with that. But if you're saying this is just a first step, it's a first step. I'm rocking with it. I'll talk to you later, guys. Have a good day.
All right.
Bye. Have a good day.
Yeah. I know Venus she got short time, so I'm gonna go with Venus. Then I'm gonna go fix you up. Then we're gonna go to fix you up. Go ahead, Venus.
I think it says F y'all up to is the name. See it, FK y'all up to.
Yeah, he butchered that. He butchered the
I just wanted to add really quick. I don't want it to come off like Black people who like to dress in their regular urban fashion, that there's anything wrong with that either. Because I appreciate the diversity of Black people. I don't think everybody needs to be in a suit and tie all day every day unless they choose to, right? But if we can acknowledge simply that the way you're treated in public is highly based off of how you dress, regardless of race, it's a thing. Especially Diva pointed to class as the further you move up, if you want to be a person who moves up, when you look at how those people dress, is very different, and that's for a reason. It just is what it is. I don't know why there's like such a pushback against that. Now, if all you do is want to work at Walmart, or if you do blue collar or something that requires a uniform, that's different. But I feel like sometimes we're limited to our own experiences, and like Black people are across all socioeconomic statuses and represent in different ways, and it shouldn't be like frowned upon if people want to start to change more toward what the higher class of people, even in their own race, are doing. Because when you look at higher class Black people, they typically aren't dressed a certain way, they don't carry themselves a certain way. Typically, it just is what it is. So to take it off white people, if you just look at even your own people, when you go up in classes, you will see differences. And so that's what I have to say. I'm just not against the urban streetwear. I like both. Depends on the day. That's how I am. But I work for myself, so I could do that. But yeah, I'm on mute.
You next, you up. F is y'all up too?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. There you go.
There you go. There you go. Shout out. I'll make my statement brief. So I'll just say this. Throughout my 43 years of living, I've definitely come across moments where I looked at an individual, I looked at what they had on, come to find out they were actually sharp as I don't know what. Really on point. Maybe they was just getting off a certain kind of job I wasn't aware of or whatever. You come across them and you just automatically think. The fact is that there is something called prejudice, and prejudice is to prejudge. Now, for the longest time, we all know that if you look a certain way, like there are many people who did not get the job only because of how they dress coming in. Nose rings, ripped up jeans, shirt torn open, whatever it may be. And because of your appearance, you did miss an opportunity. Because of your appearance, you did miss an opportunity. The fact is to land it from debutantes to the big kings, pharaohs, you name it. You're always able to identify who is of royalty and who is not. Why? Not because of anything besides their initial appearance. Now, one thing I can say to land it is I do also recognize that you had a time where folks was dressing real royal, but man, they stunk so bad. And they did because they recognized that when we talk about these Nike techs, clothes is about comfortability. When did we lose sight of it's not about the race or the creed or anything, it's about the context of the character. One thing we refuse to want to talk about, we will talk about degrees, we'll talk about money, we'll talk about who makes more all day. We do not want to touch that topic on who are you on the inside when you strip down naked, all of that. What do you consist of outside of being able to say, I have this degree? What do you have outside of saying I'm a business owner? What do you have outside of that? I'm talking about just you in raw, pure form. And that's not for the world to determine. That's for you to figure out. But I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family. Thank you, Sharon.
I like it. Let's see more of these young men and how they communicate. Let's see if we can have some more. Because I didn't watch the full video. I seen the topic. I was like, oh, this should be fun.
Who is Jason would extend the reach of this movement. In a video shared, it would feature himself and a friend showing off their new quarter zips and matcha drinks to go.
We don't do Nike tech. We don't do coffee. It's straight quarter zips and matchas around here. He was talking about putting on a Nike tech to come outside. I told him, what are you doing? You upgraded in life. You wear glasses now. You wear quarter zips. Now, you don't do Nike tech. You don't do those. Talk to him.
Yo,
talk to us.
Yesterday I was in the hood. Today I'm wearing this sweater. I'm in Blink Street, gang. Change your life, gang. Put the tech down.
Tech down. Quarter zips up. You heard?
Now, even though the trend would start off as somewhat of a joke and sarcasm, by imitating parts of white culture, it quickly has become a social movement, as many older black people and women have enjoyed seeing the youth exchange their hoodies and the mentality associated with them to what some may consider a more presentable style choice.
Y'all seen these young brothers looking dapper now? Huh? Y'all seen these young boys? I'm so hyped. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Why?
The fact that this is a movement among our young men. Notice I didn't say YN. Among our young men.
Yeah, talk that talk.
This lets me know that the
you got music there.
Handsome that's poison our culture is fading.
Can we talk about how handsome the men are looking, going from their Nike techs to their quarter zips? I love this so much for us. I really do. Like, y'all just look so good. I'm loving this trend real bad.
Young black people deciding we.
Did you see the caption on her video? The quarter zip movement is the CIA's worst nightmare. Really? And see, that be the thing with black people. Then we start like really reaching to some ridiculous shit. But you saw the first two dudes.
Now you see how I was cooking you, so now I'm glad that you see it now. But yeah, the first like it started off as now you see.
Those first
Hey, look,
dudes.
the cloud is gone. The
What
clouds
cloud?
because you can see clearly now.
What are you talking about? The girl is talking about the quarter zip movement being the CIA's worst nightmare. That's ridiculous. But the first two dudes, and so when I initially was saying it was when I heard the conversation, they were saying that it was young Black men from immigrant backgrounds who were doing that. And initially they were doing it to distinguish themselves from Black American boys. But you could clearly look at those first two boys and see those boys are from an immigrant background. That was not a little Black American boy with his bottom lip hanging like that. And then the other boy with his hairline pushed all the way back like that, right? And so I just want to point out that I actually was right. That actually is where I heard the conversation. But what about the hair that the boys had? Not the one with the lip hanging. The one standing next to him with the pushback hairline. And then it was like another shot of him and another guy who had like an afro too. So is the quarter zip and an afro okay? Is the quarter zip and locks okay? Because I think the first little boy had locks or something.
All that.
Okay. All right. And the glasses, we need the glasses too, y'all.
I got
like, who wear glasses?
I got a pair. Yeah, I got a pair now.
Put your glasses on. You got to be in solidarity with these boys now. Come
on.
Hey, Sharon, may I ask a question? If it's all right, brief question. All right, so I would like to know, because I'm all about, as you would say, Sharon, and many of us here, solution. So, okay, cool. If this particular image and if this beginning start is something that, for the most part, by our own, not white folks or nobody else, by our own, is going to be clowned and shitted on, what should the first step that Black men should take to convince our sisters we really want to change, not for you just, but for ourselves first? What should that first step look like if it's not this? I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the panel.
That's why I cooked up Diva today, because I feel the same way that it needs to start somewhere. It might have started off.
But cause you gotta let the woman answer that though.
My bad.
You know what I'm saying?
My bad.
My answer is you did not cook nothing, not even the cucumbers your ass was just eating. So what's the first step? Change your behavior, right? Like changing your outfit is superficial. We've seen Black men get dressed up, right? It was a couple years ago that they were making those videos of of Black men lined up, you know, by the 50 or 60 Black men, and they all in a suit. Okay. And half of them had done left their baby mama. And so my point is, again, change your behavior. That's how we gonna see it. That's how we gonna know it's real.
Okay, so Sister Diva, all right, respect to that. Okay, let's take that for validity. Now, all right, so we all know that anybody who is who they are today, it didn't happen overnight. It was a course and a period of time that took. So when you say change the behavior, what is the time frame metric in which sisters are going to give us to actually say, I now believe the change? Because you know, if we were just to put out a video of, hey, we're making this change, it might get the same lashback that the outfits are getting. So what's the metric of time?
The metric of time is like in real time, right? And so when we see y'all acting different and behaving different, then we know, okay, there's a difference in behavior. But again, we've seen y'all come up with these different outfits and say, this, you know, what we finna do, Black men, but the behavior didn't change. And after, you know, a few months or, you know, whatever, it died down, and that was that.
So basically what I just heard is that the very moment that we all make a video and we all display a different behavior, which I'm going to get to with you in a second, the very moment we do that video is the very second that you all believe us? Or do you believe that we're still going to have to, just like the outfits, that being the first step, do you believe it's going to be a metric of time that's going to have to be incorporated before you all actually say, you know what? Applause to the Black man.
No, okay, y'all making a video is irrelevant, right? Because social media is one thing, but what we can see in our right in front of us is reality, right? And so I don't know why y'all need to make a video. If y'all are going to change your behavior, then just change your behavior.
Well, see, the thing is that we like what you all are talking about, but what you all are talking about right now specifically is a video of outfits and how a behavior is trying to be changed. So it's still a video that's being responded to. I'm just asking whether it's a video or whether it's when you step out of your front door. What is the visual? What are the optics of what black men can do so PH Diva can finally say, you know what? I got to go ahead and give hats off to that.
Not do the
Diva.
Go ahead. I gotta defer to Sharon. I gotta Roffer to Sharon. My mic is muted.
Much respect to you, sis. Rock out.
Right. So when I am able to walk down the street and see a group of men standing there and not feel threatened or not feel afraid, then that's when I'm gonna say, "Oh shit!" Right? Hats off to you, black men. Y'all actually make us feel.
What if for the longest time that actually has been the case, and it really comes down to, is that your perception and your response is based upon something that's more so inner? Or is this truly every time you step out your door, you're just being like attacked and jumped by black men? So like when you finally feel as if you can step out of your door, is that something that you need to work on inside of yourself? Or is that something that you really need to do in a tremendous change so that Diva and other women like yourself feel more comfortable stepping out?
No, well, so that's the thing. Multiple women up here on the panel said just that, right? Because Brownsville posed the scenario. If you walking down the street to get lunch and you see a group of black men on one side of the street and they wearing, sagging pajamas and hoodies or whatever, and then you see on the other side another group of black men and they wearing quarter zips or whatnot, which side you gonna feel safer walking down to go get your lunch? And to a woman, we all said we don't want to walk down either one, right? Because we all said because we have experienced the danger and the harm from both types of those black men, right? I had to call the cops on the campus where I work on a black man just last week because he wouldn't stop harassing me. So no, don't sit up here and try to tell me it's something inner to me that I need to work on when it's black men, the ones who walk up to women and think it's okay to say whatever the fuck they want to say to them.
Okay. All right. Well, all I'm going to say is much respect to you and whatever your experience is. I can't speak on what it is that you have seen in your life for living. So I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family. Thank you for your response.
Yeah. I think part of it is probably just like the male versus female experience with one another. Like women just have, like Diva saying, it don't matter whether they're in a shiesty or something or they're in or whatever this shit's called, quarter zip. Like, yeah, they might do different things, but it's still the same. They're still harassing. They're still doing certain things to women versus men walking by. Do it in a shiesty, you got to worry about getting robbed or something else. Do it in a quarter zip. You never had that experience with someone in a quarter zip or seen someone have that experience with someone in a quarter zip. So you're not really worried about that. But women, they got to worry about being harassed, sexually assaulted, all these other things. And that'll happen whether do it in a shiesty or do it in a quarter zip. So I think some of it also probably comes from those perspectives when it comes to like women speaking, not necessarily out against it, but like pointing out like that don't change nothing. Like, yeah, y'all look more presentable or whatever, but your character hasn't changed, which is kind of what I think MJ was saying earlier.
Yeah, bring it on. I like that. That was a good observation, AR. Sometimes your autism works very well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I didn't even have to take any Adderall.
Don't take that from him. He done took the glasses off. He can't be diagnosing.
I gotta change the monitor screen so this way you won't see all the everything in the back. I'm gonna do it next time. Start wearing my damn shade, my quarter. I'm gonna have to get that. I don't even own a quarter zip.
You know what's crazy? I think I just bought some from Under Armour. Do they count?
No,
or do they got to be like?
absolutely not. That do not count.
Yeah, because I got the athletic one. I got one.
Yeah,
I
got plenty of
got
those.
one of those too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got
it's
one of
comfy.
those. Yeah, I got an athletic quarter zip. Hell yeah. But when you start running, you gotta. Shit, let me get some air.
Hey, Sharon, real quick. Now, I just want to say thank y'all so much. I appreciate everybody up here. Much respect to every form of headspace and thought process that is here, whether agreed or disagreed. And I got to get my bags packed, bro. I see y'all Tuesday.
Where the hell
Y'all
you
be
going?
what?
Where the hell you going?
Yeah, bro. I got to pack my stuff, bro. Yeah, I got a lot going on. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Happy holidays.
Have a good weekend.
You know it. Respect, fam.
All right, so let's get back to see if we can, because this is my first time seeing the video. So let's see if they, hopefully they don't make me a contradiction. I hope not. God damn
Sharon,
it.
hold on.
Mhm.
And this is totally off subject, but I need a pearl white paint color for the walls. Put it in the back chat if you know one. Pearl white, that pearlescence.
Yeah, my cord is pearl white.
Your what?
It really is though.
My car pearl white too. I love that color.
Yeah, it's a nice color.
I'll have to go to a shop to see. I asked my painter, the painter dude. I'll send it to you if he has one.
Okay, thanks.
High gloss or matte?
Maybe neither. Maybe eggshell. Because I mean it's for internal walls, but I don't know about high gloss. Maybe high gloss. Between the two, high gloss.
Okay. You want a glossy matte? All right.
Before you get to the video, cuz to give Diva a little bit of pushback, right? Because what she said is true and it's her experience, right? However, when the ladies are out there dating, right? And if they're intending to date men, do you think that it's wise for them? So should they not make a distinction based upon the first impression of a man, right? So what you're saying is, are you suggesting that women who are trying to date men shouldn't distinguish from a well-dressed, well-presented man from a man who didn't really care how he presented himself to her and to the world?
Not at all. In fact, like my list has a lot of stuff that you can just look at a man and off rip rule them out. But understand that that's ruling people out. That's not selecting, right? So those are two different processes.
Right, but the initial,
absolutely,
the initial thing that they have to do is to rule out, right?
Yes.
So if I am to educate my daughter, right, like, because I gave the story on the kids we seen at Walmart, but when I talked to my daughter, she asked me, she said, "Hey Dad, how do you know those?" And this is what she said. She said, "How do you know those thugs?" That's how she presented the question. And I said, well, I coached them some 5, 6, 7 years ago, but I understand that they're not dressed a certain way. That's why I told them that they were selling themselves. That's how I kind of, admonished them a little bit. But I don't want you to think that everybody who looks that way is a thug, right? But I do want you to be aware that if somebody's looking that way, then you need to go the opposite direction. So it's just the nuances in, how we're supposed to educate our children based upon the images and the way we're portraying ourselves out in public. And my whole point in the conversation was, yes, that first impression, that first step is to change your image, to change how you're representing yourself on the outside, so that you can get past that first acknowledgement that you said, well, hey, this is what's going to rule you out, right?
Yes. Yeah, and I agree with that. Certainly, if they are presenting themselves in a way that shows that they trying to be in rebellion to all society, even Black society, yeah, you probably want to steer clear of that man.
Sharon Cooks diva again.
Boy, shut up. I said Black society. I'm not talking about white people. And I don't think that a quarter zip versus a Nike Tech outfit, although admittedly I had to, it wasn't until I saw that video Sharon played, I didn't know what either one of them was, right? And I don't even know that I've seen young Black men in a Nike Tech outfit, like in real life.
No, they absolutely wear that in mass. Absolutely.
Really? Now I'm gonna have to start paying attention because I honestly can't recall like seeing that. So, but I still don't know that would be the distinguishing factor, right? I mean, I think like something like tattoos in your face is much more compelling.
Yeah, and majority of the young men that wear Nike Tech suits, they have a tattoo on their face.
Really? Okay. All right.
If you've seen a tattooed face, man, you've seen a Nike Tech suit too.
Okay, well,
it's those ninja looking sweatsuits.
I'm gonna have to pay attention.
Yeah, they look like ninjas. Literally.
I think by us and the people that's going viral online speaking well about the guys wearing the quarter zips, it's important to disperse a form of positive reinforcement so it can encourage the kids to still move in that direction of wearing quarter zips and possibly changing their behavior, and like anytime you feed somebody negative reinforcement for something, for something that they're doing good, it would discourage that individual not to move in a positive light. So I think it's important for us to encourage the youth to move in that kind of direction.
What's Rush Labuto Network? What's negative reinforcement?
It's pretty much I learned this terminology from a psychology class, which based on like natural behavior. Whenever somebody behaves in a positive manner, it's important for the audience or the social circle to feed them positive reinforcement so that they could continue doing the right thing. I'm butchering the saying, it's not verbatim, I'm paraphrasing it, but yeah, I learned this terminology from a psychology class.
Yeah, but you just told us about positive reinforcement, and I asked you what is negative reinforcement.
Well, negative reinforcement, like for example, right, if somebody were to save a old lady from a burning building and everybody is disparaging this man's character because he saved the old lady from the burning building, that right there is a form of negative reinforcement. So that would discourage him from doing the right thing, saving the old lady from a burning building.
Okay, so I need you to go take that psychology course again, because that's not what negative reinforcement is.
What she's referring to, Rush, is you're removing a negative stimulus in order to encourage positive habits. For example, if let's say you're an instructor and you give your students homework, right? And you're now deciding to remove the homework for the weekend and give them the weekend off, right? That's considered a negative reinforcement because you're removing the homework and you're encouraging them to, succeed the next week to do the homework.
Thank you, sir.
I just thought I should point that out, given that you're more logical than I am.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we lived here, nigga.
It was this dude.
Lived here.
Oh man, I completely forgot it was this. I just remember him having a fight with Fighter Complex or whoever. I remember that. I completely forgot he said that goofy shit.
Yeah,
that's crazy. What's up, Rush? I wish I remember earlier. I would have said something to you. What's up, man? With your goofy ass. All right. Rush, why don't you want to talk anymore, man? Your mic's muted, sir.
Well, I think he probably don't want to talk because you addressed him in a disrespectful manner.
Hell yeah, I did.
What? Why you want to fight with everybody, AR?
Well, because they like, I don't understand why people come on and say goofy shit. Not what, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry, Rush. How are you doing today, good sir?
Rushton already told y'all, hey, you come down the damn. What he said he was? What he was telling fighter he was?
He's in Jersey. I ain't ever going to ugly ass Jersey.
If you break it here, it's gonna be a problem for you.
Boy, fighter was in the back, so I'm trying to fight him or something. And then he got pressed by him.
And clearly AR done took off his quarter zip. And
Look. He put on his Nike tech.
Whatever, man. My apologies, Rush. You're always welcome here to say your stupid shit.
You know what?
Respectfully. What
Venus, how you doing? Is Venus here or is she working?
I think she's working on and off.
All right.
I'm trying to pre-watch this video that they just sent me. That's all.
Oh, okay. Make that money, honey.
So what is the like? What's the argument against? Besides, like, is it just the character thing? Like, just because you dress a certain way, don't change who you are as a person type?
There is no argument against them wearing quarter zips or whatever they want, right? So a few years ago when they wanted to wear khakis and polos, nobody had a problem with it. I don't think anybody has a problem with them wearing quarter zips or whatever. What I was pushing back against was the statement that who made that? I think it was Ignite TV made that Black men wearing quarter zips is going to change how the police perceive them and interact with them. And then he also said something to the effect of like, oh, we making ourselves look weaker. And so, and it was just like, what? And so that's what I was pushing back against.
Making themselves look weaker? Like who said that?
Ignite TV.
Said that because Black youth are dressing a certain way, it makes them look weaker?
Yeah, he was saying like it was basically a strategy, right? They was being strategic because by making themselves look weaker, then other people, including the police, would respond to them different.
What was it?
Ignite TV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what I was pushing back against the entire time. Like, sir, you do realize that Black men in 3-piece suits had to have a riot with the police, right? That did not change how the police was fucking with those Black men. It did not keep white people from stringing them up from trees. And so even if they call you uppity, they still calling you an N-word, right? Yeah. and they deal with uppity N-words in the same way that they do the regular N-words.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that was the only thing. And I think MJ was being, I think MJ was the one saying like, okay, just make sure your character changing too as well. So and so like I explicitly told him, hey, don't take this as like a criticism or saying y'all shouldn't do it. Just be mindful of what we're telling you and be on the lookout for it so you can prevent it. Because anything that Black men do becomes associated with like degeneracy. So for instance, when Black men were putting those putting rims on their cars, right? That became associated with degeneracy. Right. Meanwhile, white boys riding around with them huge tires on their car.
Oh my goodness.
But no, and a lot of times they are violent rednecks or whoever, but it never became associated with degeneracy in the same way Black men and their rims did. And so I keep trying to get Black men to understand it's not the shit that you're doing. Blackness is bad. And so whatever you do, they're going to try to spin it and make it look like it's a bad thing.
But would you agree though, Diva, that the imagery would still project differently, right? So let's say, for an example, if we see a police video of them beating the mess out of somebody in a 3-piece suit versus we seeing them beating the mess out of somebody with a hoodie on and pajamas and sagging and all of that, do you believe that the imagery, when it gets out to the world of those two scenarios, will be perceived just a little bit different?
Initially, but let me tell you, see, this is the thing, you got to understand how these people work, right? So the first time we see it, see the contrast, you know, people might be like, oh, you know, well, why they doing it to this particular man? But then when they say, oh, well, this man did, and list a laundry list of degenerate shit he did, and then they do it to another one in a suit and list a laundry list of degenerate shit he did, then people gonna start saying, oh, well, the ones who dress like that, they degenerates. That's how they work. They associate that image with some degenerate shit and get people to accept that. And so the first time, yes, you're correct. It probably would have a different impact, but moving forward, once they done it a few times, nah. Then people just gonna start saying, "Oh, a black man in a suit is a degenerate." They've done it too many times.
Shit, I didn't even see all these goddamn things. My bad. Shout out to Next Level moving forward. I appreciate you so much. What about natural fabrics? Synthetic fibers are harmful.
I agree. Oh my God. I'm trying to get to where I'm only wearing like cotton, like natural fibers. But it's hard.
That's why I'm going to be building everything, Diva. I'm going to build my own cotton too. Be picking that damn thing my damn self.
It's hard to find though, because most of the clothes these days are what they call like fast fashion. And so they use a lot of polyester and all that other synthetic shit.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you can get all natural, but it costs money. Like cashmere and cotton, like real fresh, that shit costs.
Yeah. It's worth it though.
Yeah. And
Black people learn how to sew again.
Only me and you gonna know that it is that unless you touch it. When you touch it, you can tell the difference though. Also, not just physically, but as a whole, are men stronger? What's your thoughts?
Are men stronger like mentally?
Yeah, he said not just physically, but as a whole, are men stronger?
I would love to hear Russia's opinion. I think he's very educated in this subject.
You know.
All right. So before we get into AR's little experiments, does streetwear limit you to stay in comfort zones? Ooh, that's another good one too. Those are some great questions, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So first, Russ, the first question was for you, Rush.
Yeah, I most definitely believe that men are way stronger all around
as a
the
whole.
world. Yeah, as a whole.
If you take out physical out of it, men are still the stronger.
Yes.
Can you substantiate it?
Well, the mental strength we possess because we're able to endure so much.
Like endure what? What you mean by endure?
Physical work. We're able to endure the pain from doing, physical work.
Well, women endure the pain of childbirth. Do you think men could endure that? That's a very physically laborious task, pushing a child out of your body and into existence.
Oh, you just put your quarter zip on, huh?
That's just one factor. But as far as
are you
hold on, we got you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I know it's your experiment, but we got you. Go ahead, Rush.
Yeah, as far as like men that build bridges, that takes a form of physicality to endure a lot of pain. So a woman is unable to do that. So that would,
because a lot of the actual building of bridges is done by equipment. It ain't men putting the bridge up there. They're running the equipment that's putting the bridge together.
those heavy equipments take a lot of physical strength
Yeah, and
to
there are women who do it too, though.
nah.
Yes, there are.
Their bodies won't be able to handle it.
No, sir. Yes, there are
What you
women
mean? Like
who
you mean they?
operate.
Hold on, let me see what you mean. You mean that they can't handle a steering wheel?
Nah, as far as like the jackhammers and
This is all physical.
So, but okay. So when you say bridges, I guess that's all right. So you just talking about civil construction altogether,
right?
Because bridges you don't really use jackhammers.
Yeah, I mean I don't know
You just talking about in general.
I
Okay.
don't know the specific equipment that they use to build the bridges, but I know men that work those kind of fields, and it's a lot of physical. It takes a lot of physical strength to build those bridges. Those guys make about 50 an hour, and they only work 6 months out throughout the year. So
We're,
those
we're talking about non-physical. We're talking about non-physical.
Hold
yeah,
on,
but
hold on.
to
I want to get back to the original topic, so this way AR can finish his train of thought. But what you mean $50 an hour and they only work for 6 months of the year and they don't have to work for the rest?
right, the guys that build bridges, that's their blueprint of working in that kind of lane.
But
A
if
lot
you
of
make $50 an hour for 6 months, that's $50,000.
yeah, I know.
Okay, go ahead, AR. All right.
Receive it, Sharon.
I'm just saying, we said non-physical,
I
and he's bringing up
reject that.
physical stuff.
I reject that one. I reject that.
Rush, sir, we said non-physical, and you immediately went to building bridges and the labor-intensive, the manual labor stuff. We're
Yeah,
talking about non-physical.
but when you're working those kind of environments, you're enduring a lot of pain. So
What kind of pain are you enduring?
The physicality of building.
I'm gonna try one more time. We're talking about non-physical. So the physical pain that you are enduring that's out the window because it's physical. We're talking about non-physical.
It takes a lot of mental strength to endure those kind of physical pain. I mean,
Okay. Rush, I remember you saying that you have a degree. What is your degree in?
criminal justice science.
Okay. And did you get an associate's or a bachelor's?
It's an associate's.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought so. How much? I think you said that because I remember when I had met you the first time, it was on the heels of you saying that you are by inherently more logical than PhD, but because you are a male, and I asked you if you had anything that you achieved that would make you more logical, and I remember you had said you started a business, you own something, and I was just wondering how much revenue you bring in, like how much revenue that business brings in.
Well, I'm not going to tell you how much I make, but I have a referral.
How much you make is the business. How much revenue does the business bring? You don't have to tell me your salary or whatever. How much revenue does the business make? Because we don't know. I don't know who you are. I don't know what business you're talking about. You're just giving a revenue. Like, so what is the revenue?
I'm not telling you that, but
okay. Is it
You
zero?
want to see how much business you do, right? Do you do a lot of business or do you do a little bit of business, right? Because regardless of how much revenue you bring in, if you got very high overhead and expenses, you still wouldn't make that much or net that much. So we still wouldn't know anything about what you're earning or what you're netting from that business. He's just trying to see how much business are you doing with that business, if that makes sense.
I have a decent amount of taxes. You know what I mean? So,
from your business pays taxes?
No, I think he said traction. Did you say you have a decent amount of traction?
Yeah, I got a decent amount of clientele. So
So how many new clients do you get a month on average?
I'm not saying all that. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm being interrogated.
Can you tell us what your business is in? You are being interrogated. Can you tell us what your business is in?
It's a referral company.
It's a pyramid scheme?
A referral.
I'll catch y'all later, man. Y'all enjoy your day.
No. I'm sorry. What?
See?
Why you make the man leave?
Bro,
What's a referral company though?
that's what I wanted to ask.
It's a company that refers things to other people.
Okay, so you like a middleman.
My bad, man. I just expect, like, I don't know. You would think that these people that, you know, they come out here, they act so macho, they so logical, they so masculine and all this stuff. I just think that they should handle a little bit of confrontation. But it seems that whether it's him, ADS, Hood Conservative, they seem to run when they are met with confrontation, and it's weird to me.
Afro nerd.
All right, well, Afro nerd sticks around for at least a little bit, you know.
Hey, Afro nerd. Holidays.
Man, these dudes come on the internet and preach about how, you know, masculine they are and they're leaders and they're this, they're that, and the other. And a little bit of war, a little bit of conflict, they are ready to back out and cower, respectfully.
They say y'all related.
He's a liaison.
See us.
Oh man, you know,
damn, man.
So, do you gentlemen have quarter zips on your Christmas list this year?
Yeah,
I might have to add it.
Give me a quarter zip. I gotta give me some glasses that that don't show the blue light or whatever. Whatever, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they got them, right? AR, because I know AR got glasses.
You talking about like to prevent like the strain on your eyes and stuff from looking at the screen too long?
No, so it won't show on camera.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
The blue light blockers. The blue light blockers. They got the,
I really don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to glasses, but you know, I'm trying to act like it.
No, I think there are glasses that kind of help. Like if you stare at a screen for like, you know, days at, you know, if you stare at a screen for a prolonged period of time, there's glasses that will help with the eye strain and stuff to keep your eyes from getting damaged and stuff.
Yeah, I got them. They're blue light blockers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not Sharon turning into brother.
That's right. You better receive it. I said, Tenray.
Man, I'm telling you, when Polite first hit the scene, I was ready to be wife number 10.
He do have a gift for that though. He do have a gift for it though, because he can retain a lot of information too. Like you don't really need to read and anything. Like he was good.
Yeah, he used to break down their etymology, and I remember he was doing a debate with Hebrew Israelite, and he started. The Hebrew Israelite said something and finished up, and then Polite started talking, and the Hebrew Israelite was like, "Man, don't do that," because he started to break down the words. He was like, "Okay, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that."
Yeah, he was good. Sad to say.
Yeah, too bad he was a weirdo. But that's the thing. A lot of times, and this is what you have to watch out for with those conscious brothers. So like when I was in college in my Black psychology program, and I was talking about it last week with the guy who got the show, you know, they really change hearts and minds because like clockwork, the girls would come in with they relaxed hair or whatever, but by the time they was graduating, they had some form of a natural hairstyle, locks, whatever. And so I actually resisted and was like, y'all is not finna get me. But a lot of those men don't have no money. That be the problem. And so he figured out how to, you know, be that and get money. But, you know, he had to scam to do it. And, you know, when I saw him like move to Miami and start, you know, with all the flashy stuff. And then he was doing business with white people and Jews, you know, so they can never like really be true. And so a lot of them use that to make money off of the Black community. Shout out to Umar.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a poetic logic, you know. I think it has its place. You know, some things are annoying to be over analytical about. I mean, I get the little thing. You know, it's like creating an art form out of logic. It sounds good, it feels good, type of thing. It, you know, sounds good enough to get through the surface. So it's entertaining.
And I think that's I think Umar and Polite, they was the last two of the hurrah. I think they damaged the black community the most. I think they made it's gonna be super difficult for anybody to come up talking productive black anything and get some real support after those two. Nobody's gonna believe them.
Well, so it's not limited to them. Like if you look at what's that guy, Jay Morrison, what was that black couple?
Him too. Mm-hmm.
It was a black couple that was
recently they locked up now, right?
Right. And so black people realized, the same way Marcus Garvey did, right? That black people want, or black Americans want, like unity. We want to progress as a group, that type of thing. And so you can exploit that for your own personal gain. And so as black people, rather than just saying like, we ain't support nobody else, how do we vet people to, lessen the chances that they're exploiting us? Now, Jay Morrison had been in prison, right? And so it's always our openness to, well, he making good now, but if the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And so if the nigga done been in prison, I'm gonna stay away from him. That's just my whole general thing. If you've been in prison, you really ain't got nothing to say to me. Go ahead.
So I think the difficult part with that is that, a black man could easily use like, hey, I was just trying to get out the system and the system caught me.
No, because it was a lot of people who got out of the system and they didn't have to go to prison to do it, right?
You about to email one of them.
Who I'm about to email?
All right.
Oh, I know. He changed. He done changed. Now he the one that really did change. But
Manosphere's talked about that.
But you can, not invest large sums of money into any scheme that this person got going on, like they did with Jay Morrison. And the other thing is, do your due diligence, because from the jump, like when I heard Jay Morrison talking, I was just like, this don't sound right. You know what I mean?
I thought the same thing. I seen him and I watched one of the short videos. I was like, let me see. He on the corner talking.
Right.
And I let him talk a little bit longer. I was like, see? I was like, he gonna get y'all.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times we're led by our emotions, right? They're charismatic. It's a black man, right? Because it's much rarer for a woman to be able to scam. Although, you know what? It was that lady with the Airbnb shit, and she scammed their ass. She was scamming everybody, white men.
also that lady with the trucking industry thing.
Oh yeah, okay. So scratch that. Okay,
Yeah,
so any black person
be
let them scam us. So we letting black people scam us, because we want to see us doing good.
Yeah, we do.
But yeah, again, we have to start like vetting people and not just being drawn in by the fact that they're charismatic. Because like I told you, the first time I laid eyes on Umar, I said, oh, he a con artist.
And I think Tariq is going to still get support because he's actually doing things.
Right. And so
because
that's the thing.
He's actually successful at building something that was brick and mortar. He didn't just he's not just selling his personality, because he do have a hell of a personality. He's funny.
He's very funny.
Charismatic. He got all those traits, but also he actually physically built something where we could go inside of it.
Right.
We could walk in there. We could open up a door and see what he actually have done. And the people that we are talking about, we have not seen them do that. As great as Polite was and how much money, however, he started to look like he was making, he did not have a physical building that the public could walk in and participate in. Umar Johnson, we already know he didn't make it yet. So I think that will be why Tariq will possibly stand a longer test of time. But if he come out and he did something, then it'd be over.
I don't think Umar was particularly a scam. I think he was just a victim of his own ambitions, man.
No.
I mean, Let me what's it called? Because these guys, they get into this school thing, and then you listen to him talk about it. His idea was to get into a school industry that takes millions of dollars of consistent investment and try to compete on that level. And he refused. He didn't want to like start small. Like he wanted something bigger. I was like, man, you can't do that on black people donating to you. It's just not possible.
No,
But
you
I
can
think his
do it on
ambition.
no, Ambassador, you can do it on black people donating, but you gotta deliver. Because if
No,
he
no,
would
not
have,
not.
if he would, because I think he got like 1 million, maybe close to 2 million.
Something like that.
Right. So if he was able to deliver, open the school, and his school was struggling to stay open, right? And he was still asking for donations with kids in there, trying to pay staff, trying to pay security, the donation, he would have had more money than he could have handled.
But
Because they would have seen something physically there, and now you got children to look at with the flies flying around their eye and everything.
But the thing is, even Polite had told him, and Polite had to like publicly distance himself, and he even said like, yeah, something ain't right with what dude doing, because Polite had met with him and was trying to not met with him, but he was talking to him and trying to tell him, hey, the best way to do what you're trying to do is to make the community investors in what you got going on. But he said Umar was adamant about not doing an investment model. He wanted donations. And the difference between having people donate to you and having people invest in your idea is that with investment, you have to be transparent about where the money going. With donations, you do not. There's checks and balances with investors. And so
investor looking for the money back.
Right. And so that was how a lot of people should have known he was a con artist. Now, I knew he was before then. The other thing is plenty of people have started schools and successful schools. Plenty of black people have started multiple schools in the time that he ain't even started one. And there have been several black tradespeople who have come forward and say, hey, I went to him and offered to do the work for him for free, and he turned me away.
Right.
Yeah,
I was one of them. So
really,
yeah, because he was having a problem with the HVAC system. But
and what he told you?
He said no, he don't want me to work for free. Is what he wound up saying. Even though he was on the thing saying, "Can we have a group of black men that's willing to just do the work?" But when I hit him up, and we had an email thread.
So where is this money now? Does nobody know?
Gone.
It's on
yeah, so I think
the money. I don't know.
I think it's kind of crazy to still give him any type of leeway when if you get $2 million and you're saying, well, he started off, he was shooting for the stars. He really should start off shooting at the moon or something. Even with $2 million, you can do something for the community. So it's not like, from what I understand, he didn't get the donations. Realize, hey, this is not going to work out. So I'm going to take this $2 million, and either give it back to the people that donated or create a scholarship fund and use that $2 million to send some people to school
I don't
or
know
do
about
whatever
the
the
whole
case may
$2
be.
million. I'd have gave back $1 million.
I'm just all right, man.
Administrative costs.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, it's like he has the money, and if he wasn't a scam artist, if he wasn't this.
Yeah.
Or that, then he would do something with the money rather than now nobody knows what happened other than he spent it on living a little lavish lifestyle to say he's
wasn't living no lavish lifestyle. I agree with Melanated Vessel, and I feel like people should have been able to see that because we saw the condition of his living space, right? And black people will see something right before their eyes and will swear you down that it don't exist just because they like the person, right? So we saw how he was looking. We saw that he kept having mass shifts in weight, right? So he'll be slim Umar, then he came back, he was fat Umar, and so clearly this man was going through different cycles in his life.
And plus we talk to his cousin all the time.
Who was his cousin?
You spoke to Joey 85. He used to come up here.
Oh yeah. He did say Umar was his cousin.
And we see how he talked.
Right. And so I just don't understand, especially the black women. And I get why black women would want to support him because he was specifically trying to do something to educate black boys. Right. Important, very important. but there was a different way that he went about it than the man whose shit he ripped off, Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu, who actually passed away recently. So rest in power to Dr. Kunjufu. But he, you know, went about it a different way. And so I just don't understand why it took Black people so long to recognize this man as a con artist. When did I see him? It had to be like 2012, 2013. Or maybe even earlier than that. It was probably around 2012. And I took one look at him and was like, oh, he a con artist.
Yeah, playing that damn cheeky how he was. Boy.
I say I only gave him the leeway only because I've seen it before, just with church stuff, where you have a charismatic pastor, he's doing well, he's filling up the pews, so and so, and then somebody gets the bright idea to say, well, you know what? If we have a bigger, better building, we'll be able to bring in more people, and then it causes a big problem. So I only put it in that framing for that reason, because I've seen that happen a lot.
We all have. The building fund is everlasting at Black churches.
Yes, it is.
That's part of the scam too.
Like, what happened to the pipes? We didn't fix them yet. No, they still clonking. They still clonking.
Still no AC.
Right. Yeah, that's part of the
scam. I don't know what Sister Mary be feeding me, but somehow I just keep clogging the damn pipes.
That's what's that preacher up in Detroit? I think it's the Winans guy. His church, they done had a building fund for the better part of 20 years and still ain't got the damn new building built.
You gotta pay for permits.
I think that's just an indicator too, that if someone is if they're supposed to be a leader of something and they don't know where they should start leading from, or where they should be starting their foundation at, I think that's an indication you shouldn't be donating to them either. Like you're saying that he wanted to start this huge school instead of starting small. And it's like, yeah, all right, well, he don't know what he's doing at that point. Yeah,
so I always make a difference between the sales and marketing team and the operations team. You know, he's definitely a wonderful sales and marketing, you know, but operations is a little bit, he struggles. He struggles.
Yeah. And it's okay. I think our main problem is that I think we hold on too much to the past. I think that Umar scandals, if somebody else coming on, we need to vet him and have conversations with him, but we should not just automatically put him into the Umar box,
right?
Because one thing about other cultures, they don't do that. They'll get scammed 1,000 times. Like, I mean, like, for God's sakes, they got Nick Fuentes as a Mexican acting like he's a goddamn nationalist, and they throw money at him, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
so how do
they know to keep their movement going for as long as they can, right? So as long as you pushing out the right thing, they put the money behind you because they know it's for the greater good anyway. Even though you probably are a scammer, right? I think we have to figure out a way that we are feeding possibly a scammer, but it's also going to benefit us in the long run, and somebody else can take the wheel after that person, because somebody else should have took the wheel after Umar and built the school. For sure.
Okay, so how do we do that though? How do we vet people to try not to get scammed in the first place, so we aren't throwing money away unnecessarily? And then in the event that we do decide to get behind somebody and they are a scammer, then how do we bring the next person behind them to complete the mission, right? So, I mean, first thing, vetting the people to try not to get scammed. I think AR said something good. If they don't have a background in what it is they trying to do, that's probably not the person we want to put our faith in, right? It's unless they get a team of people who do have that background, because anybody can have an idea, right? And it might actually be a good idea, but are you going to be able to execute that idea yourself if you don't have the background to do so? And so anybody that's adamant about only them doing it when they are lacking the background to do so, that's probably an indication that we don't want to put our trust or funds behind them.
Great point. And also, I'm about to, because me and Diva, we about to go move to Alabama because she knows her way around there already, and we could get a nice school for pretty cheap. So, and it's going to be the Wayward Boys School. So we already, so y'all better get y'all pocketbooks ready. We going to Alabama. Welcome to the show, Kills. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
What's
How are we
going
going to
on? What's
protect
going
black
on, champs? Yo, what's going on with y'all? Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I know that's right though. But I think it's all cap when y'all talking about the Dr. Umar, cause like he was in pictures more with women. I don't want to make this like a general war conversation or whatever, but like in these spaces and all everything else, women support more and they love the aesthetics of a man. You got Dr. Umar, you got the Derrick Jacksons of the world. They don't vet. They go by the aesthetics. Like look at like Derrick Jackson is still popping on Facebook right now. Dr. Umar is still running. And when everything was going on, black women ain't say nothing about nothing. No, Alex, I ain't really see no videos. Maybe one or two or a few here in these spaces, but it was more black men going out Dr. Umar for not having a school. Just like you got the guy named Leon Honor, whatever his name is. He's going in on Umar right now. So no. Talking about vetting. They don't care about vetting. They don't care nothing about that. They don't vet properly. What are we talking about? Even looking these spaces. They not vetting properly, bro. It's cap.
I thought that's what we were talking about, though.
Long you look like a Kevin Gates or a Dr. Umar of the world, you 6'3", you know what I'm saying? You know a couple of you read a couple of books.
Hold on, Kills.
Yeah,
So, Kills, so what you think is an attractive man?
I'm not gonna say attractive. I'm gonna say like fly. Like he got the aesthetics. Like
no, I'm not talking about
that. He got the Philly beard. That's what I'm saying right now.
Hold on. I'm asking you.
I'm not gonna call another man attractive though. Like I'm not gonna do that.
I just want you to point out his traits. If you make?
I'm saying, like I said, he's 6'2". I just said he's 6'2", bro.
Hold on. If you could build your own man, how would you build him?
Yo, Sam, I'm not doing that with you. I'm not playing these new game bro games with you, bro. Like dead ass. Like I'm not building no fucking man like some freaking transformer, bro. You got me, nigga. You trying to box me in a corner, nigga, like you Muhammad Ali. You trying to do this rope-a-dope shit on me, bro. You trying to treat me like I'm George Foreman. Like I'm going on mute on this one, man. I'm on mute, man. I'm not messing with you right now, Sharon. I'm good.
Oh man, I thought he was gonna build him up. He knew all the attributes that they was looking. Oh shit!
That's what Sharon do, though. That's what you do, Sharon. That's what you do, though, yo. You always trying to push somebody in the box, and then you trying to make me look crazy out here and be like, "Yo, man, you see these Rimbos? You see how these Rimbos? You see how these Rimbos drop their keys and bend down without bending their knees? Like that's your fucking point, bro. No, I'm not doing this with you. I'm on mute. Peace."
Is Kills a Rembrandt?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah. Hey, Kills. Can I ask you a question?
Oh Lord.
Here we go.
No, it's a simple. I'm not even. I gotta get some food in a second.
Can you send $5 to my Cash App?
To yours?
I'm not up to answer no questions. I'm not in front of a judge, and I'm not getting arrested right now, yo, because I got my quarter zip on.
Nice.
He got the right to remain silent. Ain't no nation like donation.
Ain't none of them. I ain't never seen one better. Oh man. Shout out to my man Java. It's good to see you again.
Hey Jabba. Where you been, Jabba? But yeah, no, I don't think women was like we seen the women that Umar was hitting off.
Yeah.
So women was not like thinking he was attractive. Now I'll give you Derrick Jackson. I think that's a large part of the reason women were following, and if they continue to follow, I didn't know people were still following Derrick Jackson. But I think a lot of Black people are too needy for like a leader. Like lead yourself. And I get that we're communal people and whatnot, but like I don't know, just pay attention to more than a person's charisma, because that's not what is gonna get you anything in the long run. It's just crazy to me. But yeah, black people are very like it's very easy to. I be like every day, should I take these niggas' money? But I love my people too much. Every day.
But I feel you. I feel the same way because I know I could grip the hell out of some people because they just griftable. But I was like, I can't do it.
Kind of like how religion did, right? You know, taking advantage of the needy and the vulnerable.
It still do. Y'all seen how
Still
those
do, to this day.
The lady was calling those churches and they wouldn't donate to a baby?
So what?
Like, so the lady was calling up churches and she had some machine that sounded like a crying baby in the background. And she was calling and saying, really? She was calling and saying that her baby, you know, was hungry and she didn't have any formula, and asking the churches if they had any formula or if they could help her get some formula. And the vast majority of them told her ass no. Yes. Yeah, was telling her no. All of the mosques that she contacted told her yes. I think the synagogue she contacted told her yes, and they said the churches that did tell her yes were like black churches.
Damn.
Right.
That's some hard truth right there.
Hey, ain't no what they call it? Ain't no hate like Christian love, baby.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to get that as a tat. Hold up now.
That was crazy right there. I ain't never heard that one.
Yeah, me neither. I never heard that. That's what I was about to say the same thing.
So
now he want to talk.
It was wild to see that they was just, oh no, go try the food bank.
Damn.
I thought y'all was the food bank.
Word.
They said, not today. One of them asked her, are you a member of this church?
That's crazy.
If you're not a tithing member,
you gotta call somebody else.
Right. Yeah, but that's how they are.
Yeah, she should have just went to that church for a couple of weeks, got baptized. It'll take long in certain churches though, yo. They do it kind of fast. It's only like a week. You know what I'm saying?
How many times you got baptized?
Huh?
Yeah. I said how many
I heard you can get baptized more than once though, because I was on Facebook with this chick and she said she got baptized again. So
how many
I saluted her.
I said, how many did you get?
Oh, only one, Sharon. You was I tagged you in the video.
Oh, you got a video of getting baptized?
Yeah, man. And Sharon shitted on it though. He hated on it. He was like, yo, you gotta be more with God because the way you be acting on these panels, you don't seem like you got baptized. So some shit. Yeah, we was having an argument on the panel. I was like, yo, Sharon ain't shit. Yeah, man. I be tagging Sharon in some of my posts though. Yeah, oh yeah, yo. He's encouraging on, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I encourage my people.
Walk this way for 5 minutes.
I think that's another reason why I get backlash too. I think they just waiting for my scamming story to come out. That's what I be.
That's a fact, yo. We want to blame you in his face. We want to catch Sharon in the scandal.
The real Sharon Bracey.
Right. Like I knew his name was Michael Jamal. I knew it. I knew that was his name.
What? You know the Rainbow is gonna do a headline on you, man. We can't wait, man. You know the Rainbow Sky watching.
Yeah, they can't wait.
Like, look at him, yo. He done got caught up in the scandal.
You know what's crazy though, Diva? I believe at this time, I believe that for a man to be successful in these spaces, he got to be a little overweight. They don't trust a man that's attempted to do the right thing. He either got to be muscular, like going to the gym, or he got to be overweight.
Can you prove that though? What's your proof at?
Guys, start naming some of the top dogs.
Who's overweight in these spaces?
Angry man.
No, he's not overweight, bro. He's not overweight.
Angry man.
He's not obese. He's not overweight.
I didn't say obese.
Obese and overweight are two separate things.
The image is everything, right?
We just talked about it.
Who else?
Yeah, overweight. Okay. Name another one.
Damn, man. I know you're gonna get me. You gotta catch me, so
Name
I'm
one
not
of the
gonna
big
say
dogs.
that,
His
man.
name a big dog.
Lead attorney, not overweight.
Anton, we don't even know he's straight, but Anton.
Wow.
Oh, nah, I think that's why you be getting smoked right there. That's why you be getting smoked right there.
I hope he pulled up on you, Sharon. I hope lead attorney come over here.
Okay, and put a damn
with his stiff
cease
hip.
and desist.
Right.
Wow.
With his stiff hip.
Wow.
That's what Tasha K called him.
Not for real.
I was dying. I was like, she's hilarious.
Yeah, that's one thing. I don't understand why black men will try to get into a back and forth with black women, because you cannot win. You cannot win.
We won the gender war. We won the gender war in these spaces when y'all was, black men won the gender war. I don't care what y'all say. When they was
That's
flagging
fine.
chinos.
I'm talking about the back and forth with, individually, black women gonna always fire that ass up.
I get
no. Men be holding back. Men be holding back.
Nah, they don't.
Sir, y'all just don't have. Y'all not built like that. Y'all really just not built like that.
We don't want to talk. We don't want to talk about mama. That's what it comes down to. Mama can talk about anybody, but I'm not going. I'm not going to go in the way mama's going to go in. That's mama.
Because you can't.
So
They be trying, but they just can't. It's rare that a man gonna be like, say, fatty, right? Fatty is rare among men who could actually really go there with your ass.
Yeah.
They don't have the gift of gab like that to go back and forth with women.
You saying Corey Holcombs and Richard Price ain't gonna get in that tail?
Just think about it, Ambassador. You gotta have a little sassiness too to do it, right?
Right.
Hold on.
And you do, and most of these men are single. They ain't been with a woman in a relationship with a woman for a minute. So
Corey Holcomb is just disrespectful. He not really able to go back and forth like that. He just be disrespectful. Which black men are very good at that, right? Black men always be disrespectful with your ass, but I'm talking about
like that though.
On the bitch.
The Eddie Murphys, come on. We hold back.
I don't know if we don't be one to Jones with somebody like that. His brother, yeah.
Charlie
Murphys. We don't be one to cook mama. You gotta give that some props. You're not trying to get on y'all like that.
We can give you Charlie
Yes,
Murphy.
y'all do be trying. We see every week.
Cat
it's
Williams.
who get his ass up here and try to go back and forth with me.
Yeah,
rarely can they even.
And look, we give you Cat Williams too, but Cat Williams, he represent himself a little
Metro.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do it. See, that's why he getting smoked.
That's one of my favorite comics of the world. Y'all not about to play with Cat like that. Nah,
because Cat is a goat.
So hold on.
Only you Cat, he's a goat.
Hold on, Kills. Only you can play with him like that.
Oh, here you go. This is the second time. This is the second time.
Then he gonna say, I don't
one more time and you through.
I don't know where the smoke come from, y'all. I don't know.
I'll be blind. I don't know how it happened.
Yeah, Cat is actually very good at it, because when he was talking to that lady and the lady done died, I felt so bad for the lady. Like, lady, you got to at least try to fight back.
I would have told her that.
The funny part is that she looked like how men be looking when women be kicking their ass on the back and forth. Like, they dare headlights. She's like,
right.
Go ahead, Ambassador. But he's hilarious. He is a funny guy.
Oh no. I was just told to be quiet. Just relax, girl. I mean, you ran into someone who's gonna fire back. You better, you'll get away with those guys who are on the radio show with you. But don't be firing off at someone like Cat. You gotta know your battles.
But he's so witty in real time.
Yeah,
that's what the Jonesin is potent, because he's witty in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Shit.
That's a rare talent.
It's too funny.
Yeah, that was a classic. Fly high to her, she passed away.
Huh?
Yeah.
What you say, Sharon?
He was trying to let her know, like, hey, this is the wrong tree to be barking up.
Right, yeah, this ain't what you want, sis. Oh, she got fired. I remember she got
Yeah,
her
yeah,
husband.
she got fired. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she got fired after that, and they pulled up on Cat, yo, and they wanted to delete him though because they actually pulled up on him at a club or somewhere. Her husband
I
had
want to tell
a
Robin
blip.
this. Stop too loud. I'm the funniest person in this space. I don't know what you talking about, Robin.
What? Nah.
Who else funny kills?
Yeah, who else is funny? That's a good question.
I think PhD was funny. I think she got a lot of bodies as a woman. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because I think Sharon need to do like drop clips of PhD with just going in on people. Like, yo, it'd be crazy. Like she got an AK. Why he like you remember in Harlem Nights why the dude had like a 22 or whatever, and dude was like, "Don't be shooting that shit." Oh.
So what you trying to say? Divas Arsenio Hall, and I'm the dude shooting the little tutu.
Yeah, you the dude shooting the tutu. You the dude in the tutu, Sharon. Get you back for what you have me going through. Talking about, yo, do you think it's attractive enough? I gotta shoot my shot back, Sharon. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, but you be around like in this space. So like, who else is funny though? Like outside of here, who else is funny?
Like outside of our spaces?
No.
No, I think Tyreek Nasheed. I think Tyreek Nasheed funny.
In kills in our space.
You know, damn, man, that's hard though, man. It depends. Like the Fatty File used to be dope. That used to be funny. I think JP funny, yo. Like he's a funny character to me. Know what I mean? He's a funny character. Like I ain't gonna lie. Damn, man, I gotta sit back and like analyze that shit though, yo. That is a hard question because funny is like that's a talent. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody could be funny like spot on, especially on these panels. It's just be like it'd be dumb shit. Not everybody funny on these panels, so Siobhan funny. No, Brownville funny. Brownville, your cousin is funny as hell, bro. He be like, yo, hey, yo, the queens. Let me say what's up to all the queens in the chat first. Like his monologue. That's funny.
Patriarchy was funny as fuck. What happened to Patriarchy? Now he was funny.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about him.
He's turned into a stand-up comedian.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he was funny.
But Patriarch is the new
he even got a couple of shows.
Patriarch is the new Imperious though.
I swear, this boy here. He even got a couple of shows where people that trolled him on stage, and he did his Fight Club. Roasting. It was hilarious too. He's like, to me, when I did, because I did watch him a couple times, I said something on his thing, but you know, me and him, we don't like that because I cooked him up, you know, kind of like how I did you earlier. And so
you still going back to that? Like how you cook PhD with, bro?
He did not cook me.
Yeah, like he said that twice, yo, because I was asleep, right? Because on a donation, right? He was like, yo, Kills finally sent me more than $1 or whatever the case may be, right? So I fell out, yo, because I worked all night or whatever, right? I was like, damn, but I fell out, so I didn't watch everything. But all I heard was, yo, I cook PhD.
Add that to the title of the show. Add that you cooked me to the title of the show, Sharon.
Yeah, that's going to turn it up right there.
Diva gets cooked.
Right.
But I agree with Robin. His stand-up was kind of like trash, but when he started talking about people in the audience, Patriarchy, he was like a DL. He's like a low-budget DL Hughley. Like, he was funny as hell.
But that's what what's his name? Mike Epps do best too. It's like roast the people in the audience.
Yeah. I try to watch his comedy. Wasn't very. He would laugh at his own jokes. Not very
right. He not that funny doing like straight stand up, but where he's funny is roasting folks in the.
I'll give you that.
Like to be honest, like what I think maybe because I'm older now or whatever, but like it's not a lot of really funny comedians in my opinion.
That's a fact. That's the fact, yo. Where the Bernie Mac? Yo, Bernie Mac, come on, bro. You can't find that talent no more. You can't find that, man, and we should appreciate him more. His talent.
Have you ever went to a comedy show?
Yeah.
Oh
like
wow.
A low budget one, like the ones that you walk into the bars and you just.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They don't got those there.
Actually, I ain't gonna lie, those be actually good time.
Mm-hmm.
Dying laughing, but maybe because it's feel a little bit more personal, so I don't know.
I remember
But Sharon,
me
oh, I
and
didn't mean to cut you off, PhD. My bad.
me and my hairstylist we used to hang out, and so we went to one. It was actually like a poetry / comedy night or whatever. So they was doing poetry, then they did the comedy portion. And why this nigga want to get his ass up there? Because I had Bantu knots in my hair. I had just got them done. I was cute, and he gonna try to make me the butt of his goddamn jokes. And so he started out with well, what was you going for with that look? And baby, by the time I finished with that nigga, he would refuse to go back on stage. Anytime I showed up, he wouldn't go on. I promise you. Anytime
hold on, Kills. And I know Diva, she went back on purpose, like, yeah, I dare you to try that shit.
Right. Come up there,
I went home with the sleep. I came up with a whole nother half an hour for your ass.
Was you in the front row, PhD? Was you in the front row?
I remember one time sitting in
Was you in the front row?
Sitting in that front seat can be dangerous as hell. I mean,
See, that's what I'm saying.
Godfrey?
Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to roast me one time too.
Not for real. What he said?
I was up there, I was sitting down in the front row, chilling, doing what I do, being like a boss. And he's like, look at this motherfucker here. He's like, I know you sell drugs. Let me hold some. I was like, oh my God.
Were you
what you was wearing that night, Sean? But you wasn't a quarter zip?
I definitely did have a quarter zip on. No, I did not have a quarter. I had a I ain't gonna lie, when I was younger, I kind of looked like a rapper. As I think about it.
You had a fur coat on, a mink?
I had a full diamond chain.
All right.
Has diamond earrings. I had glasses with diamonds in them.
All right. Real diamonds?
Yeah.
Nigga.
Where the hell you get real diamonds from? What the hell you was doing back then? No, I don't want you to incriminate yourself.
Yeah, I was just chilling, minding my business. You know?
No real diamonds. You had a Rolex back then too, Sharon?
Huh?
You had a Rolex?
Yeah.
You had a Rolex before in your lifetime. That's crazy. Yo, salute to you, bro.
Oh, I saw one because I've been looking for a watch, a diamond watch. And so when I was looking at them, the ones that they have now, they do the diamonds aftermarket if you want it all blinged out. And so I got a friend who's a watch collector, and he was like, don't do that because it's not going to be worth anything after you do that to it. But just last night, I found a vintage Rolex with 10 carats. It's like factory. And it's like a bracelet, but it's a watch. But I don't want to pay for it.
So,
yeah.
You need to find out
one of your African husbands. Have your African husbands.
Up! What you said, Sharon?
You got to find out if it's really factory set, because a lot of people would be acting like the vintage ones is factory set. Most of them don't come factory set, especially back in the days. But regardless, if you do ice out your watch, if you do ice out a watch, you should just go ahead and buy an old Rolex for like $3,000. Like you can find an old Rolex and ice that out. It ain't gonna.
Well, so the thing is, like, okay, so these are watches. The ones I've been looking at are watches from like the Art Deco time period. So like 40s and 50s, 1940s and 50s. And so what they were doing was making it look like a bracelet, a diamond bracelet. And so some of them even have a cover over the watch part. So it just looks like diamonds, and you have to lift it up to actually see the watch, the numbers on the watch or whatever. So it's a Rolex from that time period. So like, it doesn't look anything like the ones we see today. And it's like a bracelet.
What's the title of the watch?
Let me see.
What's the one for that? Acelia, I believe that's the name of it from back then. Ooh. I forgot.
No. I'm gonna email you the listing to it, because all these things you got to buy off of like either First Dibs or eBay or something like that. But I'm gonna send it to you. But I also been looking at, it's another brand called Hamilton, and those don't they got diamonds, but it's not a Rolex, so they aren't as expensive. So I think I'm gonna settle on one of those.
What made you want to get a Hamilton?
Because I like that Art Deco style, and I want a diamond watch, and so that goes well with like the rest of my diamond jewelry.
Okay. Hamilton is one of the last American made watches.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they was one of the watches that actually supported the Tuskegee Airmen and made watches for them. Yeah.
Now
Hamilton.
it's still then. We getting to
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton's pretty dope. I got me a Hamilton because of that factor too. I got me a Apollo watch too. They made an anniversary for one, so I got that one.
Okay.
Yo, Sharon, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I remember AM, right? AM said he seen a live stream when you was talking about how much bread you got or like a contract you got. I'm like, yo, I want to see that live stream where you said the amount. He was like, I'll never say that though, but I'm like, damn, Sharon actually said that shit. Because I was sky watching that live though. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a few lives like back though. Like 3 lives back. Somewhere around there.
I don't know. I'm not going to tell you.
I need to do my research on you, man. You said the amount to these niggas on here? Like, yo, I made this.
That was one of my good years.
All right.
Then a dude with 800 subscribers verified that, like, yeah, yo, Siobhan be getting to that bread. So, nah, yo, salute to that though. You know what I'm saying? Because one of the top content creators of these spaces definitely acknowledged you on that. So salute to you getting to the money, man.
I guess I appreciate that. I believe.
Shit, he acknowledged you. He said it on the live stream. It ain't me. It was him.
Okay.
So tell him thank you the next time he pull up on you, because you never say thank you to AM. God damn.
Why he need to thank him for saying that he?
Man, listen, man, it verified it, man. It stamped it. Everybody need a co-signer.
Damn,
no, you just need a
co-sign. He co-signed.
I ain't gonna lie, Kills.
He co-signed Sharon into the rap game. I'm on mute.
Please stay on mute. Show us your Hamilton.
I don't even know what that is. I'm just listening to y'all. I don't know nothing about a Hamilton. I know
we didn't ask
right now, some of these watches is a limited edition right now. Some of these watches is a limited edition, and I can't afford nothing y'all talking about right now. That's why I'm on mute.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now stay there for a little bit. So this is the big pilot watch right there.
Okay, very nice.
It's a date. Also, it got a skeleton background, so you can actually see the movement in the back.
Oh,
so you can see. I like that. Yeah, it's an automatic. So and they don't make this one no more, so that's why I got it. And I barely got it. They just made a new watch too, Hamilton. But the only bad thing about Hamilton, they got bought out finally, so they're not made in America no more. It's only like one company left, and that's a Sonola.
Yeah, I never seen none of those.
Yeah, Sonola Mechanic. It's called the Mechanic. That's the name of the style of the watch. By Sonola. It's made in Detroit.
All right, Detroit.
Yeah. And they're a good price. They only about $1,200 if you could get one, but they only make a certain amount every year.
Yeah, see, I be wanting mine to have diamonds in it.
Yeah, I understand that too. But yeah. I get that. Yeah, they look good. So I can't even beat that. You don't got to worry about because a lot of people say that the watch loses its value if you put diamonds in a Rolex, but it's not necessarily true. You just got to find the right buyer. It's just that a watch collector is not going to buy it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because that's what my friend did.
What about Jacob? Yo, did Jacob still doing this thing right now, Sean?
Yeah, but he's on a whole nother level of watches. So his watches is like $2 million.
How much?
$2 million.
$2 million?
$2 million for a watch, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like his watches.
He been popping since the 90s, and he's still selling watches for $2 million.
Yeah.
Damn, yo, that motherfucker old money, yo. He got old money. Yeah, he's still counting money from the 90s, probably.
He's trying to compete with Richard Mille. He actually is competing with Richard Mille. So that's his lane is the uber rich. Like, who gonna buy? Like, how many people can buy $1 million watch?
That's
but he's selling them now. So, you know what I mean? So, I mean, they pretty impressive. I wouldn't wear it because
It was
it's really big because of the stuff he put in it. That's the only downfall to it because he put so much into it. It's really tall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and a lot of those like watches, especially if like you want like a diamond one, they do be those like big faced watches, and I don't like that. I'm like, I still want a womanly watch. So yeah.
If you want an ice out watch, I think the best ice out watch you could get is a Cartier Santos.
Yeah, but do I want to pay for that, right? And I saw some really cute ones. They made in India though, but they were really nice and like unique. But I was like, I don't want to even pay for that. Because they was the one I saw was what 13,000. I don't want to even spend that much on a watch.
Ooh, damn. Let's go.
I mean, hey, but a plain Jane Rolly won't cost you like 20.
Yeah, I get my little Hamilton for like 3,800 and look down somewhere.
And you know it's the company to Rolex, the one that's right underneath Rolex. No, it's called Tudor.
Oh yeah, I've seen the Tudor too, and you know they actually had. I came across like one vintage Tudor.
Yeah, Tudor is good, and Rolex makes Tudor.
Okay.
So it's pretty much the same one.
PhD, you can be able to get that watch. All you gotta do, if JP could get a food truck in these spaces and people buying splinters, nice cars, shouts out to my dog AM or whatever. Feel me, big dog. All you gotta do is go to Anton platform. You gotta start getting out your comfort zone. Cam up, go to Anton platform, get with the big dog. You know what I'm saying? Get into some of the conversations, and people will buy you that watch, that dream watch you want. I think you got a platform.
Watch. What are you talking about?
You said you don't want to pay. You said you don't want to pay. You just said you don't want to pay for it. Now I buy my own damn. You see how they don't really love the black man like that. Now, if the white man was in a quarter zip and he would have said the same exact thing I said, oh yeah, that sounds like a plan. Maybe I'll take that in consideration. Me though, a black man, no, I'll buy my own damn watch.
All right. And yeah, so Black and Proud. Yeah, Omegas is nice. They're not on the level of Rolly, but they do hold their value. So if you buy an Omega for 2,000. Typically you could sell it back for like 1,800, so it kind of holds its value. The problem with it is that like Rolex, you could get more money for what you paid for it, and that's the real reason why people tend to go towards Rolex. You go buy it, especially if you get it retail. Oh my God, you get a retail Pepsi Rolex. It's only like 9 to 12,000, but on retail value to sell it to the market is 20,000, and that's why Rolex beats Omega.
Man, you know, I'm gonna start doing estate sales because I had found one. It was an online estate sale, but whoever it was, they had to be like a diamond dealer or something because they just had a whole bunch of like loose diamonds, and they even had like one that was like heart shaped, half a carat. And so I'm looking at them. This was the first time I had come across the thing though, so I'm like, okay, well, let me see how this go and how they sell for it. Man, those things ended up, they were bidding. They ended up going for so cheap, like a couple, $200-$300. I was just like, what? So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna definitely come back. And then I do the seized auction stuff too, but I keep forgetting it's on Thursday and Sunday nights. But they be having like some nice
stuff. They do. So we was about to go to a state sale. They had one over here recently. This big old house and. That old money house, right, they had a whole bunch of nice paintings and stuff like that, but they didn't have a Picasso, so I didn't go.
Oh, okay. Why is she laughing at you?
You buying paintings too, bro?
I can still make my wife laugh. It's a good thing.
What kind of painting you got, Sharon? You got a Picasso painting or?
You know the crazy thing,
like yo, survival.
You can find hey, look, believe it or not, Kills,
I can't even hear you.
Kills, hold on, believe it or not, you can find like a 10x10 Picasso for affordable prices. Like you could find a Picasso that's like a 10 by 10 for like under $1,000. Absolutely.
Word, yo. I gotta talk to you though. I gotta talk to you, Sharon, on the back end.
It's just those big ones is that that's where you pay.
Yo, yeah.
Kill,
Because
shut
the
up. You
more
don't know nothing about buying no Picasso. What the fuck?
Yeah,
You don't even know. Yeah, the little one. Okay, but
Freddie, I used to watch Fat Fight Freddie, and he used to talk about paintings, and he introduced Bob what's the old boy name, Sharon? The Haitian painter, whatever he passed away. Yeah, Basquiat, Jay-Z looking like him right now. Like, come on, man. I watched that whole documentary of him, bruh. His clothes, his shirts is fly as hell. Basquiat clothing on websites, fly as hell, yo. But it costs that.
I'll show you a little piece of that's the crown right there.
What's that?
That's the crown.
That's
Right.
a Basquiat painting?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Where you get that from? You went to like an auction to get it?
Yeah, I got a friend that he's a well-known painter in New Jersey, and he was able to put me onto a couple of spots. He's like, hey.
Yo, that's that wavy right there, Sharon.
Also, I got another homegirl, like she be knowing about all like the black artsy stuff. You'd be surprised, like it be happening like little like people houses, and they be having some things, and they trying to get the church to the church building, and so they gonna sell it paying for dirt cheap because they don't even know, because they don't know what art is, right? So they just like, oh, this is such and such. They don't know they got a gym.
Right.
They don't even know. They don't even take time to even research it.
Just come sell it.
Yeah, they like, oh, this is a name, and it's like, I ain't gonna say nothing either.
Right. They're like, we got an Ernie Barnes.
And you just can't let your eyes get all big and everything. You gotta be like, oh my God.
Right. You looking around like, do anybody else know?
Dude, that'd be crazy. But the estate sales is like that too. Also, we do have a painter in the house too.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, we do have a painter.
My mom made it. Yeah, mom made it.
Oh Lord,
We love super chat.
All
right.
Hold on. Let me at least play the music for the man.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
At Corey Love Burner, $10. No, I'm not trusting a YN just because they changing their clothes. I'm still calling the police. Laugh out loud. Not calling.
Well, no, they're not gonna be called YNs no more. They are called YNs.
No, he's talking about the back and forth with MJ and PhD. We're talking about, even though that young black man are wearing quarter zips right now, like they still gonna be scared. Like, yo, I was just on Izzy show, and he played a playback of MJ and PhD but talking trash about the YNs changing their clothes, like still going in, like I'm still gonna be scared and I don't trust them, and then trying to compare them to the Renaissance of Harlem. How you gonna change 2025 to dudes of Renaissance in Harlem? They was on a whole different level. The dudes of Renaissance was on a whole different level.
Shut your ass up.
You go to the screen with your shit.
Hold on, Kelsey. I know this dude. He lives in Harlem, and he got like 2 outfits, Diva. Like 2 outfits, one nice watch. And we got cool. He's an older man. I went to his house. He needed some help moving an HVAC system. We became friends, and when I tell you that, even though he don't look like he got anything, when I say he had a museum full of just paintings, I was like, yo, this is crazy. He probably had like at least maybe like $20 million worth of paintings in his little home that nobody knows. I was like, this is great. I'm glad I'm not a bad, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right. I'm just like, that's crazy. He's been collecting for a very long time. And he was just explaining how he got this one and that one. I was like, that is crazy to me. You just
so who do you collect?
What you find in like, in Harlem. Like Harlem is crazy.
So he did a lot of black painters.
He had everybody.
Really?
He had everybody. Okay.
The
baby girl's painting.
Oh, very good. What, your little baby?
What 20?
A 3-year-old?
No, not the 3-year-old. I mean, you still my little baby. You still, yeah. She grew up a little bit, Diva. We've been around for a long time now, Diva. She 5 now. She started off at.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's still really good for a 5-year-old.
It's a big girl drawing.
My youngest.
Oh, yes, it is a very big girl drawing.
I don't want to admit this on the panels, but my youngest daughter paint too, yo. She paint Spider-Man, Batman. You know what I'm saying? Everything, yo. She had a YouTube channel just doing like Fortnite and never showed her face or anything like that. But yeah, yo, both of my kids could paint.
Oh, good.
Now they older though. Now they older, yo, and they play instruments. One of my daughters used to play the violin. My other daughter used to play the trombone, and I'm not musically inclined at all, yo. I'm like, I don't know where they get it from. Maybe they get it from mama.
Can you believe this? They already reviewed this show, Diva?
Right, while you in the middle of it. These people, it's weird to me.
Who reviewing you? Who, Sharon?
You just said Izzy was showing when MJ was talking, right?
I'm on the phone. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
But why was he playing that part? Like, weren't y'all having a conversation over there, or weren't they having a conversation over there? How did me and MJ's conversation with Brownsville, how was it relevant to the conversation he was already having?
It's food for the manosphere. I was
in the chat.
Who in the chat?
What section you responded to, sir? I want to know.
I think Izzy in the chat says,
sir,
I didn't review it.
If you played it on your show and responded to it, that's reviewing it.
I want to know what part. What part you think I want to know what part.
He talking about when me and MJ was talking to Brownsville, and he was asking us about like how we feel safer walking down which side of the street, and then what time period did we associate with like black discipline and black excellence? Yeah, so that part.
I wonder. Hold on, Kills got. Kills. Hold on. Let me. I wonder what he actually thinks about that part of the conversation. Hopefully, we can get him to come up here and talk about how he feels about that part and not address any rumors. Maybe we can get him to just have a conversation about his thoughts on that and do not address any rumors. Welcome to the show, Izzy Bears.
Nah, son, what's up? I'm addressing rumors too. I did not review your show. That's my word is bond. What I did was I played on my phone a piece of that conversation, and that's what I did. I didn't review, but because I didn't agree with that. I thought that you and Brownsville were right on that particular issue, as far as when a man, like Deion Sanders says, when a man looks good, he feels good, and when he feels good, he does good. So, you know what I'm saying? By changing your appearance, it can give you something to aspire to. Doesn't mean all men, if they change their appearance, they're gonna change. No, but you got to start somewhere. So that's all I was saying, and I just disagree with that portion of the conversation, and I played it on my phone. I didn't even put it up at all. So.
I got a question.
What was your show about?
Do you have a quarter zip on?
I got full zip. It's 100% zip. It's 100 zip.
Oh yeah. So what was your show initially about though? Because I'm just wondering how that was relevant to what y'all were already talking about.
Because yesterday my show was what was the topic on my show? But basically why people won't let people change. And it had everything to do with actually what y'all were talking about. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The fact that a lot of times, especially unfortunately when it comes to our women, y'all do not allow people to actually change or actually get better. It's like when you put pressure on the people like, oh, well, you know, their mentality, their mindset. I know they did this, but what about them? What about that? And I know they did that, but what about this? It's like a constant moving of the goalposts. So it's like, and then brothers do love the sisters and they want the approval of the sisters. A lot of brothers, unfortunately. And so they end up going back because they want to keep your approval and they want to keep your keep your love and loyalty. So that a lot of times makes brothers go back to the way they was before because they was getting more from you before than when they change.
Oh, cut it out. Because absolutely not. The thing is, what we were both saying is we have seen this before, right? So a few years ago, it was, oh, we wearing polos and khakis. And so it ended up just being a fad, a flash in the pan, and then they moved on to something else. And so what MJ was saying, you know, to the best of my recollection is y'all focusing on the simplest shit to change, which is your external appearance, rather than the real stuff that needs to change. And so don't just let it stop at the external appearance.
But what you
go ahead.
No, I thought you finished. Go ahead. Did you finish?
No, and I was simply pushing back on the idea that Black men changing what they wear is going to alter how the police interact with them and perceive them.
No, and I was clear on that. I played that part, but the problem is you also said no matter what, you're going to turn around and go the other way because of your experience. You also said that if you couldn't go around, turn around, you're going to call the police. And I know it was in jest and in sarcasm, but you're going to call the police, right? So it wasn't just a matter of that you was going to embrace the change that they were trying to make, no matter what that change was. And so this is the thing. The thing is this, you got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. So it's like, if you're a person from an inner city situation and you don't know how, don't quite have the tools yet to get the full articulation, you don't quite have the tools yet to have the full eloquence. What you do is you start with your appearance first, and then you work your way elsewhere. And maybe it worked, maybe it doesn't, but you got to start somewhere. So starting with your clothes first and making your appearance more presentable, making yourself more of a gentleman. And then maybe you'll, like Sharon said, and I agreed 100%, maybe you'll start picking up a book and reading and trying to add the inner with the outer. It's a good start. That's all I was saying. It's a good start.
Okay. But now, you know, women, as a woman, I'm not offering myself up as a lamb for slaughter just based on somebody wearing a damn quarter zip. No, I'm going to be like, I don't care what you wearing. I'm calling the police if I got to go down the street.
What you gonna call the police just to what? See, this is what I'm saying. We ain't never gonna. How you was the one the other day was preaching about unity in the community and us working together. How the hell we ever gonna work together and get called a popo on the brother for trying to change his clothes? What in the world is happening here?
Yeah, I need an escort down to the restaurant down there. Thank you, officer.
Oh man. But yeah.
I shot real quick if you don't mind, kind sir. Sir Sharon.
I'm a little nervous too, but go ahead.
Yeah. My whole thing is this, right? We fight tooth and nails in these spaces when we talk about, you know what I mean, trying to deal with the opposite sex, right? And then when it comes to like the weave thing, the nails and everything else, and the BBLs, it's like we still love y'all weave. We still love y'all BBLs. You know what I'm saying? And we trying to bring that, you know what I'm saying? Some Black women are fighting their way towards that though. They rocking waves now, they getting fades or whatever the case may be, and we definitely embracing that. So my thing, I agree with Izzy on that.
Let me say this. You know I gotta give it. You know I gotta pick up my son within a half an hour, so I can't stay a long time. But let me just say this real quick. The crazy thing is this: we're talking about YNs. We're not talking about ourselves, right? Yes, we agree that you should start with the inside first, right? But what we're saying is that if they're doing something, what's up, Corey? What's going on? Also Derisi, how y'all doing, man? I apologize, I can't type in the chat, but yo, we're doing something to try to make our lives better, right? We're doing something to try to give a better appearance and to change. So I don't think that you should spite humble beginnings and spite people for trying to change. That's all I'm saying. But yes, you're supposed to read the books. You're supposed to get a mentor. You're supposed to go do the inner work and try to fix yourself. Of course, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Find you a spiritual source to point to, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And model and go and pray and get in communion with your spiritual source. At the end of the day, that we all know that, but we're talking about YNs that haven't done any of that and been walking around with Nike tech suits and wilding out. So, at least it's harder to do criminality when you're uncomfortable.
I like it. And also, welcome to the show, Andrea. Good day. What's your thoughts on what we've been talking about recently?
Hi, thank you. I definitely think that it's a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, people do judge your appearances. Like that is a part of like life. It's not always the right thing to do, but people do it. So I do think like when you look presentable and you look like more approachable, opportunities will naturally like open up a little bit more. So I do think it's a step in the right direction. And I do think that like the way you carry yourself outside and like even just the way you take care of your space and stuff like that is kind of a reflection of what's going on inside. So I think it's a step in the right direction. And I do also think that like with this next generation, like I just noticed like there's kind of like a blurred line between adulthood and like childhood that I don't really remember growing up. Like I remember like adults looking like specifically looking like adults, like looking different from us. Like it was a clear distinction. Like now when I go out, I just don't really see that anymore. Like from the women and the men. Like women have on like the BBL uniform, like stuff I was wearing as a teenager. Like I wouldn't just wear leggings now, like as a grown adult. Like just like you know what I mean? And then same with the men too. Like some of them are like still sagging, and you sit down and have a conversation with them, and they're like 40, like they're up there, like they're grown. So I do think creating like a distinguishable line between this is what a respectable adult looks like versus a teenager. I think that's a step in the right direction. I think kids, they're like begging for structure. I think they want that structure. I think they deserve it from us.
All right, I like it. Andre, do you think showing a little hint of ass is like grown, or is that
I think there's a place for it. Like if you're shopping with your kid and stuff like that, like I've been noticing that a lot in Atlanta. Like I don't think that that's the time to like I think there's a place like if you're going to a lounge or something, the club, like stuff
In
like
your
that
house
for adults and stuff. But like when you're walking around with your kid, I think you should give them a little respect and like
I agree with everything she said, except for that. In your house is the only appropriate place to show a hint of ass. In your own house.
Absolutely not.
In the privacy of your own house. Don't be just. That's why you can't walk down the street, PhD, because you got a hint of ass hanging out. That's why you can't walk down the street. That's why you're scared and you need a police presence to cover your hint of ass. Maybe if you cover your ass, you won't need the police.
No.
Yes.
Oh man. But I did find it very interesting that the ladies did have a lot of pushback today, which they had interesting concern for sure. I think today it was in the wrong place though. I think we have to give these YNs turning into YMs an actual chance to become young men and stop looking at themselves as YN. And if they start thinking of themselves as young men, they start dressing like young men, they start talking like young men, it is going to shift them into manhood a lot easier. What we see a lot, what we have been seeing a lot in the past 2 to 3 years is that a lot of men in our community have arrested development. They are stuck in a time era and they still talk like they are from 1992. That's a real problem.
You were doing good, Sharon. Like you were doing good, bro. And then you just jumped on
1992.
Like you were doing good because you held the line. You and PhD but didn't agree, even though y'all did it very respectful. I like the way y'all disagreed, but you held the line. She was trying to push the line. You was like, not today, not today. And then there you go, just jumping off the bridge all over again. I mean,
Bend the knee, nigga. Bend
I
the
agree
knee.
with him.
Gotta hold it, baby. Goddamn.
You're holding the line, boy, and then you just cut the line and just jumped off the bridge, man. Jesus,
But I
I
really
agree
do,
with him.
Izzy, though. I really do, and I really do hope that this trend do start to pick up some real steam and maybe even turn into music as well. Because we understand, like, for it to really seep into our youth, it got to translate into
The
music
music.
as well. And if it does pick up in that direction, and they be more distinguished in their music, and they want to be a little bit more presentable, man, that's going to be a tremendous look, and I would love to see it. Then we could continue if everything stays the same. If they pop coming down the street, that would be a
Hills,
story.
go on mute. Because we
Your
can't hear.
your mic is messing up, bro. What were you saying? I didn't hear that last part you said, Ron. Your mic is messing up, Kills.
Yeah,
You
go
might
ahead.
wanna go down, come right back, Kills.
Yeah, go down, come back, Kills. Go ahead, Andre. I know you want to say something. Go ahead, real quick. And Izzy wanted to jump in, and Diva, go ahead.
I didn't really have anything else. I think right now.
You so damn.
Yo, that's not the definition of viral. You can't get it through the damn computer screen, sir. Freak.
Go ahead, Andrea. I'm sorry. I was just teasing a little bit. Go ahead, Andrea.
No, I just said I didn't really have anything else yet. Right now, I'm still, catching up. But
all right, yeah, that's fair. That's good. You don't have to
sorry
talk
about that. I'm still catching up a little bit.
Hell yeah, that's good. Guy is PhD, but I think Cuz want to say something after that.
No, I could pass the mic. I had nothing really to add.
All right, go ahead, Diva.
So one thing I saw, and this was in the last couple of days, I forget what I was watching, but it was a black man talking about young black males, and he was saying one of the issues is that we neglect as a community the young black males who are doing it right, because they're out there. And I told you, if you in the Jack and Jill set, if you in the Kappa League and all those other Divine Nine young people organizations, you see plenty of young black men who in a suit, they got the sweater vest, the tie, the button down. You see that all the time, but we never highlight those children. And so one of the things is, okay, we can, big up the YNs who are making the change from the Nike Techs to the quarter zips, but let's also start big up in the young men who've been doing it right the whole time, because we ignore them in large part.
I agree, Supreme Goddess. Like, I don't think we're really good with representation. So yeah, I think that is something we could definitely work on.
Absolutely.
But my question would be, in what? So you saying we ignore them in what capacity?
So in everyday life, right? So when we're having these community conversations, we typically aren't talking about the young men in Jack and Jill who, figuring out what colleges they want to go to and what they gonna major in. We tend to focus on the problem children, right? We was just talking about the little animals and savages in Chicago who beat up that damn lady and her children. Right. But we got a lot of things that we could also be showing. And certainly it's important to talk about that stuff, but balance. We could do better at having some balanced conversations and showing and having conversations about the young kids who are doing the right things as well.
To that, I totally agree. I do think we do need more balance, specifically in this space when it comes to positive representation of Black people. Specifically young Black people, right? Because oftentimes you see the reviews, they revolve around all the degeneracy that's going on within our community, the stupid gender wars and all of those crazy things. But the fact is, we do got a lot of young brothers and sisters who are moving in the right direction, who are playing instruments, like Kill said, who are, creating things when it comes to technology and things of that nature. You got people like my son who became a scrum master in high school. You know what I'm saying? So
Shout
we
out to him.
do have a lot of positive things going on in our community of young Black men and women moving righteously, doing things decent and in order, and we are not doing our due diligence to make sure we are highlighting the positive aspects of change that are definitely taking place day by day. So you're 100% correct about that.
Hold on,
I
cuz.
agree.
I know my little cuz. He got a CSM. What?
It's amazing.
Hey,
And he
congratulations to
It's
him.
amazing.
Congratulations
Yeah.
to you too,
Yeah,
Very
Brownsville, on that
impressive.
salute.
that's fire. Oh, I can't wait to
Yeah.
talk to my Gemini cousin. That's lit. Ooh.
I agree. I feel like we have to find a way to make it like look cool because like kids are thinking very strange things are cool right now. I don't know how we can make it look cool to them because that's like what it's all about. That's just so important to them. I don't know
I
how
think the
to.
quarter zip. I think the quarter zip thing is a step in the right direction. To be honest,
Right. I
when
agree.
they start prioritizing responsibility, when they start prioritizing, doing the right things, then
Right.
all of that kind of falls in place. I think, and so I don't think it's for them to have a movement to say, you know what, maybe we could use a polish of our image. Maybe we could present ourselves better. I think other things fall about, but I think it's on y'all, the sisters. Y'all make it cool. Believe it or not, a lot of these young boys do things for the attention of the women. So if y'all make
Fair.
it cool, it's gonna be cool. I'll be honest with you.
Fair enough.
Black women, we are the leaders.
That's true.
Accept it.
There you go with the
And
bull
move
crap.
in your
Well,
leadership.
no, but
That is not what I said. That is not at all what I said. Look and see how y'all do, man. Jesus, I did not say y'all was the leaders. I do say that a lot of men go according to the way the women go. It's unfortunate, but it is true.
All right. Welcome to the show. Eda Man Williams. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts?
Hey, PhD, but I came over to talk to PhD.
Why
So
your
that all
camera
right
ain't
with
on?
y'all?
Put your camera on, goddamn.
What's up, E?
Hey, PhD, I want you to see, they was laughing about them push-ups, but nigga done lost 60 pounds looking so
All
good.
right.
PhD, the
okay.
little PhD.
All
Hey,
right.
Listen,
congratulations
hold
on
on.
60 pounds. Congratulations, man.
You
Okay.
look good.
Listen,
Nah, you
listen.
need a mustache still though, but congratulations on 60 pounds.
I didn't come to talk to no man. I came to talk to a woman. PhD, bro.
Yes, sir.
They was talking about them push-ups wasn't working, PhD. Bro.
They
They was
work.
talking about them squats wasn't working. They told me when I walked a mile that way and I ran the mile the other way that what they gonna say now? Cause they still broke. I'm in shape. Listen. 4 months later, PhD, bro, they in the same spot they was in before I left.
And you done got fine on them.
I done got super
Okay.
Wait,
sexy.
he didn't really get sexy like that. He need a mustache.
Okay.
But
I'm just letting you know. I just came up to talk to her because I appreciate PhD because these men, they wouldn't count when I was doing them push-ups. We had a woman, she said the women are the leaders of the community. We had these women counting for me, to cheer me on. You know what? PhD was talking about my bagel thighs. I had to get rid of them. I know you
I
love
know
them.
that's
I
right.
had to get rid of them bagel thighs, PhD.
I
They
don't know.
had to go.
Either man, that
You
seatbelt's
said
still a little bit snug though. I ain't gonna lie. It's still a
No.
little bit snug. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations though. Congratulations.
Hey, Iz, look, you doing what the ladies did earlier. Hey, you gotta let them. You gotta let them.
No, I congratulated him first though. I congratulated
He
him.
got a yeah butt. That was a yeah butt.
Yeah, that was
Nah, I
definitely yeah,
congratulate
but
him, my man. I'm proud of him. 60 pounds is an accomplishment.
yeah, that
Congratulations.
is. That
All
is
jokes
actually,
aside,
yeah.
Nah,
congratulations,
real
man.
shit,
Shout
man. I
out
mean,
to
I've
E
been
for that.
seeing him,
Let
bro.
me
Real
also
talk. He been going
welcome
in,
into
man.
the
Good
show.
job, bro. Good job,
He
bro.
been
For
putting the
real.
pressure on them
Appreciate
ankles and
you
them
guys.
knees, boy.
Let me welcome into the show,
There you go. Now you
Creator. Good day
dissing
to you.
him.
How you doing today? And what is your thoughts on the topic so
Hold
far?
on, no, I ain't
And,
finished.
oh, you
Listen,
ain't finished. Oh, my
I
bad.
ain't finished yet. PhD, bro.
Yes, sir.
And these niggas still want camera. I want to see how fat these motherfuckers is on the internet. Listen, the one thing you always can say about me, PhD, I was willing to turn. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh damn! Listen, that was
yeah.
tough
He
on the
said, "Calm
eye.
down, calm
Damn.
down, calm
Ooh.
down, man."
He say, "Here I am. Here I is."
Yeah, it's
You can let
calm
it into. You can let it into that man. Dang, that's tough, that boy. I know he ain't getting no hoes, boy. Woo.
Stop.
Go ahead,
All
let
right,
him
E.
finish
All
up.
right, E. Let him talk, E. What's up, Creator? Good day, sir. What's your thoughts on the topic? Oh man,
You on
that's
mute, creator.
Oh no, I said I've been watching E, man, and for real, I commend that, man, because I know how challenging it is You know, food is one of the worst dopes on earth. I don't care what nobody say. It's one of the most challenging things to stop doing, to force yourself literally to stop eating all that goodness when your wife cooking all them good yums and it's in the air and you trying to, you get what I'm saying? You really trying to not eat. And everywhere you go, you start to discover everybody wants you to eat, right? Because they got there's an incentive for you to eat because they want you, part of your bank account. And we've adapted our whole life to eating and these smells, and man, it'd be challenging. So I commend a brother that really can, especially if they got that weight and they can really first off get over the mental challenge of getting your health proper, right? Because you got to eat right. It ain't just the physical getting up doing it. You literally have to be disciplined enough to get yourself up and push yourself forward, right? It just starts with the 1-2 step, and then the 1-2-3, and the 6 and the 12. You get? So yeah, I'm just saying, man, I respect it, bro. I do. I didn't came from there.
You know the hardest part. Hold on, wait, Sharon, you gonna get your show back in 10 minutes. This is my 10 minutes. It's my time.
Hold on. Just hold on to. I want to see if Izzy wanted to say something because I know he's short for time. So I just wanted to double check on the brother. You good? Go ahead, eat it, man. With your.
Let me tell you this was the hardest part. When you got a woman that cook, I remember I came home for this might have been the hardest 90 days I've had in a long time. I come home, my wife had full spread. I'm talking fried chicken, lumpia, rice, all that stuff. You know what I did? I walked my ass back out and went to the gym. I said, you know what?
Wow.
Y'all let me know when y'all finish eating because I can't be here right now.
That's
I'm not strong.
Better
I'm not strong enough to see y'all eat all this food. And this is the first stage of my life. I'm not ready. But I think the hardest part is having a woman take care of you, telling her she can't take care of you for a certain period of time, the way that she's been taking care of you, right? So that definitely been something that was an eye opener, is to stop eating. I think people don't understand how, even like now, like I was talking to one of my friends, it's like, you go 72 hours without eating. I was like, yeah, like every week I try to go 72 hours.
That's 3
starving
days.
yourself? You starving?
It's not starving.
3 days?
Listen, like, if you understand how the human is designed, right? We would eat a lot of food and then we would go days without eating. We wasn't designed to eat 3-4 times a day. I promise you, that's not how we was designed.
We know, and a lot of, look at what you eating. A lot of what you eat is the same old stuff: macaroni, pasta, rice. It's the same thing, packaged the same way. Doritos, cereal. It's either gonna have salt on it. It's either gonna be corn with salt on it or corn with sugar on it, right? Either one, but it's the same stuff packaged differently. A lot of the stuff we don't need in our body to begin with. And Eat Man probably know how he used to look when he was like 16, 17, 18. You know what I'm saying? When you had the opportunity to not eat like your parents or whatever it is that they was feeding you, and now you in your young prime, if you will. We have to get back to that. And again, challenging, I won't say force, I'll say challenging yourself not to eat is actually sends your body into not an unhealthy survival mode, but sends it into a survival mode. So now it starts to kill the things that are it starts to eat the things that are on the inside that you do not need. And now you can expel those things that are on the inside that you do not need. But you can't, I'm gonna land here. You can't continue to eat poison, right? And think that continue to eat poison and think that that's going to be a healthy way out.
Fair. I mean, that's a fair thing, but to 72 hours, because I was told that if your body doesn't get food, it's like like for 72 hours it goes into a panic mode and it starts to put that glucose all in one place, and usually that's when it gets stored in like the belly or whatever the case may be. So it's like it's different philosophies of thought, but 72 hours like is a long time without food.
So let me help you understand, right? So it's something called a ketosis state, right? So after 12 hours, so it takes your body 12 hours just to digest the food, right? Most people think they're eating before they finish the digestion process. So it takes 12 hours and you get into this level of ketosis, right? So what ketosis is your body says, let's go to the stored fat and start making fat into energy, right? And so like if you're overweight, you're not going to get to this panic. Like it's studies. I was reading a study. Guy went 285 days without eating, right? Because he has so much level.
Sustainable?
It is sustainable. Listen, like it's studies. Like I went and I talked to heart doctors. Like I put a lot of work into understanding because I think it was a lack of education as well. I was overweight, right? I just wasn't educated. But you gotta look at like when people say that you have to eat, within 24 hours or 38 hours, no. Now, if I'm now, for example, if I'm Sharon size and I don't have no visceral fat, I don't have nothing, he would go into this state of shock a lot quicker than me because he don't have any stored fat. But people who got stored fat, they can do that forever. They can do it until they get to a point where all of the visceral fat is actually gone. So I think you just got to know who you are.
You said lack of education. He just didn't know. So now that he knows how to maneuver, right? He knows that, okay, I can eat this, but hell, I know I'm going to be off for 3-4 days. And he's adapted himself to like not food. Food is, hey, I'm just getting it for energy, nutrients. That's really what you're supposed to be intaking is nutrients, not necessarily all the matter, right, that you intake along with the nutrients. So now it goes back to the food that we ingesting. Ain't none of that stuff really got no nutrients in it. If it is, it's artificial. It's put in there just for a reason to chemically balance this thing that they want to call food, which is not food. It's all feed.
Like so let me give you an example so I can help Izzy, and I'm gonna land it here because y'all was talking about something totally different before I came up here, right? So for example, if I eat a steak, that steak can sit on my stomach for I think it's like 3 days, right? So you gotta understand, I'm not gonna go to a point where I don't have the nutrients of protein in my body for 3 days that I'm going to a state of panic, right? I took away, so I don't eat no sugars, so all of the sugar's gone. All of the starches are gone. Potatoes is gone. I completely went back to what we call real food. So real food is vegetables and meats. That's 90% of what I eat. And if you take the sugar away, you will start naturally burning those fats, right? And you don't have to eat every day. Because most of the stuff stays in your body a lot longer.
Your liver's not overstressing to process all that. See, so your body is not supposed to be in a forever state of processing food. You see what I'm saying? And when it's so you notice how you eat, and some people just immediately go to sleep. That way your body has to process. We have to take energy to process this stuff that you just put in here. So you can't properly be in a in the top state that you in because your body is always processing, and the stuff that is processing is poison. So it's not really a lot of nutritional value. So after it's done, right, the nutritional value is minimal, but the stress on your body and the matter that's left over is maximal. That's
and
what
you get smarter. And creator, you get smarter.
States.
Let me tell you how you get smarter. I've been up here for 30 minutes. I ain't never been on the panel for 30 minutes, and Supreme Guards ain't corrected one of my words yet. Listen, I'm telling you, like when you stop eating, you stop eating, you start pronouncing
that might
words.
be the greatest sell. That might be the greatest sell that you ever, because you have been messing up words since we met you, and you have not messed up a word. I give you that one, Either Man. That is the greatest sell. I'm sold. I'm not gonna eat for 72 hours tomorrow.
It's gonna tune you up. Yeah.
Listen, no, but for real, no, it's actually science. What would happen? I'm about to mispronounce every word. Watch. No, I'm just playing. But the science behind it says that when we was hunters, we would get smarter so we can hunt better once we would stop eating. Right? We get to this ketosis state. It'll start sending us our brain waves that hey, you need to be sharper, you need to be more attentive of your surroundings. Right, so that's the biggest thing is too. It's like not eating. Y'all know what the nigga-itis is when you eat, you don't want to do nothing versus when you hungry, you out there looking and you hustling. It's actually science behind it.
So first and foremost, my brother Either Man, congratulations on your weight loss journey. I'm sure a lot of people watching and who have been paying attention to your journey, you're an inspiration to them, right? And you talk about your diet and fasting, right? Which is one component of how you lost the weight. But the other component, we seen you doing your calisthenics, right? I also know that you've been doing your cardio, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure you've been working on your muscular strength and also your muscular endurance, right? So that's another key factor when it comes to losing weight and remaining healthy and remaining strong as men. And we have to push that agenda as Black men, especially since we're in that Gen X category, right? Because we're in that category to where we're getting older, right? And if you're going to get your checkups, you need to pay attention to your cholesterol levels. You need to pay attention to your glucose levels. You need to pay attention to how your kidney is functioning, how your liver is functioning, and all of those different things. Why? Because either man has young children that he not only wants to raise and be here for, but he wants to be here to create a legacy for his grandchildren and beyond, right? So this was a great transition to move the conversation forward in a positive direction to speak to Black men living a more healthy lifestyle. So I appreciate you coming up and sharing that with us, because that was a blessing in disguise. And I think that that's a great transition to move the conversation forward in terms of motivating us to maintain healthy habits, not only with diet, not only with fasting, but with doing our cardio, doing our calisthenics, and going to that gym. So peace and love, man. It was a great moment.
That was player.
Okay, E. So the test is say subscribe.
Subscribe. I messed that up on purpose. So, subscribe right now. Make sure you subscribe. What
All
you can
right.
do is you can go to the menu up here and you can subscribe. No, you should have asked me to say Pacific. Say Pacific. He'll change everything. I'm just letting you know.
Not Pacific.
Stop saying the ocean. It's not Pacific. It's
I know
Pacific.
it ain't Pacific.
Pacific. Oh, look at him. Okay. Hey, I'm sold. He knows the difference now. Specific.
And also, I think we could definitely we could build off what the young men are doing, and they starting to dress more appropriate and professional, and then it starts to turn into they acting more professional as well. And also us older gentlemen and women, we start moving in the way of healthier living and lifestyle, and we could live longer because of our health is better, and now we can maintain giving those young people the much needed guidance that they need. Is a big gap between us and them, and that we do not know how to connect with each other, because we have a lot of information to give to the younger generation, but that bridge is just not there for us to really communicate.
There's a disconnect somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah, but it's all connected, because I was having this conversation with this young man, and we was talking about him abstaining from sex, right? And me and him, I was like, hey, let's do this fast together, because I understand it's one of the hardest things is for a man to accomplish, not sleeping with women, right? Especially if they already have that habit of doing it. And then once he stopped eating, he put away the food. And it's also a spiritual journey too. It's just not putting away the food. He was like, man, I was able to go, the longest I have ever been without having to satisfy this sexual desire that he had. And I think what people don't understand is all of these things are tied. The type of food that you eating, you chasing the women, like this, the whole dynamic of what you are actually have something to do with what you putting in your body, how you thinking, the type of information you in process. And so it's not just about don't talk about women on the space, or don't talk about these chaotic things. They got to change their whole being to be more productive in society.
Agree totally. I do. They do have to change. So that's where I go with this apex archetype, right? The apex archetype is in your what you do, you are the apex archetype of it, right? So in your world, you have people looking up at you. If you got people in your world looking at you, you are the apex archetype of your zone, because you are the influence, right? You are the what people need to, whether you want it to be or not, you are what they looking at, the example of what things should be, especially within your circle, right? You created that standard. That apex archetype could be any type. It don't matter what it is, whether you are an educator, a father, a mother, whatever it is in that field, that particular area. Most of us are pretty proficient in that, right? Some of us are a little above others, and that's where we have to come and say, okay, listen, we've gotten to a point in our life where we can share a lot of this knowledge with our young men, because they need to get to certain things a lot quicker without a lot of challenge, right? They need to kind of get there in a hurry, right? So they do need to skip a level. We need to, I think, as the OGs, we damn near owe it to them to give them the knowledge so that they could skip a level. And now that way, it's not a, I'm giving it to you and you're going to be above me. It's giving it to you because now, guess what? I got daughters out here too. And I would love to control who she would fall in love with, but primarily, she's going to fall in love statistically with a black man. That black man needs to have capacity, right? He does need to know that he's gonna have to protect my daughter. He does know that he gonna have to stand up. My daughter know that she gonna have to respect your family, and there's a legacy on that side as well that's wanting to be built. And I understand, you get what I'm saying, that this thing is bigger than just me, and I can't be so rigid. And then everybody, you get what I'm saying. Now there's a way of doing things that now the kids understand what the responsibility and what the mission is, and now they have to eat right. It ain't just sending them to Bible school or trying to do something on them that they don't necessarily want, but we are putting all of these the morality standards on them and executing it with them, right? Not just telling them you do what I say, but hey, we, like you said, hey man, I'm gonna walk this walk with you, brother. And they're gonna respect that more, that you walking with them, right? And it's easier for you to hold them accountable because I'm walking with you. I'm older than you. If I can do it, certainly I know.
But yeah, hold on, E. Let me just open the floor and make sure. I want to see. Andrea, you want to jump in on that?
No, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that's been said so far. Yes.
I guess you agree too. All right. Go ahead, E.
No, but creator, I think we need to start having a conversation. Men of our age need to do it first. Like, so, you know what? You have never seen me tell people lose weight until I lost the weight myself. Till I became the living example, I didn't talk about it. And I think in this space where I see a lot of men talking about stuff that they haven't even accomplished themselves. Right? So we got to start asking the question, are you able to teach the youth these things? Are you able to teach the youth about women? And they've been in 3-4 divorces. Are you able to teach the youth about spirituality and you don't even go to church or spend time with God? Like, that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that I hope going forward in this YouTube space, a lot of older men don't just talk about it, but they also be about it.
So
and that's what I would love to, so I say, we're not perfect, and we looked at a lot of our guys.
My brother, hold on. The lady was about to speak, and you kind of cut off. Let her get her point out.
It's you, mama.
Oh, actually, there was a question in the chat, but if you're responding to E, because it's the same conversation, but adds a little bit of a different slant. So I don't want to.
No, go ahead. We'll hold it.
So
we like to hear those supple voices.
Someone in the chat, thank you, Brownsville. Someone in the chat made a comment when I mentioned having more balance to, the conversations we have about young people. And they said, well, we don't need to just talk about the high achievers and then the YNs. We need to spend more time talking about the average young Black person, because that's what the majority is. And so my question is, what is the average young Black person? What does that look like?
I deal with them on a daily basis. Go ahead, creator.
So the average, and again, I don't know if that's a right or wrong answer, but I think the average young person right now is trying to find their way, and they don't have bad credit, right? Might not have great credit, but they don't have bad credit. They don't have debt. They're not really in a relationship.
Young people, when you talk about young YNs, they're usually like teens. So credit not really an issue.
But that's important because
but we're not talking about that age group. So if we're talking about young people in like high school or in middle school, then what does that average young Black person look like? And it ain't their credit score.
Well,
that young Black person is probably gonna look like every young Black person in America. Then I wouldn't know what. Like I said, I don't know. I just can go by how I raise my kids and
Right.
how I
So
raise.
we're trying to get a read on what's the average young Black person. Because from my vantage point, I see a lot of the Jack and Jill young Black kids, the Kappa League young Black kids, the ones who attach to HBCUs, and so that's probably not the average young Black child. On the news and in popular media, we see a lot of YNs, but that's probably not the average young Black person either. And so, what does the average young Black person look like?
Okay, the average young Black person is doing the right thing. That is the average young Black person. They're doing the right things. They going to school, right? They honoring mom and dad, because that's a small percentage that we focus on. It's really a small percentage of the culture that's adopting this pimp hoe behavior or this prison behavior. That's a small culture of people, which will always be. We can't depend on that culture to propel us or excel us. But the average is what we need to focus on to make them a percentage of them, apex. Because all of them won't be apex. Some will just be average, right? They'll pay their bills, they go to work, they'll have families. But then we need an above average those young people. Those are the apex. Those are the ones that have foresight. They looking way ahead. I'm not concerned with modern times. I don't have energy for it. I don't care about shoes, none of that. I am strictly, my head is immersed in educating myself in whatever it is I plan on doing with my true time throughout the day. Those are the apex. These are the ones that's going to rule the world later, because they have enough capacity up here to understand that I need to have institutions or devices in place that will control the average people, right? The average people is what keep our world going around, right? Our regular people that work and, get mortgages and car payments and, things that file taxes. They keep the community going around. But the apex people provide services and resources for those people to build. And that's what I think we as the Black man, that's why I say apex patriarchy. I want to teach all our men to have that opportunity. Like I said, niggas became, American, Black folk became chemists when when certain epidemics came around. They couldn't count, couldn't do nothing, but all of a sudden they became kingpins and chemists and top 500 company runners. So it really was just opportunity. Somebody gave them opportunity. Nobody told them that they could stand in their way and told them no. No one was in control. It was a free, what we call a free market. Those techniques are still there. We just need to let them identify those techniques. Once they can identify certain techniques and we can set them up, they can move in a different way. Now they won't dress, the way in a way that's gonna make them look a certain way, because they know that they name and their brand is on the line, if you will. So you now become more valuable. I'm set up to be more valuable. You understand your value, and it's not just in your tennis shoes and what you got on that's improper. Even if you got on the right thing, you still need to be set up properly.
I think to answer your question, Queen.
Right, because that was not an answer to my question, but go ahead, Brownsville.
Right, to answer your question, I think the image of the way they look depends upon the class that they come from, right? So the upper class and the upper middle class and some parts of the middle class will be the Jack and Jill look. That's how they'll look, right? It'll be the kids that's in the STEM clubs. It'll be the kids that's in the band playing instruments. It'll be the artists. It'll be the athletes trying to get the football and basketball scholarships, and they're moving in their purpose, right? But if they're in a situation and they're living below middle class, then the aesthetics are going to look differently, which is what kind of makes this conversation relevant today, right? Because those young men who my cousin reviewed, they were living in a situation below middle class, right? So below middle class, the look changes, right? It's going to be the kids that's wearing the the hoodies and the do-rags and the sag in their pants and all of those different kind of things. And the average kid within that group is just trying to figure out how to survive his neighborhood. He's trying to figure out how to not have to put himself in a situation where he gotta rob and steal, how to not put himself in a situation where he gotta sell drugs, how to not put himself in a situation where he's fighting every day, right? He's trying to go to school, he's trying to learn, but he doesn't have the proper mentorship, doesn't have the proper guidance, and he's just trying to figure things out all on his own. And which is why I think it's so vital and important for us to highlight when we see these kids understanding and noticing that changing their image is important. Putting down the Nike Techs and the hoodies and picking up, the quarter zips and, dressing professionally or business casual is a good step in the right direction to change the aesthetics, because as multiple men have said, when you look a certain way, you feel a certain way, and that might inspire you to do different things that you ordinarily wouldn't do, or especially if you're from that disenfranchised area. So I think the aesthetics of how the average young Black man or Black kid looks changes with the class. And that's why it's important for Black men like the creator and Black men who are hitting the panels to be an example for those young men to get into those neighborhoods, try to mentor those guys and help them get the mindset to have discipline, get the mindset to improve their character, and get the mindset that they not only have to transition the way they're dressing, but they have to transition the way they are thinking. And if we can do that, that's how we're going to progress the community forward. Peace and love.
Right. I really agree. And I wanted to just add, like, I do think that an average is still simply just like the summary and like a reflection of the data. And so essentially, like what he's saying, we can change that raw data. Like we actually influence what the average is. It's just a reflection of us. And so, yeah, like kind of like, I've seen studies about like Asian students, like why they do so well. And they used to think that they were just born with higher IQ, but like looking at the data, it points that it's directly related to their culture. You get what I'm saying?
That's
So,
why you want that data too, is so that you can make the necessary
Wait,
right.
hold on. Please let her finish. Creator, you
No,
like
I'm
to
just,
talk
I'm
about
just, yeah, just, I'm
okay,
just
but
flavoring
save it
her.
for when
I'm
she
just
finished.
flavoring. I
Yeah,
got it.
but don't
Thank
do that.
you.
I ain't gonna take over, baby. I got you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, well, yeah, I guess I was kind of done anyway.
No, you
So
keep
That
yeah,
going. I
made
ain't
you lose your
interrupting.
yeah,
train of
I
thought.
guess I was done.
He made you lose your train of thought.
I think so. That's okay.
Right. Creator, let people speak,
I'll
honey. We
jump
know
Take
back
your
that
time,
in.
you
mommy.
like to
Take your
talk.
time.
Jesus.
No worries. I'll jump back in. Y'all, you can.
But so I did want to ask you though. So what aspect? Because you mentioned that the research showed that it wasn't that they were born with higher IQs. They
Right.
actually, it was some aspects of their culture that led to them doing better in
Right.
school. So what
Right.
aspects of their culture was it attributed to?
Obviously like they have like the two-parent households, like that's just the beginning or whatever. But also like it's like heavily incentivized to do well in their culture, like I'm not saying that that's exactly the best way, because I don't know if I could fairly come to that conclusion, because it does seem like there might be other drawbacks with that, you know what I mean, with that upbringing. But yeah, so basically just like more structure, two-parent households, um higher incentives to do well, and like culturally, like we have our own like hip hop culture, but I don't really think that they have like so much like leisurely, like I don't think they seem to like they don't seem to have so many hobbies, you know what I mean, like not as much distractions. I don't
Right.
think there is many like distractions. Like I think American kids in general have a lot of distractions, and it's like getting really out of hand, especially on the TikTok and stuff. Like it's getting really out of hand. There are too many distractions. There's no way that they can, you know what I mean, focus on the things that you need to properly develop. I don't know. So
So I know that one thing that it has been attributed to is the fact that they have Saturday schools that the children attend
Right,
that teach
right,
them, various cultural things as well. And
right.
so it's my opinion, and I guess I'm asking if it's yours. Do you see the fact that in large part, Black children are educated by white people as an issue, given all of the research showing that, the teachers have lower expectations of
For
Black
them,
students, and
right.
the teacher expectations are directly related to student outcomes and achievement, that the children are being criminalized and adultified in these schools, and a myriad of other things, undereducated. And so
Right.
they are educated to serve the interests and purposes of, the dominant society. So do you think that that's part of the issue?
I can certainly say it would be a part of the issue. Like I don't think it's helping. Like it's definitely expediting like the whole underperformance thing. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I could definitely see that being an issue, but I don't know if that alone, like I don't know if, like I think it might be more layered.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like it might be a little bit more compounded because the for some reason some of our kids are underperforming, and I think it's more to do with the distractions. Like I think it's more to do with the distractions, but I could definitely see why that is an issue though. Like, but I think we need to focus on the distractions first. Like that is something I'm seeing like from the young people like around me. It's a really big problem.
Well, Bayes Live Matters mentioned that they cheat a lot, and that is true. Asian people
And
do
then the
cheat.
AI. Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, they cheat a lot. And so
Mhm.
that's, one of the reasons they do well. But I think, and this is actually relevant in this conversation, because earlier there were men making the argument that Black males changing their attire would change how the dominant society responds to them and open more doors and that type of thing. So one thing we've seen with Asians is like, yeah, they do get higher test scores. They may get better grades. But in terms of social skills, they tend to be more lacking in that regard. And so many of these Ivy League institutions, which are considered a gateway to upward mobility and, the upper echelon,
Right.
what they did in response to them having higher test scores and sometimes better grades than white students was implemented a system where they were also scored for admission on an interview. And an interview is largely going to assess your social skills. And so they have these high test scores, they have these high grades, and then they go in there and act like little weirdos in the interview, and then they get marked down, and then they don't get admitted. And so you can change all this external stuff. You can even, be the top achiever. And what we've seen is that the dominant society is just going to find a way to combat that or negate that.
Right.
So, Sharon, consider yourself cooked, nigga.
Hey, this was I did not know. You just never know where some topics is going to turn to, because I didn't think I was going to be able to get it to this interesting, but this was a really good build today. Really good. I really enjoyed this show. We had a lot of laughs. Even got Izzy laughing with us. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's nice to see y'all back together again, man.
Oh damn.
But because I gotta go in a couple minutes before I get yelled at. What Andrea was just saying. Well, I think other people have said it too. Just the culture thing, just that focus. I don't know if it's necessarily the distractions, because I feel like a lot of cultures have different distractions, but they seem to multitask better. And I think, in my opinion, a huge part of the biggest is going to be the two-parent household. Like, I know people say, oh, well, just because the two-parent household doesn't mean they're not on drugs or they're not this or that, but it's still, a two-parent household is still overall, if you're just taking a random person and putting them in a 2-parent household, they're going to do better. Taking the average 2-parent household, they're doing better. Their kids are doing better than the average 1-parent household. So 2-parent household is a really big thing. Focusing on that, I think would have probably the biggest impact of anything else, because it allow, the mother doesn't have to be working multiple jobs or something, and they're able to, the parents are able to split studying for school, doing homework with the kid, extracurricular activities, being able to go to one, and then one parent goes to this one's this time, next parent goes to this one's the next week, and so on and so forth. There's just a lot of benefits. Dual income is obviously a huge one as well. So there's just a lot of benefits with that 2-parent household. But if you look at, not to go back on the chess thing we were talking about yesterday, but India wasn't really known for having grandmasters not that long ago, like a couple of decades ago. And then there's a guy named Anand who beat Kasparov, who was the world champion at the time in like 2000 or something. I can't remember. And he was like one of the first Indians, or the first Indian to make it that big. And then after him, like, just had a huge influx of Indian grandmasters, like Indians wanting to play chess. And the culture for, India's a huge ass country, so I don't know what part of India he's from and all that good stuff, but it just had a huge shift. And so now you're seeing a lot more Indians going to chess to try to they look at him as, not an idol, but just a role model or whatever, and they do that. So even Gukesh, who's currently the world chess champion right now, is Indian. So you just like that culture. If you have people in your culture that are doing something, it can create a movement where more people will focus on that. And so right now, I think in the Black community, it's just a lot of entertainment, like you were saying, entertainment essentially. Or I think that's what you were saying, kind of like entertainment or whatnot, and not as many.
But that's because Indians are not good at entertainment.
What?
Well, what's that got to do with it? I think they have cricket.
They have a lot to do with
Bollywood.
I think they have cricket.
No, listen.
And do Bollywood, which is the second. I think the second largest production.
No, so
movie shit.
AR,
but Indian was just one example. There's other. We could go down a list of other examples.
Chinese people are not good at entertainment.
The Koreans are pretty good, I think.
They're not.
The Koreans are great.
They're not. They're not. I'm talking about from not at a world scale as Black people. So sometimes
hip-hop's not popular.
It's a competition.
Yeah, it is. It's a competition. Absolutely a competition.
Japanese, I guess, aren't good with entertainment. Anime is nothing.
So no, I'm trying to help y'all understand what I'm saying, right? So when you are not the top of the entertainment world, you have to find other ways that you are important inside the world. And so you got to understand entertainment is such a...
But could you not argue that's another way to feel important? Like, isn't that one way? Like, okay, let's say people want to find other ways. I mean, isn't entertainment actually one way as well? So what's the difference between the other ways?
I'm okay with us choosing other things, but when we start saying, why do Black people choose this one, is because we're the best at it.
Oh. No, we weren't saying Black people. I was just saying kids in general are distracted. Like, there's a lot of
we're just talking about distractions.
Stuff to consume. Like, there's a lot of things for them to consume these days, and it's just like...
Well, but I think
it seems difficult to navigate. I'm feeling for them, like.
No, so we got to understand that they grew up.
Just real quick, because I do gotta go.
Just stop.
Well, I was kind of talking when you interrupted.
Cut him off.
Yeah, I was kind of talking.
I thought we was having.
I'm not gonna finish because I gotta go.
Talk about chess.
I ain't talking about chess anymore. I was just gonna say, do you think that these people are not entertaining? Or their culture they don't know how to be entertaining, or their culture just doesn't rock with that. They find other things. They say, entertainment's cool and all, but it's just entertainment. Let's focus on something that's more fruitful.
I think they're not entertaining, and I can prove it. Tell me your favorite Indian actor.
Oh, I have no clue.
His name is Vashwami. I like
Americans.
No.
Like, if you asked an Indian, they would know. But
but that's the point. Hold on. No, the point that I'm saying is, I can go ask an Indian, a Korean. I can ask any other race what's their favorite Black person is. They would know it. So that's what I'm telling you. It's
you said favorite
to the masses
versus.
The point that I'm saying is that they're not known for these things that we're talking about, especially on a world scale. But if
it's chicken before the egg situation. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm saying we go ask about Denzel. I believe that I can go to every continent and they know who Denzel is. If I go
Yeah,
ask about
that's not
50
because he's
Cent,
black. That's because of the American powerhouse behind him.
no, I think you're missing the point that I'm trying to say, right? The point that I'm trying to help you understand is when I'm not good at something, if I'm not good at basketball, I'm gonna get really good at math. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get really good
No,
at
no, we
things.
understand your point. We just understand that there's like mass media and like it's literally like it's produced here in the United States. So even if they did want to be worldwide known in those other countries, they don't even have the resources to
Yeah,
do that. So it doesn't even make sense to even
yeah. India's been nothing on the world stage for
right. So it doesn't
We
even
have
make
100,
sense to
200 years, and
compare
you're
yourself to
yeah,
those
you're comparing the
people. Like,
U.S.'s
come
media
on now.
we have
behemoth.
Indians
They don't
here.
even have
Hold on,
those
hold on. This is what I'm telling you. We got Japanese in America. We
in
got
America,
Chinese in.
right?
Yeah, hold on. The list is the. I'm trying to make a point. If we got all the races here, and they're still not known for it in the best country with the best promotion, I'm telling you, they're not the best at it. So when I'm not the best at something, I'm going to find a way to find something that's my niche in the market, and that's why they do other things. And that's the only point I was
Do
making.
you think people should just stick to their niche, or is that kind of where you're going? Like, do you think it's best if
No,
people just like stick to their niche, or do you think it's fair to like, see if maybe you could dominate another market, or I mean, don't you
Yeah,
think it's
like
kind of worth the shot? Like, even if you can't, even if you
so
fail,
that's
it's
perfect.
kind
So
of
what?
worth the shot.
That's perfect. So what market do you want black people to go dominate over other
No,
races?
no, not dominate over. Like, you don't have to dominate over something
Oh,
to be
yes,
good
we
at
do.
something.
I
Over
think it's more so
others.
Yeah.
just going to something else. Like
Yeah, like just have a
my whole point. I was
hobby and
yeah.
get passionate about it. You would be surprised, like people take interest in
I
what you're
don't think there's
doing.
any
Like,
yeah. There's no field I don't think that black people can't excel in, and I think that's kind of our point. Is just like you can say like, oh, black people are the best at entertainment. All right, that's cool. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be doing other things. Like we shouldn't be having our youth focus on other things.
Well, so to his point, like one of the reasons that black people have focused so much on sports is because for the most part it's a meritocracy, right? If you could run the fastest, you're gonna win. And we know that in other industries or arenas that there are systems that can be constructed and that have been constructed to limit us or otherwise prevent our doing well in them, right?
right.
And so, yeah, and so to the extent, the reason I said, yeah, you're gonna have to dominate the people because a lot of people don't want to share space with black people. We could see it
Okay.
right in this country. They actively trying to erase black Americans as we speak. And so people don't want to share space with us. They don't want to acknowledge when we are talented at things. It's a man out here right now, some crazy Latino man trying to say Michael Jackson wasn't black because he a Michael Jackson impersonator, right? And that Michael Jackson actually fixed his face to look like him. Now, meanwhile, the man wasn't even born when Michael Jackson was around.
That's
And so he's
crazy.
crazy. But if people can get that type of stuff to fly, they'll run with that narrative. And so I do think, part of what he is saying is true, right? So even if we look at Korea, K-pop is Black American R&B. And we know that because they themselves have said that they brought Teddy Riley and who is it, Michael Bivins from is one of the BBD New Edition dudes over there to train those people and to teach them how to do it. Right? We can look over at Korea and they emulate in Black American gospel music. And now Black American gospel music isn't mass exported like hip hop is, but they still done found it, latched onto it, and now they over there trying to emulate it. And so there is some validity to black people being just the best at this stuff, because even before there was mass media, other people were still learning about stuff that we was doing, right? So when we was in the 20s doing the Lindy Hop, other people in other countries learned the Lindy Hop from us and was doing it. They was playing swing music. And so there's real validity to that. And so certainly we can go into other avenues. And I think more and more we're doing that. But I do think we have to go in with the mentality of we finna have to dominate this, because other people ain't just going to willingly open the doors and say, oh, y'all come right in and sit down. We're going to have to fight for it. And we've seen that with certain sports, like when the Williams sisters first got into tennis, even Tiger Woods, when he got into golf and he won the first Masters, and the man told him, we don't want to have fried chicken and watermelon, right? So these are real things.
And before I want to also leave the space for Marvelous to jump in there as well. That K-pop Demon Hunters movie, Diva. Yo, those three little heifers were singing their ass off. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, I was in the room and I hear the. I was like, what the? I was like, the hell is this? I was like, the next year, I'm going up. I was like, they got me. I'm hooked. Did you hear any of the songs, Diva?
No.
Yo,
they was
three Korean women was blowing.
And who they sound like? Who they sound like?
Absolutely.
They sound just like black people. Listen, I mean, like if you were to cut off the TV, you'd think there's some black people on there singing.
No,
But
I don't think there's
besides
any, I
they
don't think
couple
there's
Korean
anything
words in the
wrong
song.
with,
Yeah, but
like,
they voices
being good
are
at
amazing and
entertainment.
it's really good. Get Andrea, then we got Marvelous. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna add, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with like dominating at entertainment or anything like that, like having a natural talent and just honing in on that. Like, if that's something that comes naturally and you're good at it, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I just think like it's a little bit unrealistic to sell it to the masses, because that's like, those are jobs for like top 1%. You know what I mean? And so there's still the rest of us. And so, and then there's also a lot of like toxicity like associated with entertainment. Like it's very niche. Like if it's for you, it's for you, and I respect that. I do think that there's nothing wrong with expanding, like, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with being into entertainment like whatsoever and being good at it. I just think that it's not really a realistic we're not all good at entertainment. Like,
So what do you think the majority of black people doing? We doing the other stuff.
But we're talking about as adults,
yeah,
I think the
I
issue
know,
is
but we're
the
talking
youth
about
are
the
not
culture,
really
like making it cool, like trying to make these other things like more,
as long
like entertainers are not meant to be like your gods or anything like that. You know what I mean? From what I'm seeing with these young kids, they're making them like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not natural. Like, it's
But
pure
that's every
social.
race. Every
No,
race
well, I
lean
know,
into their
I know, but
entertainers.
I only really know black kids, so those are the ones I'm like concerned about. Like, I don't really know a lot of white kids. Like, not that I'm not concerned about them too, but I'm just saying, like, I'm concerned about. It just seems like they're overindulging in the entertainment. I don't remember having that much leisure time, like just learning
You
all
didn't
these
have
dances and stuff like that. Like,
you didn't
I'm
have
worried.
social media. Hello, listen.
Exactly. That's my point. Social media is new. We don't even know really,
It's not
like,
going
30
nowhere.
years ago how it's going to affect. I mean, 30 years from now, if this stuff is actually kind of dangerous, like, we really don't know. And
Our
AI
parents.
has even, they said that it's made people kill themselves. Like, it's
No, those
something
people's
to
gonna
be
kill
concerned
themselves
about.
anyways. They was gonna kill themselves anyway.
Come on
Hold on,
now. It's
listen.
something to be concerned
No,
about.
I'm saying this. Our parents said the same thing about the internet. Like, we got to stop trying to hold on to the past and understand that we have to adapt to what's coming.
No, we
So,
need to
like,
learn from the past.
hold
We
on,
need to
no, I
learn
didn't
from
say
it.
we
We
shouldn't
don't
learn.
we
Hold on,
don't need to just throw it away.
I didn't say that. I didn't say none of those things, ma'am. What I'm telling you is, our parents thought the internet was going to corrupt us, right?
It
And
did. People got addicted to porn and all type of bad
they
things
was
could happen.
they
What do
was
you
addicted.
mean?
They was addicted to porn before the internet.
Come on now.
Like,
No.
everybody daddy has them big booty delicious
No, there's
tapes. Like,
people who have
listen.
there's people with the
Speak
real
about
problem.
your
It
daddy.
sounds
I ain't no
funny.
mind. What you talking
You're
about?
laughing, but no, you're
I'm
laughing.
just
You're
telling the truth.
laughing. No, you're laughing, but there's people who really feel like they have a problem. Like, I don't know. I don't have, but
They
like,
had
I've
problems.
seen.
That's what I'm telling you. It's like, I don't know why we romanticize these niggas that came before us. They
No,
had a
I'm not.
problem. Like, they like we act like freak neat. Girls
So
going
you don't.
wild. All
So
this
no,
stuff
but you
wasn't
don't think.
around.
But they didn't have it like at easy access. Like, I don't remember having easy access to that. To the like.
They used to
It's
steal
different.
they used to steal the magazines from the store. You know,
Well,
they used to have the store where they had like half of
so you
the
had to walk to the store, but you don't have to walk to the store anymore.
the point. So cool. We can
And
argue
you had to
that.
show your face, and you had to let everybody know that you were. I mean, the cashier knew you had to. Like, there was a little bit of like shame involved. Like now you can do it. Like I'm just saying, I don't have a if you do it. I don't think that there's anything. I don't think it's a problem if you don't think it's a problem. So as long as it's
No,
not a
what
problem for you, I don't really think it's a problem. I'm just saying there's some people who do say that it's a problem for them,
I'm
and so
just
they were. And some people say they were exposed at an early age. The people who do have a problem say that they were exposed at an early age, and that you get what I'm saying. It got out of control. It's worth just maybe considering what these kids are being exposed to, if it can affect them 20 years later and then they end up with some sort of problem. Like, yeah, it's worth
yeah.
considering.
So what I'm saying is that we need to find a way to teach people how to operate in today's society,
I
right?
agree.
And so
I
I'm not
think we
saying
agree.
let's take away social media. No, let's show our kids. So let's show the community how to function with
I
social
agree.
media. How we going to function with AI because it's the way of the future.
I
Like we
agree.
can't. So that's the only point that I'm making.
I
And
agree then.
is that hey, yes, we need to have discipline, but every generation had to have discipline with the resources that they have. So it's a
For sure.
discipline problem. It's not an access problem.
Okay.
All right. With all that being said, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, we here and
All
see
right.
you eating them noodles. By the way, you're
All
not
right.
using
So,
chopsticks right. By the way, you're not using it right.
okay. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate that. I'll go Google it later. Appreciate you.
Sensei,
All right. So,
sensei.
yeah, that's too. So, what I was going to say was she was actually hitting on something I was going to talk about, and that was entertainment. People forget what entertainment really is. Entertainment is nothing more than a distraction. And what does a distraction do? It makes you forget. People think we have this ADHD epidemic going on, and it's not that. You guys are
Right.
over sensorized with entertainment, and you're saying, for the most part, there's nothing wrong with entertainment. And I just told you, what is the purpose of entertainment? Since the beginning of time, it's always been just to distract you. And y'all know this, but I think because you guys are real complicit and you guys are just too much in y'all bag of, I feel good, it's my place of escape, I don't have to worry about stuff, and y'all comfortable there. And that's all it is. It's just comfortable. You're comfortable being entertained. And that's okay. It's your life. You can choose what you want to do. You don't have to be disciplined or anything. But do know as you go forward, you start to see people become more zombie like, in my opinion, more zoned out into these spaces, then you can say, like, well, it was because they weren't really disciplined. It wasn't because they had access, it wasn't because technology got ahead of them. It's just because, human nature. It's just how things are. No. We just less aware. We wanted to be less aware. We wanted to be more in our comfort. And that is the thing. You're too comfortable. Y'all don't believe in being too comfortable. Y'all believe that things should be easy. It could be easy. It's best that it's easy. And that's the belief you're gonna fall for. That's my opinion.
That's crazy. I love you, Emma. But like we don't have to go back to the cave days where we had to make a fire to make dinner.
Yeah.
Like no,
That's
as we get
hilarious.
as we get
That's what you got from that, right? I said we need more
hear
awareness.
me
You talking
still?
about going back in cave days. That's crazy.
No. What you're saying is that the whole point that I'm saying is we supposed to get smarter. You shouldn't have to go out there and plant to eat your noodles. Like we supposed to have it where you could go to the store. Like we supposed to evolve as humans.
I
And with
agree.
that, go
So what
ahead.
do you think about studies saying that the AI is actually doing the opposite? Like they feel like it's actually devolving our students? Because I'm sorry, I am worried about doctors who went to school in this modern. I would have cheated and used AI for everything if I was them. So you're telling
You
me this
can't.
person I'm supposed
You
to let?
can't.
Come on now,
No,
No,
you
no, let
can't
me.
use AI for everything because
they'll
when
find a
you
way.
no. The thing is, AI hasn't
Trust me.
no okay, but if you listen, AI hasn't progressed to the point where you can do that because AI makes a lot of mistakes.
I use AI to make all.
Okay, but what I'm talking about when you're in a specialized field, pay attention to my name, PhD Diva, right? If I go to AI and try to use it for some type of purpose in my, I'm always having to go back and check it. And again, AI makes mistakes,
For sure.
right?
And
And
let
so
me
you
tell you.
can't use it in
Oh,
that
sorry.
way, is what I'm saying, to become like a doctor, because they gonna catch you. You gonna fall out before you able to make it through that program, because it's gonna give you some information that's not accurate, and there's gonna be, you fail a test or something to that effect.
I don't think it's inaccurate enough to actually make you fail. I think you can
Yes, it
definitely
is.
coast by, because I used to coast
No.
by just off. You can definitely like put specified. It can complete assignments.
So let me
No,
tell you what
not
happened.
higher. Like, if you, I don't know, maybe people can use it for their little bachelor's degree or whatever. But again,
Maybe just
when you're
bachelor's.
using it for a specialized degree or
Mm.
something to dealing with that, it's going to make mistakes.
But I think we act like when we had tests or we had homework, we didn't Google it and got, what was that website that gave you all the answers to the test before AI? Like this idea, like
Oh
people
yeah.
gonna cheat. Like people gonna cheat. Like we can't stop people from being cheaters. What we need to do is we need to understand a situation that I had. Somebody in my family used AI to write a paper. And the
Yeah.
teacher used AI to say how much of this paper was wrote by AI. And they failed her because she used AI. Like it's certain things that AI is going to be able to combat and they're going to be able to figure out. I get, especially when you start getting a degree, it's not a multiple choice anymore. You got to articulate yourself. You see that? Not eating. Articulate. You have to articulate yourself and have your personality. And teachers are finding ways and not on how to stop that from happening.
Okay.
Well, I have one thing I wanted to add to this. This is, I wasn't saying anything about being smart or going involving or something like that with technology. I'm literally putting my entertainment in itself and what its purpose is. You went. I just realized you kind of derailed a little bit. I was talking about bringing out we should be more involved. We should want and all stuff like that. I said we need more self-aware.
Oh,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
stick on
no.
that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at God. Get him PhD. But go ahead and
No,
finish up. Evan.
no, I actually was looking at my phone. I'm sorry, Marvelous. Go ahead. Let me go on mute.
Nah, you did it. That was right on time. Gotta be on time if you let him. Go ahead.
So again, we need more self-awareness. That's all I'm saying. You guys don't understand. Well, clearly some of you understand what entertainment is, but anger, like man, goddamn, eating man. Sorry, I'm choking over here. Jesus Christ.
When was we self-aware?
Eating man.
Tell me the period when we were self-aware, especially
When?
blackness. Yeah.
What does that
I
have
do
to
it. First
do?
off, if you want to be disingenuous about this, you can.
It's
But
not
I'm
me.
just saying
I
that.
hate what that's a real question.
Look, this
No,
man
you're being
is over here
disingenuous.
choking. Give him some grace. Go ahead.
God damn.
Even,
Sick, spicy.
that's that Asian peppers. I told you about
God
that.
damn.
It's a little spicy, Diva. What you say about men that can't hold down them spices, Diva?
Get your manhood up. Get your manhood up.
Will do,
So, but
man.
no,
Will do.
when we ask young black men to be self-aware, I asked other black men, when was the men self-aware so we can point back to that time that I can say, okay, these was the self-aware men that they should strive to be.
Well, you just
You
said
know
we're
why I
in a
say wait,
modern.
wait, wait, wait. Yeah, I was saying reason why I'm right now is disingenuous. Because if you know human behavior, you know that most people are not self-aware. Most. So that's why I say it's disingenuous to even ask that question. Come on,
So
stop
what you're
playing.
saying is you have an expectation for the young men that you
I don't
don't
have
even have for your
expectations. I don't have no. I don't have expectations. Stop putting words in my mouth. I said what you guys need to do, what you should do, what is wise to do, is to be more self-aware and stop giving so much entertainment. Do what you want to do. I haven't said that. I say do what you want to do. It's your life, it's your choice. I preface all that. I'm not telling you what you should do, what I expect you to do. I'm simply saying this is what you could do.
But that always been an option. That's what I'm saying. It's not this level of revelation that you given that's different for the young people because the AI is here.
No,
AI, like
I think the
I think you're
disconnect is
missing.
that what we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with ways to help bring us forward to actually be more self-aware, and we're just trying to analyze each layer and see what exactly is contributing to why we are,
Yes.
why we feel like there's a setback. It's not really about trying to copy something we've done in the past. I don't know if we've ever been more self-aware. Like I think now, I mean, we have the most human rights ever, like across the world, like globally. Like this is the best we've pretty much done for the majority of people. It's not great, but I mean, we are all trying to progress. That's kind of the point.
but
So
that's
we're
the
not
point I'm
saying that
making
there was
is
ever a time when we were perfect, but the technology, it's something to be aware of. It's changing really fast.
No,
Like
but that's what I'm trying
I
to
don't
say.
see.
Technology is not good or evil. The person that's using it is good or evil. I have been more aware of my business, my surroundings, everything because of AI.
We're
I can
talking
literally
about the children. Okay, they're
exactly.
developing. There's a lot of weight to put on. We're talking about the kids. I mean, good for you that you're more self-aware. Congratulations on losing 60 pounds. I know you've just achieved a lot, but we're talking about children.
Okay,
They're
so when we
developing and they're impressionable.
so what
Okay,
I'm
they're
saying
not
is
adults. Okay, you
I got
can't expect them to, they don't have the tools. They don't have them yet. We're trying to make sure that they get them. They don't have these tools yet. It took you, you just not, you feel me? It took you, you of all people know how long it takes to get things to, let's be fair. Let's give these kids a
but
fair
that's the
chance.
point. The
She's
point
saying you
now.
just got your shit together. Chill out.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Let's give
Listen.
these kids a chance. We
No,
can't
but
just drown them
PhD
and numb them to all these stimuli that we don't even know, we don't even know what the effects. We can't just numb them like that. We
I
need to
got you.
protect them. They're kids. They're delicate. They should be protected
So the
by any
point that I'm
means.
telling
If we're not sure what the effects are, then we should proceed with caution.
okay,
Yes.
what I'm
I think
saying
that's
is that
valid.
AI is an equalizer. I believe black people can compete at levels that they could not compete at before without continuous education. So I get what you're saying when it comes down to investing, when it comes down to analyzing stocks, when it comes down to all of these things that we typically did not have access to, it equalized the playing field. So that's all I'm saying. It's like it's two ways we can look at technology. We can look at it as it's the boogeyman, or we can look at it as a tool to be able to help us be able to go forward and close the generation gap.
I
That's all.
agree, it's a
The
tool.
thing
But most tools come with warning label. I mean,
right.
most tools, there are instructions, there are precautions that you proceed when you're utilizing a tool. Like you don't just use tools all willy-nilly. You get what I'm saying? And that's more my point. I'm not
It's
saying
not
don't use the
Yeah.
tool. I'm saying that there does need to be some guidelines and some parental control, some things. We need to get a better understanding. A lot of adults don't even understand the technology their kids are using. That's part of the problem.
Facts.
So
That
it
So
is
we should
something to be aware
ban.
of.
So we
No,
should
she didn't
say,
say
hello.
that. She didn't say
See,
I
that.
mean, man, you
but let me
keep
ask
doing
the
this, man.
question
Advocating
first,
for,
PhD.
yeah,
Well,
but
but
she don't try to misconstrue what she's saying. She advocating for caution because we don't understand the technology
We
fully.
don't.
And you're saying that it's not all good, right? Because the FBI just used a black boy's video, used AI to change it and acted like he was putting a bounty on the cops. And so
That's
it can be
crazy.
used for nefarious reasons. And somebody in the chat was making or was alluding to the studies that they've shown about screen time and the deleterious effects it can have on children. These
We
children
don't.
don't have a very long attention span, and that's by design. So when you get on your
Yes.
phone and you own Facebook or Instagram or YouTube and you in the same on the same spot for a while, your page will automatically reload because they want you to keep moving. They're not going to
Right.
let you look at one thing for an extended period of time. So
Right.
there are some things that we do need to be paying attention to, not to mention the fact that they're building AI requires a whole lot of energy. They're
Right.
building those those data centers in black communities a lot of times. And so there are environmental impacts of that. So it's a lot of different things going on with it that we do need to learn about
Exactly.
because it's pretty new. So we don't know and we got to study and be
so
cautious with it.
how
And
do we move
exactly. And I
forward?
want to say
Hello.
one more thing. I just want to say one more thing. You said that these gadgets aren't nefarious, and I'm not trying to go down the conspiracy route, but there's no way to know that they're not. They design all these poisons to make sure we get addicted. That is nefarious. And then they profit off treating us after. It's nefarious. I don't think you can outright conclude that they're not. They're only thing they're doing these things for, making all these. They want us to be addicted, so we keep consuming. Let's not pretend like they're out
Absolutely.
here doing this to be altruistic and no.
I
Okay, they
got you.
they
So
want to they want to turn us into permanent consumers. That's the game, and
Yep.
we need to teach our kids the game that they're not permanent consumers. They're people,
I
and
so
part of that is being aware.
going forward, AI is here. How do y'all guys think that we can correct the issue that y'all guys are putting forward?
I was gonna say this, proponent this. I was gonna say simply, I'm not saying get rid of the tool. The tool's tool. My only issue was you have to learn how to do with and without. And since most people are starting to learn to do not to do without, because they find it too much of a burden, that becomes the issue. It's like me and you, for the most part, we didn't have cell phones growing up, so it's easier for us to put the cell phone down. Whatever. These children, it's like taking their life away from them. Like they are literally done. They can't function without their phone. I can really function fully fine. It's the without part that people gotta learn how to do. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but still, so how do we going forward? The technology's here. How do you think that black people and black men need to move to be able to fix the issues that y'all guys have brought up?
Okay, well, I don't know specifically for black men, but I do know like I've seen videos of line of like parents like going out of their way to make sure like at least during the early years they give their kids no screen development, but they do have to like do a lot of silly things, like be really active and interactive with the kid or whatever. But they go out of their way to make sure those first 2 3 years there's no screen time. I think that is a really good step forward. Those first couple years, I think those are really important.
Facts.
That's
Yes,
crazy.
I'm thinking you
Just
hit it.
Jay. Oh, just Jay. There's actually a dude from FAMU who's working on getting like social media addiction into the DSM. And this was several years ago. I don't know where he is with it now, but this was about 7 8 years ago. He was talking about trying to get it into the DSM. So yeah, it's coming.
So yeah,
I did.
so
And
what?
hold on, Peter, man, hold on. And before, because I want to give the person a proper introduction. Just let everybody know that the bounty is on. So it's $20 to drop somebody. Go ahead. Welcome to the show, Wall Street Willie.
You
Good day,
see?
sir.
You see how you set me up? You see? Peace to the panel, especially PhD Diva. Peace to the sister
Peace,
Andrea.
sir.
So I was listening to what you were saying, and I definitely agreed with the overwhelming majority of where you're coming from. My question is this: knowing that AI is going to move forward with or without us, right? How
Hmm.
do we balance the need to be represented in this space, right? Because now we're in a space where we're feeding AI. We're constantly feeding it
Right,
information. And
right.
so there is an element of like, technical equity, for lack of a better term, right? That we have to be sure we're involved in crafting how these systems deal with us and represent us. How do we balance the two between the threats of it, but also the need to be
Thank you.
involved to,
Absolutely.
like,
Right.
yeah.
So I would think that I think a good approach would be to let the developmental years be as natural as possible, right? And then like have more like technological, like I know people have been talking about this for a long time, like more trade schools, you know what I mean? Like making schools more specialized. I think we can focus on trying to go ahead and do that. I know they do that a lot in Europe. Like those last 4 years in high school are way more specialized. It's not just algebra one. You know what I mean? Algebra two, just like the general stuff.
Yeah.
Like let it be more specialized. And I think those years like just follow the natural development. Like there's how they say there's each stage is like there's a stage in your youth where you can learn language. If you don't learn it in that language in that
It's
stage, you
harder
will never
after.
learn it. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And then there's the next stage where you start doing this and that. There's the next stage where you start empathizing. Then you know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
we already kind of understand our stages of development, and we already understand the best time to start introducing those new skills. You know what I mean? I think
So,
make sure that's when we try our best to introduce it at that stage and not way earlier when
but
they're
now
not
there
equipped
is
for that
there is a
stage.
sister that's kind of ringing the alarm about the threats of allowing white engineers, Asians, whoever outside of us define how AI deals with us, how AI identifies us, will eventually represent us in this space, right? So the sister says there is a real need for us to be involved in kind of molding this framework. It's gonna happen whether we're in or whether we're out. You get what I'm saying? So I
Yeah,
just,
but
Mhm.
I get what you're saying, but what people are saying are not revelation knowledge. Like it's not like new knowledge. Sharon to tell you as a new parent, that's kind of the conversation we have. Limit the screen time. Like we're already new parents are understanding these things and actually being taught these things already. So the problem is, it's not that we're not doing it. It's just some people are rejecting that and say, "I'm gonna get a kid the tablet anyways." So it's
But
not a
so
failure
okay,
of the system. It's
but
actually a
wait, when I
failure of the
asked that
parent.
question, it wasn't from the premise of how to deal with this in terms of our children, right? It's how AI will identify the black experience,
Oh
right?
yeah, I'm agreeing, Willie.
And if we're not feeding that input, right, someone else is defining what AI will eventually put out as black culture. And if you just look at
Yes, Willie.
YouTube,
We need a nigga AI. Listen, let me sum up what you
And
said. We need.
clearly, I need to do an AI against this too, so I can get millions of views because doing things the correct way. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we
Got
should.
100 likes. Ain't that a
Get them likes up.
that's low key a big part of it, Sharon. That is low key a big part of it. You get what I'm saying? These are going to be programs that define the algorithms going forward. Who's fed what information
Okay,
different
I see.
people are getting. So it's
Okay.
like, what is our need or responsibility in terms of defining
So,
what's processed? I
uh,
know you get me, Andrea.
yeah, I get what you're saying. So you're saying like, how do we get ahead of it? Like us as a community entirely. Like, what are going to be those next steps? Because we see this rapid, this rapid movement. I think people are showing genuine interest in AI across the board, right? Or am I wrong? Like all
No,
races,
definitely.
right?
But I
Like
but
naturally.
I think with the phase we're in though, most blacks are just feeding the beast instead of being a
Oh,
part of helping streamline this information
okay.
and not creating what's known as AI hallucinations, you know?
Yeah.
I
So you
think
think we
that
should get in the industry?
I was
That's a
gonna say
big
what's
part of the
happening.
sister's argument. And she's, arguing it on a governmental level where it needs to be infused us so we can represent ourselves in this new technology that's going to encompass so many different
That
things.
sounds kind of scary.
Yeah,
I was
I
gonna
agree.
say I believe what is gonna happen with humanity in general will be inevitable. To Edom's point, we can try to spitball it, put on the wall, figure out what we can do. But honestly, it's only going to be the very small few, very, very small few that are going to be able to pretty much escape. I believe the mind control that's going to be happening with a lot of people. It's
Why
already
can't it be
happening.
us?
Well, I'm not saying it can't be anybody here on this panel individually, but the us part, you mean the majority? No, that's a fantasy. That's not going to happen. Just study human behavior,
All right. Well, we're doomed.
pretty much.
Okay.
And that becomes the conversation. Yeah. And that's what the sister's
That
pushing against. The sister's saying, well, we do need to recognize that there is a need for black people to be
it makes
represented in these spaces to help mold this new technology that's going to determine so much going forward. So, because I definitely respected your issues in terms of all the things to be leery about. But I'm saying at the same time, this thing is going to move forward with or without us.
right.
So
So
how
don't
do
be
we
scared of it.
balance the two? Yeah,
So
yeah,
I got a
you
question.
get
Do
me.
we so what you guys are talking about? Is it influence, the part of influence that you guys want to control? You guys want to have a particular message or narrative or values that you can say collectively will be shared amongst the majority of blacks and say that this is what we are, who we are, and how we're going to basically say that this is how we
It don't seem
program
like
ourselves as well. Because it's not just like who we tell the world, it's who we tell ourselves as well.
What?
I think it's
You
kind
know what
of
I'm
our
saying?
responsibility. I think it's our responsibility, kind of.
So I'm saying, like, what I'm saying is, like, you know how your parents can raise you, right? And they tell you what your values are and stuff, right? I'm saying we use technology. Someone's going to use technology. Someone who looks like us is going to tell us who we are, what we represent, and what our values are. But on the mass scale of technology.
Well, so
And
I
the
think
argument is
that
that
has been
if we're
happening
not involved,
already, right? So that's always happened. Black people are who we are, you know, in everyday life, but the mass media will portray one particular thing as, you know, what we are, but that hasn't at this point changed who the most of us are, right? So I don't. So what? Explain how like the technology aspect of it is going to do that. Now I do think it allows, you know, certain people um to be louder, right? Because for whatever reason,
Yes.
the negative stuff, people are always more willing to broadcast the negative stuff. So even with companies, when they send out customer surveys, people who had a bad experience are much more likely to respond to the survey than people who had a very positive experience. And so, yes, the degenerates do like to hop up online and go live and broadcast all that stuff. But that doesn't change the fact that, you know, Marvelous, you know, gainfully employed in the military, serving your country, blah, blah, blah. Wall Street Willie lying about being on Wall Street. Andrea is, you know, doing her thing and being productive in her community. You know,
Thank you.
Brownfield.
Trying.
I'm fucking with you, Wall Street.
Trying my
let the
best.
queen cook. Let the queen cook.
But yeah, so I guess I'm trying to understand, like, what are you, like, what aspect of what they're doing with technology, or, you know, can do with technology, would be different from what's already been done through mass media?
Well,
But
yes.
that's a
So
portion
that's
of
a
the
perfect example.
sister's argument. Like the sister's argument is that a lot of these things in the past have been defined without our input, right? And they've put out a lot of bad information about who we are, different stereotypes that do have an effect. So she's saying she wants to get ahead of AI being crafted without a black voice, for lack of a better, wording. And it was just an interesting argument to me because I do see the potential perils of it, the potential downfall. But the reality is this technology is going to go forward with or without us. So is
Right.
it beneficial to at least be involved in helping to craft it so we can represent ourselves properly and eventually get what we want out of these systems?
For sure. I don't
But
see
that's
why adults can't I don't see anything wrong with you. I wasn't saying like don't use it or anything like that. I utilize it at work myself, like to do like, I don't think there's anything wrong with using it if you're an adult and you don't have any mental, problems or anything like that. You should definitely get ahead of it if you're in the tech industry, if you're into it, if you know what the next stage is and you can get in there like, as soon as possible. I definitely think that would be beneficial. You could definitely help, rewrite the narrative, things of that nature. So I do think that that is a reasonable thing for us to do. But I just, my thing was mainly about younger people. I won't lie. It was mostly
Get
about,
that.
just being a little bit concerned, like just from what I'm seeing, like just how attached, like it's different from like what he said. I could go a day without my phone when I was a teenager. My mom used to take my phone. So yeah, I used to go without it, but I didn't really get, I couldn't freak out and do all the things I've seen. You know what I mean? I'm just concerned.
Right.
I do
Being
think
left
it's kind
out.
of a valid concern. I mean,
No, I'm with
I
you
don't see why it's
100%.
not a valid one
Yeah,
because
now
it's
I understood
alarming.
your premise
It's
100%.
bizarre.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I have a
But yeah,
question. Like, how would crafting look? I'm trying to understand, like, because when I think crafting, like, when we go on these internet and stuff, right, and we're dealing with ChatGPT, Google, more specifically, Facebook, whatever social media that tracks your algorithm, has an idea of what you look like if you ever put a picture, email, whatever, so they know who you are in some case. They take that data and information. Isn't that already somewhat sculpting it in a way, manner through our influence, our
It
personal influence and
absolutely is.
stories and things like that? So how do we, and when I say we, take control of that when it's an independent data feed? You know what I'm saying?
So
That's
there's
a
this
very good
We can
question.
that
change what
We're
was.
we
gonna
post on
answer
our
that.
own
We're gonna
personal.
answer that on the next show. God damn it!
Oh,
It's been 7 hours. You got any final
wow.
words, Diva?
bye, y'all.
Not around with
Hype
being.
me up.
Let me